Is it the divine realm, or not? Lu Bing became increasingly confused. Actually, I don't fully understand either since there's little information recorded in the ancient texts, and I used to just regard it as a story, Chu Bingzhen said. In any case, Little Ice, this is definitely a rare opportunity, and you must seize it. But also be careful. If it really is the Starry Sky Ancient City, by logic, the number of true gods in the Starry Sky Ancient City is astonishing, and there will be even more powerful heavenly divines presiding over it. We should all proceed slowly, Chu Bingzhen said. Lu Bing nodded. Although she possessed inherited memories, the information in her inheritance was mainly deep, with the core being those powerful secret techniques and mighty star techniques. In terms of breadth, all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge and experiences, she naturally couldn't compare to Chu Bingzhen. Do you feel those cold winds in this layer of ice? Chu Bingzhen transmitted a message. Yes, it's the combined use of the law of water and the wind law. Lu Bing's eyes gleamed with light. Especially the application of the wind law, it's extremely ingenious. Places with such strange phenomena could just be your opportunity, Chu Bingzhen said. Move forward slowly, explore. The fact that you were sent here means it's definitely not a dead end. Don't worry about Li Yuan either. He has awakened the innate 8-star veins. Logically speaking, the opportunities and missions he encounters should be stronger than yours, Chu Bingzhen said. Only by completing the mission can there be hope to see him again. Chu Bingzhen knew the place Li Yuan held in Lu Bing's heart. All right. At the time when Li Yuan and Lu Bing were forced to undertake separate missions. In the Feixing, 7-star civilization, within the Starfire Marshal Hall headquarters. Within a mysterious hall. Here, even second-class Star Masters had no right to enter, only the 7 Stars Alliance Hierarch and Vice Alliance Hierarch were qualified to do so. Within the hall, there were some crystal stones exuding red light, and several ancient lamps emanating strange fiery glows. Life crystals. Soul lamps. This hall was a place where the life and death status of all high-ranking powerhouses of the 7-star civilization could be confirmed. Has Li Yuan's soul lamp really been extinguished? Lant Semi-Divine stared shockedly at one of the lamps floating above a showcase. Fang Hai. What's going on? Lant Semi-Divine couldn't help but ask, wasn't Li Yuan just 2 days into entering the Nine Leaves world? The soul lamp is extinguished upon entering the Nine Leaves world? Lant Semi-Divine had just received the news and had hurried over in haste. It's been 2 days, Fang Hai said solemnly. 2 days ago, as soon as Li Yuan entered the Nine Leaves star realm, the soul lamp extinguished straight away, and by common sense, he shouldn't have had the chance to enter the Nine Leaves world yet. I immediately arranged for Duan Muhong to go check in the Nine Leaves star realm, but no clues were found. What? Lant Semi-Divine became increasingly shocked. This situation has never occurred before. Even when my teacher and I entered the Nine Leaves world and even the Nine Mountains world in the past, the soul lamp never extinguished. The last time the teacher's lamp extinguished was because he did it intentionally. What about Li Yuan? Lant Semi-Divine was quite worried. There are 2 possibilities. Fang Hai's eyes were equally filled with concern. First, Li Yuan is extremely strong and talented. Just upon entering the Nine Leaves world, he was moved by the intangible rules of the burial immortal ancient domain, leaving our mortal domain directly. The second possibility is that Li Yuan encountered an unknown disaster upon entering the Star Realm passage and perished. Fang Hai shook his head. Li Yuan will definitely not perish like this, Lant Semi-Divine said with a heavy tone. He hadn't met Li Yuan often, but he trusted him immensely. I also don't believe Li Yuan would fall easily, Fang Hai sighed lightly. But with the extinguished soul lamp, if he's left the mortal domain, can he still return? Lant Semi-Divine fell silent. No one could guarantee that. After all, even with many preparations, nobody knew if someone like Dongfang Ji, who left the mortal domain, could return. Let's hope Li Yuan has indeed just left the mortal domain. Fang Hai shook his head. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters. In the Ju Xing continent, within the abyssal demon blood den where Li Yuan was located. The entire blood den was vast, merely divided into maze-like passages by towering canyons, with a multitude of flying heaven-level creatures from the Abyss country struggling for survival in the gorges. Battling with ferocious beasts, even battling amongst themselves. In the deepest part of the Blood Den, the trees became even taller, and the air was faintly suffused with a hint of blood-colored currents. Suddenly, boom! The air shook violently, followed by the sound of a void warship, dozens of meters long, whistling across the sky, escaping outward like lightning. The speed of the warship was incredibly fast. If one were a strong enough being, they could clearly see the warship was covered in a large amount of blood, seemingly having just undergone a bloody battle. Yet the warship itself had not suffered much damage, with only a few scars, appearing extremely sturdy. Rumble. The ground trembled, and boulders from the sides of the canyon collapsed with a crash. Following that, a host of ferocious beasts appeared, each with blood-red eyes, extremely violent. Roar. Roar. Kill. Communicating with their simple intelligence, these ferocious creatures chased after the warship like a tide. On the deck of the warship, "Your Highness, don't worry. We're safe now," a tall and burly brute about 2 meters high said in a deep voice, wearing light armor with incredibly thick arms and several knife scars on his face, which made him appear quite fearsome. Yet his eyes were firm, as he steered the warship forward. On the deck, there were also several armored warriors, but their life breath was not as strong as the burly brutes, and fear could be seen on their faces. Uncle Guo, and Uncle Fang and Dong Li. A girl wearing luxurious silver armor on the warship couldn't help but speak out with a face full of worry. "Don't worry. Your Highness, Fang Lei and Dong Li have both broken through to become semi-divine, and they are veterans specially selected from this time's guard army," the burly brute known as Uncle Guo said in a deep voice. He said so, but even he wasn't confident in his heart. Fang Lei and Dong Li had become semi-divine, but since one must be at the Flying Heaven realm to enter the Abyssal Demon Blood Den, even if they were guards of the Highness, they had to abide by the king's rules. Therefore, they had just advanced after entering the Blood Den. Facing the siege of a large number of ferocious beasts, the situation was extremely perilous. This battle, had it not been for their desperate effort to cover the rear by themselves, blocking those 2 semi-divine level ferocious beasts, the whole army would have likely already been annihilated. "It's my fault," the silver armor maiden whispered. "We shouldn't have gone to the edge of the Forbidden Land." "What is Your Highness talking about? Our mission is to protect Your Highness, even at the cost of our lives," the burly man said in a low voice. "Besides, going to the Forbidden Land was a suggestion from the 3 of us. To complete the royal family's trial mission, we have to take risks." The maiden's eyes dimmed. Boom. Although the burly man had not yet broken through to become semi-divine, his true intent comprehension was at 6th stage perfection. Operating a 4th-rank top-level warship, the speed of the craft was astonishing, and they gradually widened the distance from the following pack of ferocious beasts. Soon after, boom, as the warship turned another great bend, the burly man, the maiden, and several other armored warriors saw a black armor warrior lying on a giant boulder in the valley, seemingly asleep. The ground trembled with a thunderous rumble as the horde of ferocious beasts closed in. Sleeping? Daring to sleep in the Abyss Demon Blood Den? That's seeking death? Sensing his aura, his life breath doesn't seem to be that strong. How has he managed to survive until now? The armored warriors on the deck of the warship were speechless. They hadn't encountered such a fool in a long time. This area was already the inner domain of the Abyss Demon Blood Den, a place of grave danger. Whoosh, the warship sliced through the airwaves, rapidly approaching the area of the giant stones where the black armor youth lay. With the valley terrain, not daring to flee toward the sides of the mountain ranges, there was only one path. Unless they reached some mountain range junction point, where several valleys intersected, they would have the option to escape into other valleys. At that moment, the black armor youth seemed to be startled awake, leisurely, sitting up and looking towards the warship, also noticing the ferocious beast horde tens of kilometers away that was furiously charging towards him. He just sat there watching, as if he was frozen with fright. "Auntie Guo, let's save him," the silver armor maiden urged. "The pack of beasts was provoked by us. He's innocent." "Your Highness, this kind of fellow isn't worthy of," the burly man couldn't help but start to say. Save him, the maiden insisted. All right then, the burly man internally resigned. He felt that everything about Her Highness was excellent, her talent exceedingly high, having already reached the flying heaven peak in just over a decade of cultivation. In the future, she even had the potential to awaken the third-rank 7-star veins. But she was just too kind, treating various servants and underlings extremely gently while in the county city. He hadn't expected that even here, in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, she would still be so kind. Right. Theoretically, the ferocious beasts charging from behind were provoked by them. This black armor youth seemed somewhat innocent. But in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, where did innocent people exist? Boy, if you don't want to die, get on the ship, the burly man suddenly shouted angrily, and through Origin Power sound transmission, his voice instantly traveled to the black armor youth. Whoosh! The warship slightly adjusted its course close to the ground. Suddenly, a silver chain had zipped out, full of spiritual nature, shooting straight towards the black armor youth. The silver chain was cast by the silver armor maiden, who also transmitted a message. Grab it quickly. On the giant stone. The black armor youth, hearing the sound, was momentarily stunned, then saw the silver chain and the anxious expression on the maiden's face on the warship, as well as glanced at the tide-like beast horde behind. Huff! Li Yuan reached out, grabbed the silver chain, and immediately his origin power burst forth, displaying a 4th-rank level of strength, and propelled himself upwards with a leap. Instantly, he landed on the deck of the warship. A semi-divine level warship? Li Yuan scanned the ship and thought to himself, no signs of technology, this warship should be closer to a semi-divine artifact. The forging of divine artifacts and semi-divine artifacts share commonalities with technological creations but also have many differences. The most fundamental difference lay in the law fluctuation. Boom! The warship continued its advance. Thank you, Senior. Li Yuan bowed respectfully towards the burly man steering the warship. Without the need for divine palace exploration, Li Yuan's strength allowed him to instantly discern that the burly man was probably at the semi-divine level of 40th rank but with a somewhat unstable aura, likely having just made a breakthrough. Semi-divine. This was the first time Li Yuan had encountered a human semi-divine in his days wandering the Abyss Demon Blood Den. According to the rules Li Yuan knew, one must be at the flying heaven level to enter the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Did this burly man break through to the semi-divine level inside the Abyss Demon Blood Den? There's no need to thank me. If you're going to thank someone, thank my family's Her Highness. The burly man glanced at Li Yuan, then no longer paid him any attention. Her Highness. Li Yuan couldn't help but look towards the silver armor maiden, whose features were delicate, her eyes clear and pure. This is Her Highness Zhang Zan, an armored warrior beside Chided. Seeing Her Highness, shouldn't you bow in homage? If it wasn't for Her Highness's kindness, commanding the commander to save you, you would have died to the beasts, another armored warrior added. Li Yuan immediately understood the reason they saved him. Thanks to Her Highness Zhang Zan, Li Yuan bowed slightly in gratitude, his heart also stirred. Zhang. The royal family of Abyss Country was indeed surnamed Zhang. But after thousands of years of proliferation, the royal family's bloodline had become immensely large, with the vast majority being just ordinary people. To still be referred to as Her Highness, capable of wandering the Abyss Demon Blood Den with a semi-divine serving as her personal guard. Undoubtedly, the status of this maiden within the Abyss Country's royal family must be not low. There's no need for thanks. The silver armor maiden shook her head and insisted, that pack of beasts was attracted by us, saving you is only right. A flash of unusual color crossed Li Yuan's eyes. During these days wading through the Abyss Demon Blood Den, although he had rarely engaged in combat, Li Yuan had witnessed many human warriors brutally slaughtering each other, a scene of extreme bloodshed. To suddenly encounter such such a kind-hearted royal princess. It left Li Yuan with a surreal feeling, in the deepest depths of the Abyss Demon Blood Den. This place was surrounded by mountain ranges, and streaks of blood-red mist veiled the void, making it impossible to peer into from a distance. Ordinary treelists simply could not set foot here. In fact, in the intelligence reports of some elite geniuses and royal elite offspring, this area was referred to as Forbidden Lands, where even those with demigod power could not tread. Likewise, the reason it was called Forbidden Lands was also because many exotic treasures grew here. At this moment, on the edge of the Forbidden Lands, a large number of ferocious beasts were attacking a team. Young master, quickly, these ferocious beasts are too strong. A 10-meter-tall golden-armored warrior wielding a combat saber bellowed. Hurry, block the other beasts, forge a bloody path for the master. He was commanded to lead nearly 100 flying heaven warriors, protecting their master to participate in the Abyssal Demon Blood Den trial, striving to break into the final top 10. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a catastrophe. Ninth Uncle. The youth in black armor roared furiously from a distance. These guards had accompanied him for decades, handpicked by his father, and were extremely loyal. It had not crossed their minds that the Forbidden Lands Edge gathering, that was clearly not dangerous according to the reports, could turn into such an unexpected event. Of the flying heaven level guards, less than 20 were left alive. Only thanks to Ninth Uncle, who just broke through to become a demigod, were they able to hold on until now. However, among those besieging ferocious beasts, there were also demigod-level ones. Although the beasts were low in intelligence and did not cultivate star techniques, relying solely on their bloodlines for growth, they were often the weakest in the same realm due to their inherently strong bodies. But Ninth Uncle had only just made his breakthrough. How could so many ferocious beasts come here? I don't understand. These flying heaven guards also felt wronged, but even the weakest among them were at the flying heaven peak, and they were all exerting their utmost effort to create a chance for the youth in black armor to escape. Just at this moment, whoosh! The youth in black armor suddenly slashed with the combat saber in his hand, which faintly shimmered with a fiery red glow, directly slicing through the body of a ferocious beast over 30 meters in length. Instantly, the beast's enormous body fell from midair, split in two, blood and a large number of organs poured out. And the youth in black armor had taken this opportunity to instantly flash behind the beast several hundred meters away, seemingly about to break out of the encirclement. Suddenly, boom! The constantly trembling battlefield abruptly tore open, and a colossal hand stretched out from the ground, with blood-colored streams swirling around it. The heavens and earth seemed to dim at once. What is this? The youth in black armor was nearly on a collision course with the gigantic hand. His heart tightened, involuntarily feeling a sense of despair. This was the condition when the disparity between life levels was immense. The Blood Demon. It's the legendary Blood Demon. The Blood Demon is awakening? It's over? Horror surged in the youth's heart as he suddenly recalled the intelligence reports. The Blood Demon, the strongest beast in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, typically only awakens once every several dozen trials. But once awakened, it is the nightmare of countless trialists. Upon encountering one, death is certain. Rumble, the giant hand, though looking unwieldy, moved with extreme speed, appearing and sweeping past the youth in black armor in an instant, like a boulder crashing into an egg, his body shattering instantly, dead beyond doubt. This scene caused the still-alive golden-armored warriors to be filled with shock and rage. Boom! That terrifying giant hand, like a blood-colored pillar, hundreds of yards high, continued to harshly slam down. As if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Shortly after the battle ended, one ferocious beast after another quietened down, and the giant hand had once again returned underground. Under the invisible force of heaven and earth, the severely damaged and destroyed mountainous valleys began to gradually return to their original state. A bunch of fools. The master had clearly warned the higher-ups of Abyss Country that this is Forbidden Lands, not to trespass. Yet they still dared to come. An invisible thought extended from the blood mist and shrouded depths of the Forbidden Lands to this area. How many flying heaven-level beings have been killed? Not even 30,000 people killed. This time is an important trial for Abyss Country. Quite a few children of great clans came, many of whom became demigods as soon as they entered. Another strong thought came from the ground. As a result, the hunting speed is slower, and my children have suffered considerable losses, many dead and injured, and it will take quite some time to breed new ones. The two thoughts communicated. A trial? HMPH. This is the blood-feeding grounds established by the Master. It is only because we have an agreement with the King of Abyss Country. The thought from within the depths of the Forbidden Lands conveyed. Regardless of their trials, our task is to monitor the formations, slowly gather life essence as material to prepare elixirs for the master. The time to present them is near. Set off a blood catastrophe. That would be good. It's been over a decade since the last blood catastrophe erupted. Setting it off once, and not even the higher-ups of Abyss Country can say a word. The thought from the ground responded. These two thoughts were one of the hidden powers within the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Within a dim gorge in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, the ground of the gorge had numerous cracks, clearly having also experienced a fierce battle, while the previously fast-flying demigod-level warship had shaken off the pursuit of a large number of ferocious beasts, and its speed had slowed down. Li Yuan remained on the warship. "What's your name? How did you come to the Abyss Demon Blood Den?" The silver-armored girl looked at Li Yuan, her voice pleasant. Although kind, it did not mean she was foolish. She knew well that those who could come to the Abyss Demon Blood Den were no ordinary people. Even on the Juxing continent, a normal person would only grow to about level 10 by adulthood. Those who could reach the Flying Heaven realm were already considered elites, and in some smaller places, they could gather some power. "Your Highness, my name is Shu Yuan." Li Yuan made up a name on the spot, somewhat helplessly saying, "I was captured unintentionally." "Captured? That's really unlucky. No wonder you're only at level 34 and ended up in the inner domain. You probably aren't even familiar with the various intelligence reports." The silver armor girl's clear eyes showed a hint of pity. Li Yuan was speechless. The inner domain? For him, there was no difference between the outer and inner domains, except that there were fewer people in the inner domain, which could avoid many troubles. But of course, Li Yuan wouldn't explain any further. The silver armor girl shook her head and said, "The trial quest was originally voluntary. For some reason, hundreds of years ago, it became mandatory to gather 200,000 warriors at the Flying Heaven level every year. If not enough, they would go to various states to capture people." Li Yuan listened on the side. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the survival rate in the Abyss Demon Blood Den was very low. Of the 200,000 warriors at the Flying Heaven level, less than 50% would make it out alive each year. Over time, the enormous number of Flying Heaven level individuals in Abyss Country naturally became unwilling to participate. Hence the capturing began, which, of course, was officially called conscription. If one truly had certain backgrounds, as long as they revealed their identities, they wouldn't be conscripted. If it was just a simple trial to select cultivation geniuses, there would be many ways to do so. Yet they insist on gathering a large number of warriors at the Flying Heaven level every year, and the death rate is shockingly high. Li Yuan thought in his heart, this Abyss Demon Blood Den likely contains secrets. An enormous and invisible formation enveloped the area. Those bizarre ferocious beasts all indicated the special nature of the Abyss Demon Blood Den. From what Li Yuan knew, in the divine realm, some super-powerful beings would often slaughter frenziedly for the growth of some special treasures, concoction of elixirs, powerful treasures, etc. Annihilating hundreds or thousands of planets in one go was routine. Like the pseudo-god soul liquid Li Yuan had used before, it was made by refining the souls of pseudo-god powerhouses. Anyway, it's good as long as I can safely leave the Abyss Demon Blood Den, Li Yuan pondered in his heart. In Zhang Zan's eyes, Li Yuan was just an ordinary Flying Heaven with bad luck and no background. "Your Highness." The burly man known as Guardian Uncle, no longer having to fully control the warship, stepped forward and said in a low voice, "We have escaped the pursuit of the ferocious beasts, and the identities of these three are unclear. For your safety, it's better to let them all go." Zhang Zan had not only saved Li Yuan. During the recent escape, she had also saved two others. "Both of you are at the Flying Heaven Peak. Do you still intend to struggle in the inner domain?" Zhang Zan turned to the other two martial artists. The two Flying Heaven Peak warriors looked at each other and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for the rescue. We still want to try for the Black Abyss guard positions, so we will not follow Your Highness. Following a member of the royal family would make it difficult to hunt other ferocious beasts." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two Flying Heaven Peak warriors turned into two streaks of light, swiftly leaving in another direction. "What about you? Aren't you leaving?" The burly man looked at Li Yuan, frowning slightly. Guardian uncle, let him follow us, the silver armor girl said. Shu Yuan is too weak. We haven't left the inner domain yet. Letting him go now, he would probably die if he encountered a group of ferocious beasts. Your Highness, we still have to complete a mission. Having him with us will slow us down, the burly man said gravely. At level 34, with some luck, it's possible to leave the inner domain. Didn't he make it here by himself before? With Li Yuan's strength and his technique for concealing his cultivation breath, it would be difficult to completely hide the life breath of the flying heaven realm from other powerful beings. But simply concealing his life breath from level 38.9 to level 34 would be undetectable even to an ordinary demigod. Guardian uncle, this time, I don't want to take the risk, the silver armor girl shook her head. Let's return to the outer realm and await the end of the trial directly. Not taking the risk? Guardian uncle was slightly surprised. Your Highness, this trial is very important. If Fang uncle and Dong Li are probably dead, I don't want any more accidents to happen to you. If you all die, even if I succeed in the trial, it won't mean anything. The silver armor girl's eyes slightly reddened. In her heart, people like Guardian uncle and Fang uncle were like family, having watched her grow up since she was a child. I don't want to take the risk. Even without the rewards from this trial, I feel I can enter the Abyssal Emperor Palace for cultivation on my own. Just a few years later at most, the silver armor girl's gaze swept over the group. Your Highness. The burly man became anxious, as he would rather die to let the Highness complete the trial quest. The several flying heaven peak armored warriors beside him couldn't help but say, Your Highness, we are willing to take the risk. My mind is made up, the silver armor girl insisted. With a sigh in his heart, the burly man knew the silver armor girl's temperament. She seemed gentle, but was actually very stubborn. All right. Let's set out for the outer realm and wait for the Blood Den's gate to open, the burly man said in a low tone, then glanced at Li Yuan. Lucky young man. The burly man did not care about Li Yuan. A level 34 martial artist was just in the middle stage of the flying heaven. He posed no threat to Zhang Zan at level 36, who was extremely strong even among those at the flying heaven peak. Not to mention threatening him, a new demigod. In the burly man's eyes, since the Highness was kind-hearted and wanted to take him along, there was no need to make the Highness unhappy. Phew. The warship continued along the dim canyon, moving away from the forbidden area, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Guardian uncle and those soldiers were clearly familiar with the terrain. Encountering some human warriors along the way, they all fled upon merely seeing the warship. A warship of this level was clearly for the children of major families to come and trial. As for ferocious beasts, any that dared approach the warship, if in great numbers, were easily annihilated by Guardian uncle with his demigod origin power. The remote attack of a demigod, though not nearly as powerful as close combat, could easily exterminate the common flying heaven beasts. If there were few in number, it would even serve as practice for Zhang Zan, whose swordsmanship might was astonishing, but she clearly lacked battle experience. The group traversed through canyons, shuttling over tens of thousands of kilometers. Shu Yuan, according to the map, we are not far from the outer realm. Zhang Zan said, if you are willing, you can follow me until the end of the trial. You were just captured. There is no need for you to participate in this kind of battle. Li Yuan nodded. It didn't matter where he stayed. After such a long time, Li Yuan had some judgment in his heart. Zhang Zan was likely a genius of the Abyss country's royal family with not a long cultivation time, of certain status but probably not the core of the royal family. Li Yuan, a large group of troops is approaching, among them are demigods. Ji Yu's voice echoed in Li Yuan's mind. Huh? Li Yuan's heart stirred. Soon, at the other end of the canyon, a slight tremor traveled through the air, and quickly, a void warship appeared before everyone's eyes, revealing a massive structure with dense crowds of figures standing on its deck. There are quite a few of them. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. All at least flying heaven peak warriors, 3 demigods? Such a force was the strongest Li Yuan had encountered in the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Li Yuan wasn't the least bit worried. However, on the warship, the burly man and a few other soldiers, their expressions changed. Not good, it's Zhang Lei's team, let's go. Zhang Zan's expression turned serious as well. Whoosh! The burly man, Uncle Guo, maneuvered the warship, and its speed began to rapidly decrease, trying to fly in the opposite direction, but this took time. That's when, boom! That distant warship picked up speed suddenly, shockingly fast, like a massive trail of firelight, rushing towards Zhang Zan's warship. So fast, the burly man's face changed. This speed was faster than his full effort in maneuvering the warship. Clearly, on the other warship, there might very well be a demigod who has comprehended the true meaning of wind. Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, was also quite surprised. The speed of a demigod-level warship was extremely astonishing. Even under the incredible binding pressure on the Juxing continent, it could reach about 4 kilometers per second. Take note that on Blue Star, flying Heaven Peak experts could nearly reach 3 kilometers per second in flying speed, while demigods generally could exceed 7 kilometers per second. But on the Juxing continent, the normal flying speed of a flying Heaven Peak expert was less than 1 kilometer per second. In less than 10 seconds, the massive warship had already blocked the path of Zhang Zan's warship. Boom! The warship began to forcefully decelerate. Haha, isn't this the noble Zhang Zan? Why are you running away from me like a mouse from a cat? This sneering voice, amplified by origin power, echoed through the canyon. The massive warship's deck cleared out, and a young man in silver armor stepped out from the crowd. His features were bewitchingly handsome and he wore a purple-gold crown, his status seemingly very high. At his side, apart from the armored warriors, there were 3 figures exuding powerful auras, each looking indifferent, gazing down at Zhang Zan and her group. Zhang Lei, what do you want to do? Zhang Zan's expression changed, cold as frost. She did not expect to encounter this enemy. What would I dare to do to you? My respected Zhang Zan, the silver armor youth showed a ferocious smile, his words laced with mockery. Your father was a peak of pseudo-god, reigning over a whole province. Oh, I almost forgot, your father has been dead for 10 years. Ha ha ha, that Mist Mountain King had dozens of children, but it looks like you didn't inherit much wealth or treasures. Venturing into the Abyss Demon Blood Den, you only have a single demigod-level protector by your side. The silver armor youth's eyes were cold, his words filled with disdain. Zhang Lei, Uncle Guo, the burly man, finally exploded in anger, roaring. Even the Mist Mountain King is not immune to your criticism. Daughter of the Mist Mountain King. A hint of surprise flashed through Li Yuan's mind, and he glanced at Zhang Zan. According to the information he had gathered, royal members of the Void God realm in Abyss Country were usually granted the title of Marquis. Those royal family members who were granted the title of a king were very rare and were mostly extremely powerful beings among divine entities or those who had made great contributions. As for non-royal pseudo-gods, even being ennobled as a marquis was difficult. Get lost. Zhang Zan, is this how you teach your subordinates? The silver armor youth's face turned icy, revealing a hint of murderous intent. We're only discussing facts, it's not as if it's slander. My father is Marquis Shadow Edge, how about it? Zhang Zan, does your demigod servant intend to convict me? This kind of servant should be killed. The silver armor youth was full of killing intent. Zhang Lei, my subordinate was in the wrong. I apologize to you on his behalf, Zhang Zan said resolutely. She knew of Zhang Lei's ruthless character. If all 3 of her demigod guards were present, she wouldn't fear him, but now only Uncle Guo remained. With the situation against them, she chose to bow her head. Your Highness, I'd rather die than. The burly man's eyes turned red. Shut up, Shu Guo. Have I indulged you too much? You won't even listen to my orders? Zhang Zan's face was full of anger, and she yelled sternly. When we return to the royal capital, I will punish you severely. The burly man was stunned. Tisk, Zhang Zan, stop putting on a show in front of me. Zhang Lei sneered venomously, his eyes cold as those of a snake. Back then, you captured me and hung me in the 100 Treasures Tower for 3 days and nights, making me lose all my face. I will never forget it in this lifetime. Today is the day I wash away the disgrace. Zhang Lei fixed his gaze on Zhang Zan. Your father is dead, and in this Abyss Demon Blood Den, your elder brother can't save you. You dare to kill me? Zhang Zan's face grew colder. Realizing there would be no peaceful resolution, she no longer pretended. I dare not. I'm not stupid, you're a registered member of the royal family. If I kill you and it's discovered, I too shall die, sneered Zhang Lei. But today, all these servants by your side must die. Without these servants, if you die in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, I won't be blamed. I've also heard that you treat these servants as friends, so surely their deaths will sadden you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lei laughed hideously. Zhang Zan's fury was unparalleled, her small face flushed with anger. By her side, Xu Guo and the armored warriors likewise gripped their weapons tightly. Even with the overwhelming disparity in strength, they never thought of giving up the fight. Protect Her Highness well. The burly man Xu Guo transmitted his voice. Your Highness, the moment the battle erupts, you must immediately steer the warship and flee. I'll desperately entangle them. Uncle Guo. Zhang Zan panicked. Your Highness, your life is what matters, listen to me. You can't bet on Zhang Lei not daring to kill you. One's life can only be controlled by oneself. Xu Guo sternly transmitted, unconcerned about Li Yuan. In such a situation, who would care about an intermediate-ranked flying heaven martial artist? Seems you still wish to resist? The silver-armored young man Zhang Lei sneered coldly and suddenly bellowed. Attack! Kill them all! Remember, don't hurt Zhang Zan, capture her alive. Yes, Your Highness. Kill! The 3 semi-divine warriors and more than 60 flying heaven peak experts surrounding him responded in unison, immediately transforming into beams of light and hurtling forward. Boom! 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 The 3 semi-divine warriors instantly flew out of the warship, exuding an imposing aura. Each held a divine artifact bestowed by Marquis Ying Feng, capable of exerting immense battle power and meant to protect Zhang Lei. Dozens of flying heaven peak guards followed close behind, their formidable presence causing drastic changes in the expressions of Zhang Zan, Xu Guo, and the others. Too powerful. Especially the black-robed elder leading them, whose presence was as scorching as the stars. He waved the divine artifact scepter in his hand, and a vast array of flame snakes and dragons roared as they lunged forth. Law. This is a newly promoted semi-divine who has crossed the threshold of the fire law. Such a powerful being should logically have become semi-divine already, definitely a significant figure. Marquis Ying Feng actually commanded him to protect Zhang Lei's trial task. Xu Guo's face was utterly drained of color. All were newly promoted semi-divine, but grasping the law's mysteries compared to not comprehending them was a world of difference. Just this black-robed elder alone was enough to decimate them. We're done for. No. The several armored warriors beside Xu Guo displayed unwillingness on their faces, along with a hint of fear. Standing at the back, Li Yuan slightly shook his head. I originally thought that following a royal family member would spare me many troubles in battles and keep me inconspicuous, but it seems I still have to take action. Boom. The previously inconspicuous Li Yuan standing behind Zhang Zan, who exhibited the weakest life breath, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. His body instantly grew to a height of 10 meters, followed by strands of earthy yellow energy appearing out of nowhere in the surrounding void. As the earthy yellow energy descended, all the flames and flame snakes in the void dissipated. The entire ravine, within several kilometers, was engulfed in the surging earthy yellow currents. 9 yellow dragons appeared, meandering through the immense domain. The whole world seemed to grow quiet at this moment. On Zhang Zan's warship, Zhang Zan and her armored warriors were all immobilized, while Xu Guo was shockingly overwhelmed, feeling as though he was shouldering a mountain. In contrast, Zhang Lei's subordinates, who had just charged out of the warship, were all more than 60 flying heaven peak experts, completely suppressed and suspended in the void, unable to move. The 3 semi-divine warriors were fully restrained, struggling with great difficulty to invoke the mysteries of true intent or the mysteries of the law. How is this possible? We are semi-divine, and brother is even one who has comprehended the law. The 3 semi-divine were filled with terror. In their view, with the 3 of them joining forces and holding divine artifacts, they should be invincible within the Abyss Demon Blood Den unless they encountered blood disasters or swarms of semi-divine level ferocious beasts. Just now, their attention had been solely on Xu Guo, completely overlooking the 34-year-old in black armor. But now, This unremarkable youth suddenly unleashed such a terrifying domain. Pure domain suppression was choking them, their flight speed dropping by more than 90%. What kind of domain is this? Is he semi-divine, or at semi-divine peak? Why would such a supreme expert protect Zhang Zan? These three semi-divine panicked, knowing they had hit a snag today. Spare us, Senior, please spare our lives. The three semi-divine warriors transmitted desperate pleas, seeking to survive. But Li Yuan remained calm. Roar, roar, roar. The previously circling 9 yellow dragons finally erupted, roaring across the vast sky, each exuding strength close to a middle-ranked semi-divine, slaughtering those dozens of flying heaven peak experts. Even the three semi-divine warriors did not fare any better. Even the black-robed elder managed only a brief resistance before being directly torn apart by the 9 yellow dragons. Vanquished. In less than 3 seconds, all of Zhang Lei's guards were slain, and even the dozen flying heaven-level protectors on the warship's deck were wiped out. Now, only you are left. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Lei, his seemingly calm gaze instilling chilling terror and endless fear in Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei had a feeling. In the next second, he was going to be killed. Zhang Zan. Li Yuan turned to the shocked silver-armored girl. The decision to kill him or not is yours to make. Huff. A silver chain appeared in the void, agile like a silver serpent, binding Zhang Lei, who was already immobilized by domain suppression, without any room for resistance. Thump. Zhang Lei, trussed up like a rice dumpling, was flung from his warship and dropped onto the warship where Zhang Zan was. Then came a rumbling sound. The vast domain that previously spread across several kilometers began to rapidly retract, and the 9 yellow dragons also shrank drastically, zipping towards Li Yuan. Nowadays, merely with my domain, I can easily slay semi-divine initial rank martial artists, Li Yuan thought to himself. 2 years ago, during the Feixing Great Battle, Li Yuan's Heaven and Earth River domain, along with the 9 dragons' Zan armor, was already powerful enough to suppress semi-divine middle-rank experts, and once he commenced an attack, apart from the domain, the eruption of the 9 yellow dragons was akin to the might of semi-divine initial rank martial artists. 2 years had passed. Although Li Yuan's origin power remained at level 38.9, his comprehension of the laws had enhanced across the board compared to 2 years ago. Take for instance, the wind law and earth law seemed to remain at the initial phase of 7th stage, but could the initial phase at 1% and at 29% be the same? What indeed greatly enhanced the might of Li Yuan's domain was the integration with the mysteries of space. Continual delving into space made it so that whether Li Yuan deployed his domain star technique Heaven and Earth River, or the 9 dragons Zan armor, the might of each had noticeably improved. Now, even semi-divine peak experts within Li Yuan's domain would face extremely significant suppression, let alone several newly advanced demigods and those at the flying heaven peak. No matter how many came, that was how many he could kill. Li Yuan's close combat spear technique was still in the accumulation phase, and he had yet to fathom the 4th move of the Boundary Cloud Spear. Compared to 2 years ago, his close combat prowess hadn't fundamentally changed, but in other respects, his abilities were improving rapidly. Huff. Li Yuan completely withdrew his domain, and what also disappeared along with it were the numerous treasures left by the fallen demigods and flying heaven warriors. Even the storage treasure that Zhang Lei carried on him had been directly looted by Li Yuan just now. It could be said that other than that sizable warship, all the loot that could be taken from Zhang Lei's squad had been taken by Li Yuan. No helping it. Broke, naturally, Li Yuan had to find a way to collect some treasures. The treasures left behind by those few demigods added up to be worth hundreds of Fangshan crystals, not too trifling an amount. Me? Zhang Lei lay on the ground, looking at the nonchalant Li Yuan with a face full of terror. He really wanted to beg for mercy, but he simply could not speak. The divine artifact chains not only sealed his limbs but also directly sealed the origin power within his star meridians, sealed his 6 senses, even suppressed certain soul fluctuations, making it very difficult to self-destruct or send out a soul transmission sound. Otherwise, why would it be called a divine artifact? If Zhang Lei were a demigod, the divine artifact chains would still struggle to suppress a soul transmission sound, but after all, he was only at the flying heaven level. Therefore, Zhang Lei was unable to beg for mercy, he couldn't even hear the outside world. He could only signal frantically with his eyes.
Zhang Zan, have you thought it through? Li Yuan turned his head to look at the silver-armored young girl and transmitted his voice to her.
For this kind-hearted royal family princess, Li Yuan still had quite a favorable impression. Even if one is not kind themselves, they often hope others are kind, such is human nature. Me. Zhang Zan's heart jolted, realizing only now that the oppressive aura on her had vanished without a trace. She was incredibly shocked as she looked at Li Yuan and then at Zhang Lei, who was already lying on the deck of the warship. She couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan. Earlier, when facing the onslaught of Zhang Lei's squad, she had felt somewhat hopeless, even imagining the scenario where she would be captured and humiliated. But what she was most worried about at that time was the safety of Xu Guo and the others. She truly didn't want her guards to fall. Yet, she'd never imagined that the flying heaven warrior, whom she thought was simply an unlucky fellow receiving her care out of charity, would possess such terrifying strength. Newly advanced demigods who comprehended the laws were instantly slain. Not just Zhang Zan. The burly Xu Guo and several armored warriors were also shocked to their core. Too terrifying. With such strength, to instantly kill 3 demigods, this man named Xu Yuan. Oh no, Lord Xu Yuan is too frightening. That 9 yellow dragons just now, I felt like they were 9 real semi-divine true dragons. These armored warriors all held their breath. On Zhuxing continent, the strong are revered. Even if they are from great clans, even if they are descendants of the divine, they do not earn as much respect as real powerhouses. And without a doubt, at this moment, Li Yuan was a true powerhouse in their eyes. I'm really stupid, seriously, I just thought he was a silly little guy who got lucky and made it deep into the inner domain. Xu Guo thought with trepidation. The more formidable he was, the more he understood how terrifying the methods Li Yuan had just used. I never thought that he would be such a super expert. He must not be level 34. The body refining star technique he just used, I fear, is the 9-layer body refining technique. But whether it's me or the demigods under Zhang Lei's command, we all failed to see through his disguise. Could it be that he too is a newly crowned demigod with extremely high law comprehension? But for a demigod to disguise as a flying heaven realm, how powerful must his breath-concealing technique be? A myriad of thoughts flew through Xu Guo's mind. Or, he is an extremely terrifying fighter of the flying heaven realm. But to unleash such strength as flying heaven, how monstrous that would be. Even Prince Zhongshan, with 7-star veins, a top-tier prodigy among the current royal family, whose power is so strong it's almost pseudo-god, didn't compare at flying heaven level, right? Xu Guo's perspective wasn't low, but in a short time, he couldn't figure out Li Yuan's ins and outs. Princess, Xu Guo sent a transmission. Be cautious in your dealings. I suspect Xu Yuan is a top-tier genius of the flying heaven 7-star veins, and his law comprehension must be exceptionally high, too. He must have also deployed a powerful divine artifact just now. He definitely has some background and history. It's possible he comes from one of the hidden great sects, but he seems to have a good impression of your highness. Xu Guo communicated telepathically. If he is willing to help you, we will definitely be able to complete the trial task. At this moment, Xu Guo was still thinking about Zhang Zan's trial task. Uncle Guo, I have my own judgment. Zhang Zan responded, her mind somewhat in turmoil. Seeing that Zhang Zan did not respond, Li Yuan did not rush to ask further, knowing she needed some time to digest the situation. Li Yuan was checking the treasures left behind by the demigods and the flying heaven warriors in the ancient divine palace. There are quite a few weapons and elixirs. There are also quite a few heads of flying heaven-level ferocious beasts. Li Yuan's soul was incredibly powerful, breaking the unclaimed seals on storage treasures with ease. He cracked several storage treasures in succession. Unfortunately, they did not contain what Li Yuan was looking for. There are plenty of treasures, but no books or message crystals. Do they not read? Li Yuan muttered to himself, though he understood that flying heaven warriors, with their strong memories, didn't particularly need books. Senior Xu Yuan. Zhang Zan was quite nervous and couldn't help but speak out. Senior. Li Yuan looked towards the somewhat uneasy Zhang Zan and smiled. Zhang Zan, by status, you are nobler than me, and I'm probably not much older than you are. Just keep calling me Shu Yuan, like before. Not much older than me? Zhang Zan was slightly surprised, as if she had realized something. Then I will call you Brother Shu. All right. Li Yuan nodded, no longer dwelling on the form of address. It wasn't important. Brother Shu, I want to thank you for this time. Without you, Uncle Guo and the others would have probably had a hard time surviving, Zhang Zan said sincerely. But for Zhang Lei, I still hope you would release him. Zhang Zan pointed at the bound Zhang Lei on the ground. Zhang Lei couldn't hear the exchange between the two, growing more anxious by the moment. Release him? Are you sure? He just tried to capture you, Li Yuan frowned. He planned to capture me but probably didn't intend to kill me. Zhang Zan shook her head. I know Brother Shu is trying to protect me. But his father is the Shadowblade Marquis, a pseudo-god of my Abyss country's royal family. Brother Shu, you're not a mighty one from my Abyss country, are you? Li Yuan just smiled and shook his head without further explanation. Brother Shu's strength, I guess, is that of a disciple from one of the hidden great sects out on a journey to temper himself, Zhang Zan said. I've read some books and seen many such legends. Peerless geniuses concealing their identity, wandering the lands, and ultimately becoming true gods, founding their own divine kingdoms. I know Brother Shu can't reveal his identity, consider it my wild guess. Zhang Zan smiled, her heart relaxing a bit during the conversation. Li Yuan, hearing this, chose not to explain his origins any further, leaving her to her imagination. Would killing him let the Shadowblade Marquis know the true perpetrator? Li Yuan wondered. It's hard to say. Zhang Zan shook her head. The Abyss Demon Blood Den is a special secret realm, absolutely sealed off. Not even pseudo-gods can break in, let alone spy. But there are no walls in the world that are completely impenetrable. Perhaps the divine have special methods of inquiry. Brother Shu may not fear the Shadowblade Marquis, but this is the territory of my Abyss country. There's no need to invite trouble, Zhang Zan said. If Brother Shu trusts me, shall I handle it? All right. Li Yuan nodded. If this were outside the Abyss Demon Blood Den, he would have killed him outright. What of a divine's offspring? Kill and run. The world is vast, and even the divine would be powerless to catch him. But this was Abyss country's turf, so caution was warranted. Li Yuan waved his hand, loosening some of Zhang Lei's seals, allowing him to hear outside and allowing him to speak. Zhang Zan, spare me. Please. Mercy. Zhang Lei hurriedly pleaded, a complete change from his demeanor before. Zhang Lei, shut up. Brother Shu is a good friend my brother made in the Starry Sky Ancient City. He happened to come to Abyss country, and my brother asked him to protect me. Zhang Zan's voice was icy. I didn't want to reveal Brother Shu's presence just now. You forced my hand. I've recorded everything about your attempt to assassinate me, but for Brother Shu's sake, I will not report it. Zhang Zan glared at him. I just asked Brother Shu to spare your life. I'm warning you, don't leak the existence of Brother Shu. If it gets out, not only you but even your father may be implicated. Li Yuan was surprised to hear this on the side, and Zhang Lei was frightened. Zhang Zan's big brother's friend? From the Starry Sky Ancient City? A surnamed Shu? Instantly. Is it the peerless monster from the Starry Sky Ancient City tempering himself through trial? Zhang Lei thought of various possibilities. The key was Li Yuan's terrifying strength on display, which in turn substantiated his guesses, sending a chill down his spine. Starry Sky Ancient City, that was a place said to possess unrivaled power, even above the 3,000 divine kingdoms of the continent. Though Zhang Lei was a divine offspring, he only had a vague understanding of the Starry Sky Ancient City, not even qualified to visit. As far as Zhang Lei knew, every few years the divine kingdoms would select top geniuses to go to the Starry Sky Ancient City, but the vast majority would not receive approval. The official members of the Starry Sky Ancient City, as legends had it, all were divine. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei felt even colder inside. Brother Shu, please let him go. Zhang Zan respectfully asked Li Yuan. Okay, Li Yuan said coldly, his expression indifferent but his heart calm, and retracted the divine artifact chains. Zhang Lei, get out of here, Zhang Zan said, whoosh. In a panic, Zhang Lei immediately turned into a streak of light, flying into his warship, quickly piloting it away. A storage treasure? Having convinced himself of Li Yuan's identity, all he wanted was to escape quickly, fearing Li Yuan would change his mind and kill him again. Where could he dare to hope to get his storage treasure back? On Zhang Zan's warship. Brother Shu, I'm sorry, we could only resort to such a measure, Zhang Zan said. That Zhang Lei is just a prodigal son. These words should be enough to scare him off. No worries, Li Yuan smiled. He had to admit, Zhang Zan was clever. Using intimidation, along with the display of his own strength, it was easy to frighten someone. Zhang Lei didn't die by his hand, so today's events wouldn't cause too much of an uproar. Just then, Lord Shu Yuan, Shu Guo couldn't help but say, with such strength, yet you came to the Abyss Demon Blood Den, could it be for the treasures within the Forbidden Land? Forbidden Land treasures. Li Yuan muttered softly and then glanced at him. No, I was just traveling to Abyss Country and stumbled upon the opening of the Blood Den. After briefly understanding the rules, I wanted to take a look and broaden my horizons. Since Zhang Zan suspected that he was a disciple of some major sect, Li Yuan didn't mind pretending to be one. Uncle Guo. Before Shu Guo had the chance to speak, Zhang Zan's face suddenly showed anger. I've said it before, the Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous, I will not go there again. At once, Zhang Zan looked towards Li Yuan, said with a bitter smile, Brother Shu Yuan, I'm sorry, please don't listen to Uncle Guo's temptation. This trial in Source Devil Blood Cavern is quite peculiar. The Forbidden Land is very strange, not to be trifled with. I hope you won't blame Uncle Guo. He's only looking out for me. Li Yuan's thoughts turned, and he quickly understood Shu Guo's intentions. The man probably wanted to use his strength to help Zhang Zan complete the trial task. Shu Guo, you are a loyal guard, but your loyalty is misplaced, Li Yuan said indifferently. Zhang Zan is decent and I have some good feelings for her, willing to lend a hand, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to take risks. I came to the Abyss Demon Blood Den just to have a look around, other matters, forget it. If you want to venture into that so-called forbidden place, then we shall part ways here, Li Yuan said directly. Li Yuan did not want to take too great of a risk in the Abyss Demon Blood Den but wanted to wait safely until he could leave, then slowly find ways to explore the Zhuxing continent. Lord. Shu Guo's complexion changed slightly as he bowed and said, I'm wrong, I will listen to everything your highness says, I hope you'll forgive me. Li Yuan nodded slightly and did not blame him further. Brother Shu Yuan, let's continue towards the outer realm, Zhang Zan said. The outer realm has the fewest ferocious beasts and is relatively the safest. No need, there may be more ferocious beasts in the inner domain, but fewer people, it's more tranquil, Li Yuan said. Following Li Yuan's opinion, the warship Zhang Zan piloted decided to continue forward in the inner domain. Shu Guo did not object. After all, with Li Yuan with them, their team was almost absolutely safe as long as they did not venture into the forbidden area. Time passed. Li Yuan unlocked all the storage treasures he had acquired as spoils of war, including the two belonging to Zhang Lei, obtaining a vast number of items. For those weapons, elixirs, and miscellaneous items, Li Yuan mostly didn't care for them and casually set them aside. However, Li Yuan finally found more than 10 message crystal stones, most containing cultivation method messages, but there were also several crystals imbued with common knowledge and some historical legends of the Zhuxing continent. He didn't need those cultivation method messages, after all, he had received the true God heritage from two entities and hardly lacked anything. But that common knowledge was precisely what Li Yuan urgently needed. Abyss Country Introduction of 480 Provinces. Abyss Country Brief Introduction of 800 Noble Families. Abyss Country 10,000 Years History Summary. Abyss Country. Starry Sky Ancient City Legend. Legends of the 100 Most Powerful True Gods of the Continent. The Magical Zhuxing Divine Pill. Within several seemingly insignificant crystal stones, Li Yuan's soul and divine sense quickly received a wealth of information. All were details he had not obtained while interrogating those of Flying Heaven level. Clearly, as a member of the royal family, Zhang Lei had access to richer and more secretive information. While chatting with Zhang Zan and Xu Guo, Li Yuan perused the intelligence with part of his consciousness. Gradually, Li Yuan formed a certain conception and understanding of the whole Abyss country, the Zhuxing continent, and even the legendary Starry Sky ancient city. The Starry Sky ancient city, located in the endless starry space, was the source and beginning of the continent's civilization. There are a total of 3 Starry Sky ancient cities. Legend has it that the earliest creatures on the continent descended from the Starry Sky ancient city, proliferating and eventually spreading civilization across the entire Zhuxing continent. Besides these, Li Yuan finally learned about a treasure that interested him, the Zhuxing Divine Pill. The Zhuxing Divine Pill is a supreme treasure only owned by one of the 3 great Starry Sky ancient cities, Zhuxing City. Many divine kingdoms and Zhuxing ancient city trade treasured relics to obtain the Zhuxing Divine Pill. The Zhuxing Divine Pill, precious beyond measure. Incredibly magical. Its effect, just like its name, can help cultivators activate more life stars and star veins, but how exactly it aids is not recorded in the crystal stones. Its value? Likewise unlisted. It only mentioned that even if one obtains the Zhuxing Divine Pill, there are difficulties in consumption, and it's not something that can be used limitlessly. Because of the existence of the Zhuxing Divine Pill, the Zhuxing continent has, over the long years, given birth to many unrivaled beings with semi-divine 7-star veins, 8-star veins, and even 9-star veins. 9-star veins? Has the Zhuxing continent really produced semi-divine 9-star veins? Li Yuan was quite astonished in his heart. In the divine realm, a semi-divine 7 stars meridian is already considered a genius, and they are not numerous. Usually, each star domain would have a batch. Semi-divine 8-star veins are extremely rare. Usually, as long as their law talent is not too poor, they can become disciples of heavenly divine, and becoming a true god is almost a certainty. Once they are true gods, their strength is often exceedingly formidable within the ranks of true gods. If one wishes to become a heavenly divine, not only does one need the star vein talent, but also the requirements for law talent are extremely high. Semi-divine 9-star veins? In the divine realm, it's almost the stuff of legends. According to Little Ice's previous words, in the history of the Heavenly Serpent clan, there were 9 recorded semi-divine beings with 9-star pulse, among which 5 were second-rank 8-star veins, and only 4 evolved from second-rank 7-star veins. Li Yuan mused silently. Second-rank 8-star veins would almost all awaken the 9-star pulse before ascending to godhood. The vast majority of those with second-rank 7-star veins, however, would end at 8-star veins, with only a very few reaching the 9-star pulse. Of those 9 historic figures with semi-divine 9-star veins in the Heavenly Serpent clan history, aside from the 2 that perished during their true god phase, the remaining 7 all eventually ascended to heavenly god. Li Yuan sighed to himself, and there was even one who surpassed the heavenly divine, becoming the most magnificent existence in the history of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Because of that magnificent being who surpassed the heavenly gods, its bloodline descendants evolved upon the basis of Heaven Snake to give rise to the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, a top-tier divine beast bloodline. Semi-divine 9-star veins hold the highest level of star vein talent even in the divine realm. Their emergence would always lead to a fierce scramble among numerous heavenly divines, who wished to take the possessor as a disciple. Zhuxing continent, though vast and boundless, is still less than 1/10,000th the size of the divine realm. To think that a 9-star vein could be born here? Receiving such information naturally took Li Yuan by surprise. To learn more, Li Yuan subtly brought up this legendary figure during his conversations with Zhang Zan. Senior Ji Yu Yun. Zhang Zan's eyes reflected reverence. Brother Shu, that's a legend of the whole continent. The legend has it that back in the day, Senior Ji Yu Yun was once a member of a Starry Sky ancient city yet refused to conform and was exiled, wandering and honing his skills across the continent. Astonishingly, he awakened the 9-star pulse and rapidly became a true god, and established a divine kingdom. Zhang Zan said excitedly. It's said that later on, Senior Ji Yu Yun even cultivated to a level beyond the true gods and led many divine kingdoms to wage war against the starry sky ancient cities. He marched towards the depths of the starry heavens. Engaging in war with the starry sky ancient city, Li Yuan found the idea shockingly ambitious. It's a pity, though. I have searched through numerous records, which mention Ji Yu Yun's war against the starry sky ancient city, but nowhere is the outcome recorded. It's unknown who won, Zhang Zan said, shaking her head, but these deeds are from tens of millions of years ago, and the three great starry sky ancient cities still stand. It's likely that Senior Ji Yu Yun was ultimately defeated, and that part of history has been erased. Li Yuan nodded slightly. By now, he began to doubt whether the starry sky ancient city on Zhu Xing continent was indeed one of the starry sky ancient cities in the divine realm. Should that speculation be true, then it would be normal for Senior Ji Yu Yun to fail. Even a heavenly divine would find it hard to shake a starry sky ancient city. On the warship, Brother Shu, you should still be at the flying heaven level, Zhang Zan asked curiously. May I ask how many star meridians you have awakened? What do you think? Li Yuan responded with a smile. You must be of the 7-star meridian, Zhang Zan asserted seriously, otherwise it would be impossible to possess such formidable strength. My brother, when he was in the flying heaven realm, wasn't nearly as strong as you, added Zhang Zan. Li Yuan revealed a smile but did not answer. Through previous exchanges, Li Yuan had learned that Zhang Zan's brother, named Zhang Shan, seemed to be a top-level prodigy of the younger generation in the Abyss Country's royal family, claimed to be the #1 semi-divine in Abyss Country, with the 7-star meridian awakened. Exactly because of this, even after their father perished 10 years ago, their entire family remained prosperous, relying on her big brother. According to Li Yuan's estimation, Zhang Shan's strength was probably slightly stronger than Principal Fang Hai, considering the longer cultivation time. While they were talking, suddenly, some tens of kilometers away in the canyon where the warship was sailing, an astonishing fluctuation erupted on the mountainside, followed by rocks and earth flying in disarray, revealing a gigantic cave. Boom! 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 A group of ferocious beasts emitting savage and powerful auras burst forth from the cave. Not good. Semi-divine level ferocious beasts. So many, 9 semi-divine level beasts? Why would so many semi-divine level ferocious beasts appear in the outer realm? It is quite rare for this to happen internally. Shu Guo and Zhang Zan's faces changed, and they instantly thought of a possibility, a blood disaster. Once a blood disaster erupts, a large number of semi-divine level ferocious beasts, along with the most terrifying, Blood Demon, within the Abyss Demon Blood Den, would sweep through the entire Abyss Demon Blood Den, slaughtering countless treelists. Normally, out of 200,000 treelists, only 20% would survive and leave. But if a blood disaster occurs, then the percentage of surviving treelists might sadly be only 1. Semi-divine level ferocious beasts. A look of curiosity flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. This was the first time he had encountered semi-divine level beasts. Once a blood disaster erupts, a large number of semi-divine level ferocious beasts, along with the most terrifying, Blood Demon, within the Abyss Demon Blood Den, would sweep through the entire Abyss Demon Blood Den, slaughtering countless treelists. Normally, out of 200,000 treelists, only 20% would survive and leave. But if a blood disaster occurs, then the percentage of surviving treelists might sadly be only 1. Those with semi-divine 8-star veins often qualified. Li Yuan had been wandering in the outer realm and inner domain previously, encountering only flying heaven-level ferocious beasts. But semi-divine level beasts normally appear in forbidden regions, only occasionally venturing out to the edges. The inner domain? You would hardly see any semi-divine level beasts. These semi-divine level beasts, their life breath isn't particularly strong. Inquiry shows they are level 40, 41. Li Yuan had already deployed Divine Palace Exploration to confirm the life level of these emerging beasts. Slaying them will yield spirituality nourishment. It seems they are real living creatures, not puppets like the flying heaven level beasts, Li Yuan thought, many ideas flashing through his mind. but it's uncertain whether the spirituality nourishment received from killing them is as much as from slaying a normal semi-divine expert. Since the soul will had not broken through, Li Yuan's spiritual awakening level had always been capped at 80%. Even if he killed a demigod, it would only remind him to obtain spirituality nourishment without showing the exact amount. If the chance arises, there may be an opportunity for a slaughter, Li Yuan thought to himself. By then, when my soul undergoes metamorphosis to reach the void god realm and my spiritual awakening level limit reaches 85% or even 90%, I can directly surge to the limit. Even if reaching the limit of spiritual awakening, one could continuously accumulate spirituality nourishment. However, to suddenly come across more than 10 semi-divine level beasts, could this indeed be the blood disaster referred to by Zhang Zan and the others? Li Yuan was inwardly astonished. Blood disaster sweeps across the entire abyss demon blood den. 16 semi-divine level beasts? With so many, it must be a blood disaster burst, but it hasn't even been 20 occurrences since the last one. Could it come this quickly? Zhang Zan, Xu Guo, and the rest wore changing expressions. They were not that afraid of the dozen or so semi-divine level beasts. After all, they had the highly skilled Li Yuan with them. With Li Yuan's displayed strength, slaying these semi-divine level beasts shouldn't be hard. But the true terror of blood disaster lies in the blood demons, capable of causing any flying heaven level to lose their will to resist. Brother Shu, it must be the blood disaster burst. We need to escape the inner domain quickly, Zhang Zan hurriedly transmitted. From the forbidden lands to the inner domain, then to the outer realm, the danger decreases gradually. Only by fleeing to the outer realm can we have a greater hope of survival. I know you have great strength, but based on the intelligence we've acquired, killing these semi-divine level beasts, the more you kill, the more it will attract other semi-divine level beasts to besiege us, and if we provoke a blood demon, it's all over. Zhang Zan's voice was urgent. She was worried Li Yuan would take action directly. Xu Guo and several armored warriors couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan, waiting for his command. Though subordinates of Zhang Zan, at such life and death moments, they tend to follow the strongest. Of course, if the strongest one made a suicidal move, that would be the exception. Let's go, said Li Yuan. Boom. The void warship immediately moved, Xu Guo controlling the warship. Its speed began to surge, quickly fleeing toward the other end of the gorge. At this moment, the 16 semi-divine level beasts, emerging from the cave, had already sensed Li Yuan, Zhang Zan, and their life breath. In their perception, these were blood feast. Their mission was to kill all this blood feast. Boom. 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 The 16 semi-divine level beasts, with their towering and fierce might, more horrifying than the hundreds of flying heaven-level beasts before, turned into streaks of light, chasing like lightning. Among these semi-divine level beasts, there were two that resembled bats, exceptionally swift, their surfaces diffusely emitting a blue glow, dazzling to the eye. Not good. There are two wind system beasts faster than our warship. Xu Guo's face changed, saying, Brother Shu, Your Highness, I am not adept at controlling the warship. Li Yuan frowned slightly. This void warship, if at full speed, would be faster than the flight of a semi-divine expert. Alas, Xu Guo did not cultivate the true meaning of wind. If I were to control the ship, I should be able to shake them off, but I would need some time to refine the warship's core, Li Yuan thought to himself. Even with his strength, he couldn't instantly refine a semi-divine artifact. Roar, roar. The two bat-like beasts quickly closed in. Zhang Zan and others became even more anxious. Prepare to retract the warship, don't resist, Li Yuan's voice echoed in their minds. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, another long shuttle appeared next to the original warship, its surface emitting a hazy glow, resembling nebulae. A divine artifact. Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xu Guo, a semi-divine, reacted swiftly, collected his own warship into the storage magical treasure with a wave of his hand, and promptly felt an invisible force enveloping him. He, along with Zhang Zan and several armored warriors, were brought into the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle by Li Yuan. Swoosh. The speed of the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle was astonishing, like a bolt of lightning, far surpassing the flight speed of the two wind system beasts and leaving them far behind. Such tremendous speed. What kind of warship is this? Zhang Zan and Xu Guo were both shocked. They could still observe the outside from inside the warship and naturally noticed the terrifying speed of the long shuttle, more than twice as fast as their own warships. Twice the speed? Absolutely frightening. A semi-divine peak expert's flight speed was merely so. My warship, Li Yuan said indifferently. In fact, with Li Yuan's current understanding of the wind law and the mysteries of space, if he were to operate at full strength, the velocity of the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle could be increased by more than 50%. After all, the theoretical extreme speed of the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle surpasses even the pseudo-god peak. Right now, Li Yuan has only tapped into a small portion of its might. Whoosh! Under Li Yuan's full control, the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle, less than 20 meters in length, darted away like an agile fish, swiftly evading the pursuit of more than 10 semi-divine level ferocious beasts. In the deepest reaches of the Abyss Demon Blood Den, within the Forbidden Area, two powerful consciousnesses were exchanging thoughts. How effective is the Blood Calamity? Inquired a consciousness from the Forbidden Area. Very effective. It was indeed a wise decision to deploy a large number of our offspring to the inner domain and outer realm. The slaughter efficacy has immediately increased, the consciousness from the earth responded. At this rate, we can exterminate all the blood feasts within a day. Leave some behind. Keep to the previous ratio, 1%, suggested the consciousness from the Forbidden Area. If we exterminate them all, I fear no one will be willing to enter again. I understand, replied the Earth consciousness, suddenly.
Huh, interesting. The Earth consciousness exclaimed in surprise.
What's the matter? My offspring have found something interesting. A warship capable of reaching the semi-divine peak level, the Earth consciousness replied. It must be a formidable divine artifact. The worth of an artifact depends on how well it's utilized. It appears we have a capable flying heaven-level being here. Uncertain if it's operated by a demigod. Oh, the consciousness from the Forbidden Area was also curious. From what you're implying, seize it with full effort? According to the Master's command, life, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, the more formidable the flying heaven-level being, the more essence their soul spirit and flesh hold. To kill them would be greatly beneficial. Besides, such a formidable artifact is worth perhaps hundreds of Fangshan crystals. Accumulating bit by bit, our Master would be pleased as well, replied the Earth consciousness. Both consciousnesses secretly collected treasures from the treelists they killed, though they usually did it inconspicuously. I have instructed my offspring to attack from all directions. They cannot escape, declared the Earth consciousness confidently. First, we'll annihilate them before going after other blood feasts. In a dim canyon, after evading another group of ferocious beasts, the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle slowed down and landed among a cluster of towering trees, concealing their tracks. The blood calamity has erupted. Everywhere is unsafe, remarked Xu Guo. Whether moving forward or backward, we might encounter other hordes of ferocious beasts. It's better to stay put. How fortunate we have Master Xu Yuan, Xu Guo said with eyes full of admiration. The armored warriors felt the same way. It's a small matter, Li Yuan responded calmly. What a pity, this blood calamity. Who knows how many treelists will perish because of it? The survivors are probably less than 1 in 100. Zhang Zan murmured softly, disliking the act of slaughter deep in her bones. However, she quickly recovered and looked at Li Yuan. Brother Xu, you've saved me once again. I'm also saving myself, Li Yuan said with a smile, then his tone shifted. There are 10 days left until the end of the trial. Will this blood calamity continue throughout? Li Yuan estimated that if it persisted, like a tidal wave, the hordes of ferocious beasts would probably wipe out all treelists in the Abyss Demon Blood Den. After all, this was the lair of the beasts. They were very familiar with the terrain. With the invisible origin power array enveloping them, treelists could hardly move mountains. Even Li Yuan found it difficult. One could only proceed through fixed canyon passages. But what about the beasts? They could carve passages through the mountains, obviously taking advantage of the terrain. It usually lasts 1 or 2 days, Zhang Zan replied helplessly. Actually, People have always suspected that the entire Abyss Demon Blood Den is secretly controlled by an unseen force. Many suspect it to be the upper echelons of Abyss Country. The high ranks of Abyss Country? Li Yuan was surprised. Yes, Shu Guo also added, although it has never been proven, it is also the origin of the word, Abyssal Demon, in the name of the Blood Den. Li Yuan fell silent. It sounded like many citizens of Abyss Country had a lot of complaints about the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Regrettably, with great power concentrated among a few, it's destined that the higher-ups of Abyss Country wouldn't pay much attention to the thoughts of the common folk. As Li Yuan knew, in the Divine Realm, some mighty heavenly divine beings ruling over vast starry territories with millions of life planets under their command, all were in total slavery, regularly sacrificing a large number of life planets. Even labeled as demon gods, yet, those heavenly divine beings continued to live freely and at ease, all relying on their formidable power. The rule of Abyss Country was already comparatively peaceful. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had elapsed. The canyon was very quiet. Li Yuan suddenly had a premonition, and instantly sensed large numbers of figures emerging in the passages on both sides of the canyon, all moving at an astonishing speed. Boom! Another mountain range in a different direction exploded, and a gigantic arm hundreds of meters long stretched out from the heavens and earth, with countless dirt and rocks scattering. Another blood demon. The emergence of two blood demons made the oppressive might filling the air even more terrifying. This, to have actually attracted a blood demon? Zhang Zan's face paled, and her heart was even more distressed. We should not have come for this trial. Uncle Fang, Uncle Guo, they're all going to die because of me. And I've also dragged down Brother Shu. Zhang Zan couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan, who still maintained a calm demeanor. Lord Shu Yuan hadn't even made a move to slaughter. It shouldn't be like this. Shu Guo and the several armored warriors were even paler. According to the intelligence we have, such a thing has never happened in the past. Or is it that it has happened before, but everyone who encountered it has died? At this moment, they all believed they were doomed. Even if they still had faith in Li Yuan, after all, he was just at the Flying Heaven realm. Even if his domain might was strong, how powerful could his actual combat strength be? At most, he had the strength of a semi-divine peak. But there were hundreds of semi-divine level ferocious beasts here, and two terrifyingly powerful blood demons as well. Brother Shu. Zhang Zan suddenly said anxiously. Let Uncle Guo and the others leave the warship, desperately draw the attention of some blood demons. And you take the opportunity to flee. Maybe there's a slim chance of survival. I've already thought about it. I guess it's because you, Brother Shu, took action to save us, revealing your overwhelming strength, which led to the power behind the Abyss Demon Blood Den to target us. Otherwise, such terrifying power would not be rounded up against us, said Zhang Zan hastily. She was extremely intelligent. In a very short period of time, she speculated on some possibilities. Shu Guo and the others couldn't help but look at Zhang Zan, desperately fighting for a chance of survival for Li Yuan. Wasn't this sending oneself to their death? But none of them said anything, because, even if they didn't send themselves to their death, they were likely not going to survive anyway. Zhang Zan, your intentions are appreciated. Li Yuan, who had always been calm, couldn't help but reveal a smile, turning his head to look at the blood demon that had already torn through the heavens and earth, revealing its entire form. Only, if we go by your deduction, since the power behind the Abyss Demon Blood Den targeted me because I took action, even if I were to escape by luck, I will probably still be hunted down. Then what do we do? Zhang Zan was stunned. Fighting desperately for Li Yuan was the best solution she had thought of. No need to do anything. Li Yuan's voice remained indifferent, but his eyes emitted a hint of coldness. Just stay on the warship and don't move. In fact, Li Yuan was quite wary of the power behind the Abyss Demon Blood Den. The fact that they could find him so quickly was enough to show that the opponent could possibly make inquiries throughout the Blood Den, or at least note his movements. And they could mobilize so much power. Many signs indicated that the strength behind it must be far superior to his own. But I have no choice now. I barely took any action, and this power behind the scenes wants to round me up. This is unreasonable. The Eternal Hall tasked me here, It couldn't possibly arrange a mission with such a high likelihood of failure. Li Yuan's thoughts flickered in his mind. Moreover, if that power truly wanted to kill me, they should have been able to do so easily. Why only send these semi-divine level beings? Even the blood demons, terrifying in the minds of Xu Guo, Zhang Zan, and others, under Li Yuan's divine palace exploration, could be clearly judged for their level, 46th tier. They posed little threat to Li Yuan's life. Two possibilities. 1. The power the behind-the-scenes agent can mobilize is limited. Li Yuan's gaze was ice-cold. 2. The strength I displayed is very strong, so these semi-divine level ferocious beasts are specifically a test aimed at me. Regardless of which, Li Yuan only knew one thing: he could no longer flee. The blood disaster would continue for at least another day or two. Even if he fled now using the Starry Sky Extreme Sky Shuttle, he would likely be besieged again by more blood demons and semi-divine level ferocious beasts soon. Let's battle, sister, get ready. Li Yuan sent a message to Ji Yuyu. All right. Ji Yuyu responded. I will always pay attention. At a critical moment, I will directly collect you into the ancient divine palace. But remember, this is the last step. Under the meticulous inquiry of a semi-divine peak expert, the existence of the ancient divine palace can be detected. And a pseudo-god powerhouse can forcibly suppress the ancient divine palace. The ancient divine palace was a true god instrument, its might boundless, but only a true god could fully unleash its power. Understood. With a thought, Li Yuan rushed directly into the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle, immediately using the 9-layer star technique. All things divine body, his body transformed into a 10-meter-tall form. His robust origin power surged into the 9 dragons Zan armor, which instantly enveloped him entirely in the combat armor. His entire being instantly became like a steel war god. Whoosh! In Li Yuan's right palm, a divine spear exuding an ancient aura appeared. It seemed to be made of bronze and its surface faintly glowed with a blood color. It was the Dark Star Divine Spear, reforged by Ji Yuyu and Chu Bingzhen. A top-grade virtual divine artifact. Although not as powerful as an origin divine artifact, it was almost the strongest weapon Li Yuan had acquired among regularly forged pseudo-god artifacts. Want to battle? Then I'll accompany you in battle. Killing intent surged as Li Yuan, wielding his long spear, burst forth like lightning, taking the initiative to attack the 2 blood demons nearly 800 meters tall. This kind of aura. A spear? Seeing that he's holding a long spear makes me feel suffocated. As this brother Shu's true strength. On the warship, Zhang Zan and Xu Guo were both shocked as they watched this scene. A flying heaven warrior, directly facing off against 2 blood demons. That was too outrageous. Why'd I feel that brother Shu's aura has a touch of greatness, just like my brother? Zhang Zan couldn't help but say. Stronger than Prince Zhang Shan. Xu Guo directly said, Your Highness, this Mr. Xu Yuan's burst speed in an instant is much faster than that of semi-divine peak. My speed doesn't even match half of his. I even doubt if he is really at the flying heaven realm. If he truly is at the flying heaven realm, I'm afraid he's even more formidable than most of the flying heaven beings in Starry Sky Ancient City, Xu Guo continued. What? A group of people were astonished. In the hearts of the high-level powerhouses on Zhuxing continent, Starry Sky Ancient City is heaven. The official members of Starry Sky Ancient City are all divine beings. And Flying Heaven Realm, Semi-Divine Realm Reserve members. It indicates that in the eyes of Starry Sky Ancient City's high echelons, these reserve members are at least hopeful in becoming pseudo-god. Or perhaps, he is one of the core members from Starry Sky Ancient City, Xu Guo said. The fight is about to begin. Hearing Xu Guo's explanation, Zhang Zan and others sparked a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The blood demons were like giants. Only their skin was thick and heavy, nearly resembling blood-colored rock. Their bodies continuously emitted a slight fog of blood. Roar! Roar! To the left and right, 2 blood demons towering hundreds of feet tall, burst out of the ground and immediately exploded with force. Their momentum was like a rainbow, stepping on the earth, their terrifying power causing the ground to shatter thunderously, stirring up countless boulders, before smashing them down hard on the trembling ground. They ferociously charged straight towards Li Yuan. Swoosh. 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 A large number of semi-divine level ferocious beasts, with eyes flashing crimson, also killed towards Li Yuan, who was actively confronting them, like a tide following the two blood demons. No one bothered about the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle. Clearly, both blood demons and the semi-divine level ferocious beasts had Li Yuan as their target. Whoosh! Both blood demons suddenly opened their mouths and spewed out terrifying streams of blood-colored airflow. The fierce streams rapidly diffused, soon drowning the world. Every plant in the reach of the blood-colored airflow began to wither at a rate visible to the naked eye. A great deal of blood-colored airflow tried to submerge Li Yuan. Domain. What a joke. Li Yuan's combat spirit soared to the sky, and with a thought, he commanded, Heaven and Earth River. 9 dragons Zon armor. Boom. 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 9 yellow dragons emerged all at once, followed by the birth of a surging earthy yellow airflow, as if a gaseous planet was rapidly expanding, its might overwhelming. Rumble. In an instant, that extraordinary might of blood-colored airflow was completely submerged and crushed by the massive earthy yellow airflow. For a moment, the vast Heaven and Earth River domain completely enveloped the two blood demons. What? Such fast speed, such a strong domain. This flying heaven being has such a powerful domain. Two powerful consciousnesses observing in secret were shocked. They can be said to be knowledgeable and experienced. Throughout the long years, those who came to venture into the Abyss Demon Blood Den at the flying heaven level were definitely in the billions. But other than using law treasures, never has any flying heaven level being revealed such a strong domain. Kill. Li Yuan displayed a super strong domain and finally closed in. Roar. The two blood demons were also suppressed by the Heaven and Earth River domain, but their terrifying physical bodies endowed them with great strength. Even with a low law comprehension, even without deploying a domain, they still possessed semi-divine peak strength. Only in this way could they easily kill those new demigods. Boom. Boom. The arms of the blood demons were exceptionally long and thick, like pillars from heaven, smashing hard towards Li Yuan. The two blood demons represented 4 pillars of heaven. Whoosh! Facing the attack of the two blood demons, Li Yuan had cold eyes, holding the spear by the tail with one hand in the middle with the other, directly sweeping across. Whoosh! The long spear drew a circle. A mere spear over 10 meters long was incomparable to the arm-like pillars of heaven, but as the long spear danced, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The two blood demons felt the pressure of the surrounding domain rapidly changing, the invisible force, forcing them to react. Even their forms began to destabilize. At this moment, the might of the spear technique suddenly erupted, space itself seemed to ripple, and the spear's body smashed directly onto one of the gigantic arms. Boom! A large portion of the blood demon's sturdy arm burst apart, and flesh and bones splattered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The long spear swept and cleaved side to side, either smashing the other 3 blood demon arms to pieces or tearing a terrifying wound almost to the point of breaking. In a single exchange, the 2 blood demons were already severely wounded. Roar! Boom! The 2 blood demons panicked instantly. The huge crimson eyes revealed a color of fear, anxiously retreating backward. Even with the blood demons' low intelligence, they still had the ability to discern strength. Undoubtedly, the enemy before them was far superior to them. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. Li Yuan moved again, his speed even more explosively increased from the original basis, directly reaching one of the blood demons, stepping on its chest, with a flash already reaching above the head of the blood demon. Simultaneously, he swung the long spear in his hand. Exterminate! The long spear was dark and seemed as light as the breeze, yet it contained the might to pierce through heaven and earth. Boundary Cloud Spear 3rd Style, Ghost Valley. Boom! With this thrust, the extremely tough head of the blood demon was directly punctured, followed by the spear light bursting, immediately causing blood and flesh to spray. Under the terrifying impact, the towering blood demon staggered backward, its head drenched in blood, looking fierce and appalling. A thrust, and still not dead. Li Yuan was surprised. If it were any other demigod, they would have fallen to this spear thrust already. Semi-divine peaks can also be strong and weak. Be aware, over the past 2 years, with continuous integration of the mysteries of space into his spear technique, Li Yuan's spear technique might kept increasing, especially after acquiring the Darkstar Divine Spear. His spear technique might from 2 years ago at the initial semi-divine peak level, has now nearly reached the semi-divine limit. But what truly transformed for Li Yuan was the strangeness of his spear technique, the combination of wind, earth, and space, making his spear work terrifying whether in frontal assault, group combat, defense, or containment. If one spear isn't enough, then several more will do the job. Li Yuan thrust his long spear forward, initiating invisible spatial fluctuations, directly shaking and deflecting the blood demon's newly half-regrown arm, causing the injury to worsen. Suddenly the spear light flickered. His entire body's vigor erupted, and a torrent of earth and yellow streams surged from the heavens and earth, instantly forming 9 enormous and terrifying spear phantoms. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! The 9 consecutive spear phantoms all slammed onto the already injured spot on the blood demon's head, as if 9 arrows in a rapid sequence, stacking their might to a terrifying degree. Boom! The blood demon's head could no longer withstand the blows, instantly bursting open, its huge body collapsing backwards. The blood demon, dead. 2 years ago. I was bestowed by the Origin Power Array, and even with the joint effort with Little Ice, it was extremely difficult to kill a semi-divine peak expert. Li Yuan's heart was filled with pride. Now, by myself, I can swiftly kill a semi-divine peak. The so-called semi-divine peak, the division of semi-divine limit, is generally seen only in terms of attack limit, defense limit, and so on. But real combat is multidimensional. With Li Yuan's current strength, if he were to face the Yi and semi-divine, a semi-divine limit expert, he could easily restrain the opponent without harm to himself. I'd like to see whether you, the manipulator behind the scenes, can deploy a pseudo-god level combatant. Li Yuan gripped his long spear, fully committed, charging towards another blood demon that had escaped less than 20 kilometers away. Roar, roar, a multitude of semi-divine level ferocious beasts, despite their fear of Li Yuan's prowess, madly charged under their master's command, attempting to cover the blood demon's retreat. If it were another semi-divine peak expert, he would certainly be hindered. But Li Yuan, swish, a straight thrust with the long spear. Bang, or a sweep. Slash, or an angry chop. These semi-divine level beasts, mere threshold combatants of semi-divine, occasionally of semi-divine initial rank strength, were relentlessly slaughtered by Li Yuan, with a shockingly rapid pace of slaughter. In just a few seconds, dozens of semi-divine level beasts had fallen, completely unable to block Li Yuan. It was a mere delivery of death. In truth, the 9 yellow dragons roaming in his domain could join forces and kill semi-divine level beasts. Huff! Li Yuan finally neared another blood demon, dual-wielding the spear, suddenly twisting his waist as the core, bending like a bow to unleash mighty force. The long spear fiercely smashed down on the blood demon. The blood demon's arm had not fully recovered, growing back only halfway and could only barely put up half an arm in a feeble attempt to block. Boom! The sound of bones shattering. The terrifying long spear smashed down, instantly splintering the blood demon's arm, following through with the broken bones slamming onto its chest. The huge body of the blood demon couldn't stand upright, stumbling backwards as it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The injuries worsened. Die! Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold as he thrust his long spear straight into its head, seeking to completely kill it. Just at that moment. Stop! A voice of shock and anger rose. Immediately, large quantities of blood mist surged in the heavens and the earth, coalescing into a vast face in the void. The terrifying visage, overlooking Li Yuan, yelled urgently. Stop, lad. I consider you to have passed the Blood Den trial. No need for more slaughter, it's no good for you either. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold, as his gaze swept across. The target's life level is 19.9. Foolish tricks. Calling to stop now? What were you doing earlier? Scram! Li Yuan uttered coldly, and instantly a wave of invisible air swept over, shredding the large face cleanly. If it were any other flying heaven level or even semi-divine, they would be frightened by the intangible pressure the face exerted. But Li Yuan, with his divine palace exploration, least fears those who put on airs. So far, Li Yuan had not encountered anyone who could evade divine palace exploration. Li Yuan saw through it. The schemer behind the scenes was at their wits' end, only able to spew threats. Moreover, the unwillingness to sacrifice even a semi-divine peak ferocious beast showed that the opponent's power was far less than he had imagined. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Like a flowing wave of spear light, the blood demon was instantly overwhelmed and utterly exterminated. You have slain a fourth-rank creature, obtained spirituality nourishment, another divine palace notification. The earlier slaying of the blood demon and semi-divine level beasts had similar notifications. Having already offended, there is no need to show mercy. Li Yuan immediately turned around, like a bolt of lightning, chasing after those semi-divine level beasts that had begun to frantically flee. Unstoppable. If the two blood demons were defeated in an instant, what of these semi-divine level beasts? Simply a death delivery. The manipulator behind the scenes naturally wouldn't make pointless sacrifices anymore, having already ordered the beasts to flee for their lives. Save whoever could be saved. For the will behind the scenes, nurturing semi-divine level beasts was also quite troublesome. After another round of rampant slaughter, taking down all the semi-divine level beasts within sight, Li Yuan retracted his form, no longer maintaining the all things divine body state, and swiftly returned to the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle. Seeing Li Yuan fly back into the warship, Zhang Zan, Xu Guo, and those several armored warriors, still in a state of utter shock. My God! What had they witnessed? Two blood demons, commanding over 300 semi-divine level ferocious beasts, an immensely terrifying force, yet casually swept away by Li Yuan in a remarkably short time. Such dreadful power. Amazing, Lord Shu Yuan, truly amazing. Xu Guo couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Li Yuan with eyes full of adoration. A flying heaven level, killing a semi-divine peak blood demon? You are definitely the strongest flying heaven level one have ever seen. Even the strongest flying heaven realm in the history of Abyss Country cannot compare to you. Even in the starry sky ancient city, a genius like you would definitely be at the most core layer. If you were in some divine kingdoms or hidden great sects, you would undoubtedly be the number one of the younger generation. Xu Guo went on to say. Obviously, as a protective guard of the royal family and previously having the qualifications to become semi-divine, he had a solid foundation and vision. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Core of the starry sky ancient city? According to Chu Bingzhen, within the divine realm, due to the issue of cultivation time, his strength still wasn't considered top tier for the flying heaven level. Some of the most terrifying geniuses at the flying heaven level are able to have 8th stage law comprehension. But if we're talking about potential, even in the Wandao Divine Court and Chaos Divine Court of the Divine Realm, I would probably still be at the core. On the Juxing continent, Li Yuan suspected that in the billions of years on the Juxing continent, there have been only a few instances of someone with second-rank 8-star veins. Brother Shu, you've saved us again. Zhang Zan's little face blushed red with excitement and joy. Just now, she thought she was definitely going to die. Unexpectedly, she lived on, filling her heart with gratitude. This time, it seems I've involved you all. Li Yuan said, I must be targeted by someone behind the scenes. Behind the scenes? Is it that huge face from before? Zhang Zan pressed. They had just been on the warship and saw that terrifying large face, with oppressive presence even stronger than that of a blood demon, yet Li Yuan blew it away in a single breath. Li Yuan nodded. Then shall we leave this place? Might it be safer to go to the outer realm? Zhang Zan couldn't help but ask. No need. As long as we don't leave the Abyss Demon Blood Den, that person behind the scenes can pinpoint our location. Li Yuan shook his head, going to other places wouldn't make much difference. What should we do then? Zhang Zan was quite worried. Wait. We'll stay right here. Li Yuan said calmly with a hint of chill in his eyes. I want to see just how much power that person behind the scenes can mobilize to try to kill me. Li Yuan had thought about making his way to the Forbidden Land but immediately dismissed the idea. Within the Forbidden Land, There might be deadly formations, and once trapped, that would be troublesome. Better to just stay put. Zhang Zan and Xu Guo were shocked to hear this, but after calming down, they also realized that what Li Yuan said made sense. Waiting here might well be the right thing to do, however. Zhang Zan. Li Yuan changed the topic. The one targeted by the person behind the scenes should be me. They may strike again, and if you continue to follow me, life and death are uncertain, but if you leave, maybe you won't be besieged. Leave? Zhang Zan was stunned, not expecting Li Yuan to suddenly bring this up. Lord Xu Yuan. Beside them, Xu Guo couldn't help but say, I believe that person behind the scenes will hold a grudge. Staying with you may offer us a greater chance of survival. If we leave on our own, just encountering a single blood demon would likely mean death. Our deaths are of no importance, but the princess, Xu Guo earnestly said, we hope Lord Xu Yuan will allow it. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Zan. Indeed, no one knows what the person behind the scenes is thinking. Once Zhang Zan leaves his side, her life and death would be entirely up to luck. All right. If you choose to stay, then stay. But let's have no regrets, Li Yuan said. Right, Lord Li Yuan. Xu Guo couldn't help but say, I have a request. Could you allow His Highness to cut off the heads of those semi-divine level ferocious beasts as proof of completing the trial tasks? With so many heads of semi-divine level ferocious beasts, His Highness would undoubtedly rank first in the trials if he could get out, Xu Guo seriously said. Zhang Zan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that, even at this time, Uncle Guo was still thinking about her trial tasks. Suit yourself, Li Yuan said, indifferent to the corpses of the beasts. Swoosh. Li Yuan took a step forward and arrived at the front cabin of the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle. He sat down cross-legged and began to recover his origin power. The recent battle had consumed a great deal of origin power due to the casting of several star techniques. Inside the forbidden ground of the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Damn it. Scum. I clearly told him to stop, but he still killed my children. Ah. A thought born from deep within the earth roared in anger. Blood demon children. I can only nurture 19 at the same time, and once one dies, it takes more than a decade to breed another. He was filled with rage and yet felt powerless. He was merely a thought, seemingly able to sense various areas of the Abyss Demon Blood Den through the formation, but the power he could wield was limited to the numerous ferocious beasts he had nurtured. And the power Li Yuan had revealed had surpassed his suppression limit. Such a formidable flying heaven-level entity is indeed rare. The Master has traveled through many countries, even within the Starry Sky ancient city, and has never seen such, I presume, said the thought in the depths of the forbidden area. But don't worry, this flying heaven-level entity probably won't live for long. What do you mean? The thought from deep within the earth questioned in confusion. Hee. Have you forgotten the true nature of the Abyss Demon Blood Den? The thought in the depths of the forbidden area chuckled. Before the Master, the Abyss Demon Blood Den has always been. The Master merely controlled the surface formation and handed over the control of the formation to us. The true core of the Abyss Demon Blood Den has always been independent. According to the Master's will. Once we encounter an extraordinary flying heaven realm or demigod, there's no need for us to act, they will naturally be dealt with, said the thought in the depths. The true core of the Blood Den? The thought from deep within the earth seemed to recall something. Good. I must kill this scum to avenge my children. In that valley that had experienced a great battle, invisible forces from the formation were restoring the previously shattered mountains and earth. And those semi-divine level ferocious beasts and blood demons that had died in battle, even if their heads were cut off, their remaining bodies were gradually merging into the earth. This earth seemed like a gluttonous teode, quickly devouring and absorbing the remains of the deceased. How strange. No wonder we rarely see the corpses of ferocious beasts and treelists. What exactly is this Abyss Demon Blood Den? Li Yuan observed the outside world while recovering origin power inside the warship. Seeing this scene, his heart grew increasingly wary. The only thing that eased his tension was that after several hours, no more ferocious beasts approached. It seemed that the hidden manipulator had given up. Suddenly, Li Yuan, be careful, it's the power of space, quickly enter the ancient divine palace. Ji Yu's voice erupted in alarm and anger. Before Li Yuan could even react, a giant invisible space rift appeared noiselessly above the 30-meter-long Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle, as if a giant invisible maw had swallowed the shuttle in an instant. Following that, the space rift closed, and the void returned to normal. As if the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle had never been there. As if the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle had never been there. Splash! When Li Yuan heard Sister Ji Yu's warning, his instinct was to return to the ancient divine palace to increase his chances of survival. A space rift? It is known that space, as the foundation of all spirits, is extremely stable. Even the battles of pseudo-god peak beings usually cause only ripples in space. True gods, even when going all out, may cause cracks in space, but under the self-repairing actions of the heavens and earth, these cracks would quickly mend. Thus, any space rift represents extreme danger. I can't move anymore, it's too late. But Li Yuan immediately realized it was too late. The invisible space-binding powers had completely sealed off this void around him. Even the space inside the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle was completely suppressed. Is this the method of the Abyss Demon Blood Den? Or is it an action from someone behind the scenes? Could the person behind the scenes be a true god-level being? Numerous thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. If it were just a pseudo-god level presence, though it could annihilate Li Yuan in an instant, it wouldn't leave him completely powerless. Such mighty power. If they wanted to kill me, it would be easy. They wouldn't need to create a space rift. There must be a reason. Li Yuan held an endless desire in his heart. I must survive, I must. Entering the burial immortal ancient domain, arriving at this mysterious Zhuxing continent, there were still many things he hadn't accomplished. It seemed like a moment. Li Yuan felt a slight tremble in the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle, and then it stabilized. But Li Yuan, who had some understanding of the mysteries of space, could sense that he had likely shifted through space. At this moment, the space within the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle was no longer suppressed, but Li Yuan was no longer in a hurry to enter the ancient divine palace. Is it a cave? Li Yuan's divine sense spread out. Through the warship, he could sense that the outside appeared empty, probably a vast open space, quickly reaching the limits of his divine sense. This place is the intersection of several paths. It should be a transmission array. Sister Ji Yu transmitted her voice. A transmission array? Li Yuan was secretly alarmed. Within the divine realm, different star domains were extremely far apart. Even for a heavenly divine, flying across the void was not feasible, hence the need for transmission arrays. Like the wormholes and stargates in space, they are naturally created by the movements of the heavens and earth, fundamentally similar to transmission arrays. However, transmission arrays are man-made. They involve the use of space law, usually only something heavenly divines can achieve. Like the starry sky divine court spread throughout the divine realm, those starry sky ancient cities are essentially stable and massive, starry sky transmission arrays, allowing the powerful beings of the starry sky divine court to quickly reach every territory starry sky. Here, there's actually a transmission array? Could it be the person behind the Abyss Demon Blood Den is a heavenly divine? Sister, is it safe? Li Yuan transmitted his voice. It should be safe. Sister Ji Yu transmitted back. I've sensed all around, didn't detect any danger, you can try driving the warship. Whoosh. A rapidly transmitted map of the terrain entered Li Yuan's mind from Sister Ji Yu. The location of the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle was akin to the center of a huge spherical hull about 10 kilometers in diameter. This was also the reason Li Yuan couldn't detect the boundaries at first. Because the hull was just too large. On the 8 walls of the hull, countless secret runes seemed to be engraved, combining mysterious fluctuations together. No wonder Sister Ji Yu referred to it as a transmission array, Li Yuan thought silently. Indeed, it's quite similar to the information given by Elder Chu. In every direction of the spherical hull, there were passageways, a total of 64 passageways, each with a height and width exceeding 100 meters, extending in various directions. Even Sister Ji Yu, operating the ancient divine palace, couldn't probe the ends of the passageways. This hall has nothing unusual. Whoosh! Li Yuan's mind moved, and he immediately drove the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle randomly towards one of the passageways. Just arriving at the edge of the passageway, the entire warship seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to push through anymore, even causing the warship to tremble slightly. "How are we doing, Brother Shu?" Zhang Zan couldn't help but speak. Lord Shu Yuan, Shu Guo and the several armored warriors also appeared quite nervous. They didn't have Li Yuan's sharp senses, but the sudden changes just now made them realize they were in trouble. "This is the map, everyone take a good look." Li Yuan's gaze swept by, and 6 invisible soul fluctuations had already flown out, entering the minds of Zhang Zan, Shu Guo, and the others. These soul fluctuations contained the map information. Such a big haul. Where is this? Shu Guo and the several armored warriors were all surprised. The royal family's intelligence didn't mention that the Abyss Demon Blood Den had such a place. Zhang Zan was equally shocked. "The warship can't fly into the passageway." Li Yuan spoke calmly. "If we don't want to be trapped to death here, we'll have to leave the warship and try." Whoosh! The cabin door opened, and Li Yuan's figure swiftly flew out of the warship. The outside world was pitch dark, not a sliver of light to be seen. But for those in the flying heaven realm and semi-divine realm, compared to eyes, divine sense was actually more detailed. Boom! The outer layer of the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle suddenly burst into brilliant light, emitting dazzling rays. These lights were enough for Li Yuan and the others to see the distant scene. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Zan and Shu Guo also followed flying out, simultaneously looking towards the passageway that was tens of meters away. "Can't the warship enter this passageway?" Shu Guo asked puzzledly. "There doesn't seem to be any corpses here. Are we the first group of trialists to arrive here?" Everyone looked at Li Yuan. "I need you to try." Li Yuan spoke in a low voice. "We need someone to fly into the passageway first." Shu Guo and Zhang Zan looked at each other. "I'll go." Shu Guo said. Without any hesitation he turned into a streak of light and rushed into the dim passageway. Not hindered in the slightest, and the moment he stepped into the range of this passage. Snap, 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 it was as if a hidden mechanism was triggered. The whole passage suddenly lit up. The surface of the passage looked like it was cast from metal, revealing layers of light. As if it were daytime. "Your Highness, Lord Shu Yuan, I've received a message." Shu Guo exclaimed in shock. "A voice told me that I must continue down the passage if I hope to survive. Otherwise, I will die." Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed. Li Yuan was very calm and directly said, "Shu Guo, try and see if you can fly back." "Yes." Shu Guo moved and tried to exit the passage, but as he was about to fly out, he seemed to hit an invisible barrier and was forced to stop. "I can't fly out," Shu Guo couldn't help saying. "You, try to see if you can continue entering this passage," Li Yuan suddenly instructed an armored warrior. "Yes." The armored warrior immediately flew out, but before approaching the passage, he was stopped by an invisible barrier and could not continue forward. By this time, it was clear to everyone that these passages were likely only allowing one person to enter. And the reason the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle couldn't enter was probably because it was detected to have more than one person inside. "Zhang Zan, what do you think?" Li Yuan looked over to the young girl. "We can only push through, Big Brother Shu," Zhang Zan said firmly. "I've heard that, in the early days, the Abyss Demon Blood Den didn't have so many ferocious beasts, but had a different form of trial. It's just that afterwards there was a major upheaval. Perhaps what we are facing now is the true nature of the Abyss Demon Blood Den." Li Yuan pondered. "Then let's push through." With a thought from Li Yuan, the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle quickly shrank and was swiftly stored inside Li Yuan's storage treasure. "Shu Guo, these passages should all be the same. Just follow the guidance and continue," Li Yuan said. "Okay." Shu Guo nodded, and couldn't help looking towards Zhang Zan. "Your Highness, please be careful and stay safe." "I will." Zhang Zan nodded emphatically, unable to resist saying, "Uncle Guo, you also be careful and make sure you survive." "Haha. The blood demon didn't kill me. I, Shu Guo, must survive to go back and boast to the others," Shu Guo said with a laugh. Immediately, Shu Guo turned into a streak of light, disappearing at the end of the passage. In reality, everyone was feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. If this truly was the original form of the Abyss Demon Blood Den, the fact that no information had leaked out over such a long time was already telling. The current lack of danger doesn't mean there won't be danger coming up. Big Brother Shu. Once we separate here, we don't know if we will be able to see each other again. Zhang Zan looked at Li Yuan and bowed slightly. If we all manage to survive and get out, I hope that Big Brother Shu will make a trip to Yuan country capital. I would like to thank Big Brother Shu in person. All right. Li Yuan nodded. Time passed, and Zhang Zan and several of her armored warriors each chose a passage to enter. The process was the same as with Shu Guo at the start. Once they entered, they received a message, couldn't return, and the others couldn't enter the same passage. In the end, only Li Yuan was left in the large spherical hall. Sis, which passage should I take? Li Yuan transmitted his voice. Although he knew a fair amount of information, he indeed had less actual experience. Don't take any of them. Wait, you transmitted her voice. Li Yuan was slightly startled. Wait. But he obediently did as told, patiently waiting in the void. Time passed. This wait lasted for a quarter of an hour, and suddenly, the passages that the several armored warriors had entered, originally bright, abruptly dimmed down, becoming like the other passages. Only those of Jiu and Shu Guo remained bright. What? Li Yuan's heart surged with alertness. If I'm not mistaken, those armored warriors probably all died, Jiu transmitted. Sis, why didn't you tell me this from the very beginning? Li Yuan couldn't help saying. I was only guessing, Jiu transmitted, but to verify whether these passages are safe or whether there's a risk to life, someone has to try them. These people, they were all exploring the way for you. I know your nature. That's why, I didn't tell you in advance, Jiu said. Keep waiting now, to see if Zhang Zan and Shu Guo will die. Li Yuan never imagined that in an intangible way, Jiu had already treated Zhang Zan and the others as pawns. Time passed. Li Yuan stood quietly in the void. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 1 hour. Suddenly, the passage Shu Guo entered also dimmed down. Did Shu Guo die? Li Yuan inwardly sighed. This is life and death exploration, unpredictable and dangerous. A slight misstep could be the end. They chose the passages randomly, with no apparent pattern. Jiu transmitted. Flying heaven level will die. Semi-divine level will also die. In terms of strength, Shu Guo is stronger than Zhang Zan, but it's Zhang Zan who has survived until the end. Thus, it can be inferred that there are dangers in the passage, but the difficulties faced by the treelists are not the same. It might be based on realm, or perhaps judged by age. In any case, your chances of survival should be quite high, Jiu said. Li Yuan nodded slightly, also having no choice but to admire Jiu's judgment. Another 2 hours passed. The passage Zhang Zan was in remained lit. Start making your way through, Jiu transmitted. Before doing so, you can try to enter the ancient divine palace and see if you can sneak into the passage while inside it. Okay. Whoosh, with a thought from Li Yuan, he entered the ancient divine palace. Then, the ancient divine palace, like a speck of dust, began slowly flying towards one of the passages. Its speed was very slow. Just as the ancient divine palace approached, it encountered an invisible force and was unable to enter. Can't do it. Li Yuan shook his head and with a thought, he teleported out of the ancient divine palace. Immediately, Li Yuan tried to ride the Nebula Extreme Sky Shuttle again, but still couldn't enter this pathway. Can only hide inside a warship or cave heaven treasure, Li Yuan thought, and directly leapt into it. As soon as he stepped in, whoosh, the entire corridor suddenly lit up, followed by an invisible fluctuation transmitted into Li Yuan's mind. Treelists, move straight ahead, overcome obstructions at maximum speed. Retreating into warship-like treasures is not allowed. Using law treasures is not allowed. Using puppets is not allowed. Rely solely on your own strength. Those who fail die. Those who exceed time die. Those who defy die. A simple message yet incredibly brutal. The message indicates one thing, death. Not allowed to use law treasures. Death if time exceeded, and yet they don't specify how much time. Li Yuan was secretly alarmed. But considering Shu Guo and several armored warriors' previous experiences, Li Yuan dared not be careless. Boom! Transforming into a streak of light, he dashed at full speed towards the depths of the corridor. This serpentine and twisted corridor, its depth unknown for many kilometers. Li Yuan also tried along the way, discovering that even unleashing the Dark Star Divine Spear with his own strength left not the slightest mark on the walls of the corridor. This place was definitely left behind by a mighty superior being. Deep in the corridor, large amounts of silver liquid started emerging from both sides, which then quickly solidified, forming humanoid figures. Each one armed with a combat saber, their faces covered by combat armor, looking like soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the corridor was densely packed with over 100 silver garment warriors, each one emanating an extraordinary aura. Boom! Li Yuan's surface radiated an earthy yellow glow as he quickly approached, spotting the silver garment warriors on the ground of the corridor from afar. At that moment, wish, 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 wish. The calmly standing over 300 silver figures suddenly burst into action, overwhelmingly rushing towards Li Yuan. Each emitting a terrifying presence. All of them 35? They aren't alive, more like liquid robots. Li Yuan thought silently. No wonder those flying heaven-armored warriors died. Zhang Zan must have struggled hard to survive. Through the journey, Li Yuan had realized Zhang Zan was actually quite strong. His law comprehension had reached perfection of the 7th stage, plus his weapons and armor were all at semi-divine level, overall a much stronger force than Duan Muhong. Facing 100 warriors at the flying heaven peak level, even if one could survive, it definitely would take a lot of time. Die. Li Yuan thought, and his body instantly enlarged to 10 meters tall, followed by the overwhelming arrival of the Heaven and Earth River Domain, as 9 yellow dragons roared towards them. In an encounter, bang, 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 in this narrow corridor, it was like a violent flood. Over 100 silver garment warriors were instantly shattered and ground by the 9 yellow dragons, turning into numerous silver fragments, which then fell to the ground. Li Yuan had disappeared at the end of the corridor. The bulk of silver fragments then liquefied again, merging back into the corridor's ground. Looks like. Same as Sister Gu predicted, these corridors' difficulties are at least related to the life level. Li Yuan thought to himself, his confidence in surviving surged. This corridor seemed endless. Li Yuan flew thousands of kilometers in one breath, encountering numerous obstructions from silver garment and golden garment warriors along the way. The difficulty got higher, but for Li Yuan, it was almost no different from having no difficulty. Suddenly, whiz, several ghostly winds appeared in the corridor, being formless. Even with Li Yuan's perception of space, he failed to detect them and was instantly sliced across his body. Li Yuan felt his body shiver. This shadowy wind, even with Li Yuan maintaining his all things divine body, could not breach the defense of the 9 dragons' Zan armor. However, the material attack of this shadowy wind was superficial, and accompanied by the shiver of his body, another soul fluctuation silently invaded Li Yuan's spiritual world, attempting to shake his soul. Whoosh! In Li Yuan's spiritual world, a massive blue lotus platform existed. As this soul fluctuation approached, the platform suddenly bloomed layer by layer, its lotus leaves intertwining like giant sickles, instantly shredding the attacking soul. Pseudo-god level soul secret treasure, 1000 heart lotus platform. This soul secret treasure was rarely used by Li Yuan. It was passively defensive. After all, with Li Yuan's strong soul will, few enemies could shake it. But once used, it was enough to prove the dangerous situation. What kind of soul attack is this? Li Yuan was secretly shocked, becoming ever more vigilant. Where does this corridor actually lead? So far, it remains a mystery. Suddenly, sister, we seem to be nearing the end. Jiuyu's voice suddenly sounded. But there seems to be an invisible force obstructing that side. I can't inquire further, be extremely careful. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Only 10 odd seconds later, Li Yuan saw a screen of light at the far end of the corridor, vaguely seeing another hall outside. Without much hesitation, he plunged straight into it. Everything unfolded before his eyes. This was a rather majestic hall. Apart from the entrance where Li Yuan entered, there was another corridor at the other end of the hall. Li Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, as he saw on the ground, there lay 6 skeletal remains. These 6 bodies, some bones are merely left with ashes, some still have relatively intact skeletons. Clearly, they died at different times. 5 of the bodies had only a single layer of clothing, with no weapon treasures. Only the centrally located, more intact skeletal remains seated in lotus position, dressed in combat armor, weapons, and so on. Looks like the treasures left by the previous 5 skeletons have all been taken. Li Yuan thought. To be able to get through the corridor ahead, in the flying heaven realm, their strength must be incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, they still perished here. This scene made Li Yuan increasingly cautious. Sigh. Li Yuan walked straight forward. At the thought, all the treasures left behind by the last skeleton were collected by Li Yuan. But like his predecessors, Li Yuan did not touch the inner layer of the armor, leaving behind a final shred of dignity. Are there any treasures? Li Yuan quickly checked. There are indeed quite a number of treasures. Just the semi-divine level weapons and combat armor, Li Yuan found a great lot, exceeding 100. There were other treasures as well, such as formations, elixirs, and the like. Normally, one wouldn't keep so many treasures, they would definitely exchange them for other treasures. It looks like he collected some of the treasures from his predecessors, Li Yuan mused internally. It's a pity, some of the treasures have already decayed. Weapons, after all, are not indestructible. Even divine artifacts, over the long stretch of time, will gradually decay. Within the storage magical treasure, time does not stand still, and everything will slowly deteriorate. Of course, the many treasures left by the deceased were not highly decayed, signifying that not too much time had passed. They must have perished between 5,000 to 10,000 years ago, Gu communicated, making a judgment. Li Yuan nodded slightly. These weapons and treasures, if he could make it out alive, could also be resold. He collected them all. Why did they die here? Merely 10 or so seconds later, Li Yuan saw a light screen at the distant end of the corridor, vaguely revealing another hall. Without much hesitation, Li Yuan plunged straight in. All the scenery was unveiled in front of him. This was a rather majestic hall. Aside from the corridor through which Li Yuan entered, there was another corridor on the opposite end of the hall. Li Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, noticing 6 skeletal corpses on the ground. 6 corpses. Some bones were left only as ashes, while some still had relatively complete skeletons. Clearly, they did not all die at the same time. Among the 5 corpses, all were clothed in just one layer, without any weapon treasures. Only the central corpse sitting cross-legged had combat armor, weapons, and so on. It looks like the treasures left by the previous 5 corpses have already been taken by others, Li Yuan thought to himself. Anyone who could break through the previous corridor must be extremely powerful in the flying heaven realm. Unfortunately, they still died here. This scene made Li Yuan increasingly cautious. Sigh. Li Yuan walked straight forward. At the thought, all the treasures left behind by the last skeleton were collected by Li Yuan. But like his predecessors, Li Yuan did not touch the inner layer of the armor, leaving behind a final shred of dignity. Are there any treasures? Li Yuan quickly checked. There are indeed quite a number of treasures. Just the semi-divine level weapons and combat armor, Li Yuan found a great lot, exceeding 100. There were other treasures as well, such as formations, elixirs, and the like. Normally, one wouldn't keep so many treasures, they would definitely exchange them for other treasures. It looks like he collected some of the treasures from his predecessors, Li Yuan mused internally. It's a pity, some of the treasures have already decayed. Weapons, after all, are not indestructible. Even divine artifacts, over the long stretch of time, will gradually decay. Within the storage magical treasure, time does not stand still, and everything will slowly deteriorate. Of course, the many treasures left by the deceased were not highly decayed, signifying that not too much time had passed. They must have perished between 5,000 to 10,000 years ago, Gu communicated, making a judgment. Li Yuan nodded slightly. These weapons and treasures, if he could make it out alive, could also be resold. He collected them all. Why did they die here? Li Yuan felt helpless. This Abyss Demon Blood Den actually turned out to be a legacy land left by a heavenly divine. How rare is that? Had he arrived too late? It seems like it's destiny. Of course, Li Yuan understood that even in the divine realm where divines abound, if a legacy left by a heavenly divine were made known, it would certainly attract numerous divines to fight for it. For instance, why does the burial immortal ancient domain attract so many pseudo-gods and true gods from various divine realms? Isn't it because those divines believe there might be treasures at the level of a heavenly divine? Especially in the Zhu Xing continent where heavenly divines are even rarer. Theoretically speaking, it has been over 10,000 years since this heavenly divine chose an inheritor for this legacy land, which is quite slow. Li Yuan, don't be disheartened. You communicated telepathically. In the face of life and death struggles, how can everything go as wished? Many powerful beings, if unlucky, may face numerous life-threatening crises without gaining any treasures. Instead, they might just acquire some life-saving items. At least, you have survived. You communicated again. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Although it made sense, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. After all, the power of a heavenly divine is far superior to that of a true god. If he could obtain a legacy from a heavenly divine, the gains would undoubtedly be much greater than what ancient flame true god and Chu Bingzhen had given him. It would not have been in vain to come to the Zhu Xing continent. But an opportunity, once missed, is gone. Although the Zhu Xing continent is vast, known as the land of 3,000 divine kingdoms, Li Yuan didn't believe it could produce many heavenly divines. Perhaps the three great starry sky ancient cities could have a heavenly divine stationed in each generation. But would the heavenly divine of a starry sky ancient city leave their legacy outside? Just like himself, if he were to leave a legacy, he would definitely keep it within the seven-star civilization. You seem very disappointed, the robed elder said with a chuckle. If I said I'm not disappointed, that would definitely be lying to you, senior. Li Yuan shook his head. But what I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my destiny. Since it's destined not to be mine, there's no need to dwell on it any further. Good mindset, the robed elder nodded. Even though the master's precious treasures have all been taken by the inheritor. However, each legacy land offers not just one direct disciple position but also two intersect disciple positions, the robed elder continued. Intersect disciple. The peace in Li Yuan's heart was immediately disrupted, as a spark of interest lit up. Being an intersect disciple of a heavenly divine is great. Generally speaking, they would still receive guidance from the heavenly divine, and get some gifts, though not as much as the direct disciples. Moreover, the status of an intersect disciple is usually much higher than that of a true god's direct disciple. Unfortunately, the positions for intersect disciples have already been filled. The robed elder spread his hands. They were selected even before the direct disciples, as the requirements are somewhat lower. Li Yuan felt as if he could spit blood in frustration. You're kidding me. Seeing the pained expression on Li Yuan's face, the robed elder finally laughed out loud. All right, young one, I'll stop teasing you. Both the direct disciple and intersect disciple positions are indeed no longer available. But there are still quite a few spots for registered disciples. Would you be interested? The robed elder asked. Registered disciple? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Just by the number, you can tell the difference. One legacy site selects 100. 10 legacy sites mean selecting 1,000 registered disciples. Such a high number. Even as a registered disciple of a heavenly divine, the status and treasures received wouldn't compare to a true god's direct disciple. But having something is better than having nothing. Senior, are there any other trials required? Li Yuan asked. No need, the robed elder shook his head. If you were to be a direct disciple, you would have some trials to complete, but just for a registered disciple. With your talent and powers, no further tests are necessary. If I succeed, what must I do and what will I obtain? Li Yuan asked. Gains often require effort. This world operates on equivalence, and this mysterious heavenly divine, expending energy to set up 10 legacy sites, likely has a motive. If you were to become a direct disciple, the requirements would be very strict, the robed elder laughed. But for a registered disciple, there's only one requirement. If you become a heavenly divine or semi-divine and participate in the Ancestral Realm War and obtain an Ancestral Realm Order, you must declare yourself as a registered disciple of the Master, the robed elder said smilingly. A glint of light flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. Ancestral Realm Order? He actually heard about the Ancestral Realm Order from the robed elder? You should know, the Eternal Hall mission Li Yuan received actually had two core objectives. 1. Become a third-rank 9-star pulse. 2. Obtain the Ancestral Realm Order. Once both are accomplished, that would mean completing the ultimate Purple Garment mission, signaling the end of this trip to the Juxing continent. But having been here for so many days, Li Yuan thought he still needed to go to some core Divine Kingdom areas to figure out how to get the Ancestral Realm Order. Unexpectedly, here, he stumbled upon it. Senior, what is this Ancestral Realm Order? How can it be obtained? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. You don't know? The robed elder's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. With your strength, you should at least have sensed the 7-star veins, flying heaven 7-star veins. Given that a new Ancestral Realm War is approaching, core powers should have mentioned it to you. Indeed, I do not know. Li Yuan shook his head, only able to feign ignorance. Indeed. After all, you are merely at the Flying Heaven realm, and your cultivation time is too short. Even if you rapidly ascend to semi-divine, participating in the Ancestral Realm battle would still make it hard to seize the Ancestral Realm Order. The robed elder said, perhaps your elders never mentioned this to you. Let me explain it to you. These secrets were known to the Master after ascending to Heavenly God. Although they're highly confidential, the Master never said they couldn't be disclosed. The robed elder said nonchalantly. Li Yuan was rendered speechless. He also discerned that the black-robed elder before him was probably not a being of life, but he had a rather distinctive personality. Legend has it that beyond our heaven and earth, there exists a much vaster and more expansive world, which can be referred to as the Divine Realm. The black-robed elder said, our Juxing continent was once part of the Divine Realm, but for some unknown reasons, it detached from the Divine Realm. The Juxing continent was part of the Divine Realm? Li Yuan was slightly startled internally. This was absolutely shocking news. Suddenly, Li Yuan understood why there was a Starry Sky ancient city on the Juxing continent. It also explained why neither Ji Yuyu nor Chu Bingzhen's archives had records of it. However, according to the Master, we are not completely isolated from the Divine Realm, the robed elder said. Legend has it that the Ancestral Realm is the passage. The Ancestral Realm, it's said that this realm was created by the Ancestral Realm Founder, a magnificent being of our world, situated in a mysterious place and also contains the ultimate secrets of the Juxing continent. These are all legends, and I can't guarantee their truth. The robed elder shrugged. Just consider it a story for entertainment. Li Yuan took note silently. The Ancestral Realm Founder? By the name alone, he sounds extremely powerful. Now, what I'm about to say is true. The so-called Ancestral Realm Battle, on the surface, is a grand event held jointly by the three great Starry Sky ancient cities, but in reality, it is a set of rules laid down by the founder of the Ancestral Realm. Conducted every 500 years, only semi-divine strong beings who pass through the Starry Sky 9 passes can participate in the battle. Because it concerns the Ancestral Realm, Li Yuan nodded automatically. It seems that the Ancestral Realm battle is essentially a semi-divine genius battle, just held in the Ancestral Realm, hence named the Ancestral Realm battle. Selecting semi-divine geniuses? As far as Li Yuan knew, such genius clashes were also frequently held in the Divine Realm. Various divine courts, and even many heavenly divines' vast territories, all select geniuses to nurture talents. The Ancestral Realm battle is a fight for the Ancestral Realm Order. The robed elder smiled. In each Ancestral Realm battle, no more than 10 Ancestral Realm Orders appear, and any semi-divine strong being who secures an Ancestral Realm Order will receive a fortune bestowed by the Ancestral Realm Founder. The Ancestral Realm Founder is a being superior to the three great Starry Sky ancient cities. Even Ji Yu Yun, the Heavenly Divine, is far inferior to him. I heard from the Master that in the vast divine realm, the ancestral realm founder also stands at the pinnacle. Li Yuan listened breathlessly. The pinnacle of the divine realm? A being surpassing heavenly divines? In the vast divine realm, each heavenly divine commands vast territories, considered peak powerhouses. But leaders like those in various divine courts surpass the heavenly divines. Therefore, every time the ancestral realm battle is held, the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, the 3,000 divine kingdoms, and even a massive number of life planets from the space outside, top-tier semi-divine geniuses usually participate in the battle. The robed elder remarked emotionally. Passing the starry sky 9 passes, at least equals to the semi-divine limit strength. That is the baseline for participation. If any weaker, daring to join the battle is simply seeking death, the robed elder stated. Anyone who stands out in the ancestral realm battle and obtains the ancestral realm order is indeed a monstrous genius of the Zhu Xing continent, making a significant scene, the robed elder said. When is the next ancestral realm battle? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Soon, in 12 years. The robed elder said. At this moment, Li Yuan finally understood the difficulty of the Purple Garment mission. It must be noted that in places like Abyss Country, a single nation could match or even surpass the number of strong beings from his home mortal domain. In Abyss Country, there's a semi-divine as strong as a pseudo-god named Zhang Shan, also of 7-star veins. On Zhu Xing continent, there are 3,000 divine kingdoms. And there are also the powerful forces of the great sects. Not to mention the 3 high and mighty great starry sky ancient cities, let alone the countless powerful extraterrestrial beings. How many mighty semi-divines could there be? Just by thinking about it, Li Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Even if a few semi-divines as powerful as Dongfang Alliance leader emerged, Li Yuan wouldn't be surprised. And for himself, to cut through this group of mighty semi-divines and enter the top 10? If he continued cultivating for 30 to 50 years, even without awakening the 9-star pulse, Li Yuan would have great confidence. But the problem is, there are only 12 years left. No wonder, the difficulty of this ancestral realm order mission is even more exaggerated than a 3rd-rank 9-star pulse. Li Yuan shook his head inwardly. Kid, stop thinking about it. The robed elder chuckled. You are just a flying heaven realm. 12 years is too short. Your law comprehension simply can't compare to those monstrous semi-divines who have cultivated for hundreds of years. You might as well wait for more than 500 years until the next session. By then, with your talent, you could probably easily obtain the ancestral realm order. Waiting for 500 years at the semi-divine stage for the ancestral realm order is not considered a delay. You might even awaken the 8-star veins. Awakening the 8-star veins, Li Yuan muttered to himself, having already achieved them. But he wasn't surprised that the black-robed elder was not accurate. Star meridians are concealed, and it's extremely difficult to probe with external forces. Judgments based on life breath are often imprecise. Especially after one becomes powerful, if a true god powerhouse were to inspect my body, they would certainly be able to tell, but just from appearances. Others are not like me, having the mind-spirit divine palace as an inquiry method. Over 500 years, that's too long. My own cultivation is only a matter of decades, Li Yuan said with a shake of his head and a smile. Although said deliberately, it also reflected Li Yuan's inner thoughts. Over 500 years? Li Yuan cannot wait that long? If he were to return after such a long time, perhaps the 7-star civilization would have undergone great changes, and many friends and relatives might have already passed away. Haha, no rush, you would hardly be able to catch up this time anyway, the black-robed elder said with a laugh. Semi-divine is the last realm before ascending to God, and it is a crucial one. Take your time to think, perhaps in 100 years, you might change your mind. Becoming a god a few hundred years earlier doesn't mean much. And the ancestral realm order is a rare opportunity for the powerhouses of Zhu Xing continent. The black-robed elder thought Li Yuan was too young, merely at the flying heaven level, and had not encountered some of the supreme powerhouses, so he had no clear understanding of the significance of the ancestral realm order. He would come to understand in time, but what he didn't know was that if Li Yuan were a native being of Zhu Xing continent, Perhaps he would be willing to wait, but he was just an outsider. At this moment, Li Yuan had already made up his mind. I must do everything in my power to figure out a way to join the battle in 12 years and strive for the Ancestral Realm War. Regardless of success or failure, I must give it my all. No matter how difficult. Was it harder than initially awakening the second-rank 8-star veins? Li Yuan's nature was to never admit defeat. Even if he fails, at least there would be no regrets. Elder, why would there be such a requirement for becoming a registered disciple of an ascended heavenly god? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. The master loves reputation, the black-robed elder chuckled. According to the master, the benefits you receive are proportional to the karma you create. For direct disciples and intersect disciples, the requirements are quite stringent. For a registered disciple, there's no need for additional demands. After all, they receive very little. If a registered disciple turns out to be a failure, so be it. But if they become an extraordinary figure, the master also wants people to know that this is his registered disciple. That's why he requires the public disclosure of the identity, the black-robed elder said. Li Yuan was caught between laughter and tears. This heavenly divine actually cared so much about fame. Even in death, he sought renown. Truly a remarkable character. No wonder the behavior of the black-robed elder before him was also quite odd, like master, like servant. I understand your concerns. The master has formidable enemies, hence the places of inheritance are very secretive, and he does not demand any disciple to disclose their identity openly, the black-robed elder said. But with two conditions. If you ascend to heavenly god, naturally you won't fear the master's great enemy, and even the starry sky ancient city will have to respect you. If you can seize the ancestral realm order as a semi-divine, as long as you don't fall in the future, you generally can reach the level of a true god at the peak. As long as you wish, you could fully join the core ranks of Juxing ancient city, and you are just a registered disciple. The master's great enemy should probably not go so far as to kill you, the black-robed elder said. Li Yuan nodded slightly. According to the norms of the divine realm, a registered disciple is essentially close to a follower, and their status is not even as high as some trusted followers. Inner-sect disciples are usually considered formally included in the sect. In the divine realm, many heavenly divines fight to the death among themselves, and when one side falls, it usually does not affect the registered disciples. Unless there is a great threat, they do not deliberately eliminate even inner-sect disciples. The supreme powerhouses have their pride too, but no matter what, there's always a risk. If this ascended heavenly god's enemy is one to bear grudges, then that would be a major problem. Elder, if I become a registered disciple of an ascended heavenly god, what could I gain? Li Yuan asked directly. Whether the risk is great also depends on the gains. Such hesitation, it seems that you are indeed determined to obtain the ancestral realm order, the black-robed elder laughed. The previous 10+ registered disciples didn't hesitate much. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. Most flying heaven realm or even semi-divine would probably not hesitate much and would directly agree. By the master's command, all registered disciples, as a first gift, will receive 20,000 divine crystals, the black-robed elder said. 20,000 divine crystals? Li Yuan thought to himself, that amounts to the entire wealth of many initial rank of pseudo-god powerhouses. But for a heavenly divine that is nearing the end of life and has specifically left behind an inheritance, that's too little. Like the treasures left for their direct disciples by gods like ancient flame true god, how much could one acquire? Just an ancient divine palace alone would be invaluable. The second gift depends on the strength of the registered disciple. After all, registered disciples vary in strength, so naturally, the gifts can't all be the same. If they encounter a powerful registered disciple, naturally, a better gift must be prepared, the black-robed old man said with a smile. Like you, in terms of strength and potential, you're even stronger than direct disciples and intersect disciples at the flying heaven level. You are qualified to choose one of the top 3 treasures from the registered disciples' treasury. What are the top 3 treasures? Li Yuan asked curiously. The top 3 include 2 true god instruments, both meticulously crafted by the master, worthy of being the pinnacle of true god instruments. After all, the heavenly god artifacts were reserved for his direct disciples, said the black-robed elder. The other treasure is the Mirror of Laws. Mirror of Laws? A flicker of puzzlement passed through Li Yuan's eyes. What is it? You might want to agree to him. Ji Yu's voice suddenly resounded in Li Yuan's mind, even with a hint of excitement. The Mirror of Laws. I knew it. A heavenly divine on the brink of death would definitely leave behind such an important item, but I didn't expect even a registered disciple to have a chance to obtain it. Sister, what is the Mirror of Laws? Li Yuan quickly asked. Do you remember the 3 methods I told you about that can most quickly improve law comprehension efficiency? Ji Yu's voice transmitted. I remember, said Li Yuan. First, is to enhance one's own compatibility, such as practicing auxiliary supreme star techniques like true interpretation of the sky-wind star meridian, or using the origin of skywind to transform one's body, which are permanent improvements. Second, is to acquire treasures that assist in enlightenment, like the map of myriad stars. Third, esoteric objects meant for enlightenment, like the legendary enlightenment leaves. Li Yuan quickly said. Correct. This Mirror of Laws, it is such an esoteric object for enlightenment, transmitted Ji Yu. The Mirror of Laws is exceedingly rare, even in the divine realm. Many heavenly divine direct disciples might not be able to obtain it. Li Yuan listened, astonished. Even heavenly divine direct disciples might not be able to obtain it? Is it that precious? Because, it is the product of a deceased heavenly divine, said Ji Yu. A heavenly divine powerhouse must fully comprehend a law, coupled with a deep understanding of the space law, allowing their souls to almost merge into the origin of the great Tao, making the soul incredibly special. When nearing their fall, if the heavenly divine is willing, they can strip out many of their law comprehensions and condense them into the Mirror of Laws, true River of Laws. These 2 great treasures. The true River of Laws is even more magical. Typically, the soul of a heavenly divine can condense more than 1 Mirror of Laws. Once used, it illuminates the cultivator's heart and directly points to the source of the law. Definitely a huge fortune, transmitted Ji Yu. The treasures left behind by Father are absolutely beyond your imagination. So, true God instruments. Even the finest true God instruments, you don't need to care too much about. After all, true God instruments can only be used once you ascend to God, and once you become a God, you'll probably become a true God in one breath, and obtaining true God instruments won't be difficult. But the Mirror of Laws is extremely rare and also holds a legendary status as an esoteric object of enlightenment in the divine realm, solemnly transmitted Ji Yu. Li Yuan already understood. He couldn't help but think of the pseudo-god liquid, crafted from the souls of pseudo-god powerhouses. And yet the Mirror of Laws, true River of Laws, can only be condensed from the law comprehensions within the soul of a heavenly divine upon their imminent death, representing the life of the heavenly divine. No wonder some heavenly divine direct disciples couldn't obtain it. A living heavenly divine, unless robbed, where else could one come from? Li Yuan thought to himself. Only a deceased heavenly divine could possibly leave one behind. Such esoteric objects meant for enlightenment, this mysterious heavenly divine left behind before death. There must be more than one but not many. I'm all in. Heavenly divine enemy. If I complete the purple garment mission, I will leave Zhu Xing continent, Li Yuan thought to himself. By then, even if that heavenly divine wants to kill me, he will likely be unable to find me. Li Yuan had already thought through the pros and cons. With only 12 years left, he must seize every opportunity. Once he leaves the Abyss Demon Blood Den, as an outsider with an unclear identity, even with high talent, he may not be recognized by other heavenly divines on the Zhu Xing continent. In such a short time, it would be extremely difficult to come across greater opportunities. This black-robed elder, with just his teleportation skill alone, could easily kill him if he wanted to. There was no need to deceive him. Seize every opportunity to become a Purple Garment member, Li Yuan thought to himself. From the many traces left by the principal, Dongfang Alliance leader, the opportunity contained within the burial immortal ancient domain seems to be even greater than that of the heavenly divine direct disciples. With this in mind, Senior, I wish to become a registered disciple of the heavenly divine, said Li Yuan. Haha, good, that's a wise choice, the black-robed elder showed a smile. Rest assured, You will be happy with your decision today. Some things, due to special reasons, I can't tell you, but you'll understand soon. You're called Shu Yuan, right? Correct, Li Yuan nodded. Shu Yuan, follow me. The black-robed elder turned and was about to fly towards another corridor in the hall. Senior, what about them? Li Yuan couldn't help but point at the skeletons on the ground. These people, although they barely passed the peripheral challenge, still didn't meet the requirements, sighed the black-robed elder, shaking his head. In the end, they could only die of old age here. These are the Master's orders, and I cannot defy them. In fact, the Abyss Demon Blood Den you experienced is not the actual peripheral challenge of the Legacy Land. Those ferocious beasts were cultivated by another true god specifically for slaughter, said the black-robed elder. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. This was also one of his confusions, the semi-divine level ferocious beasts and blood demons he encountered in the Abyss Demon Blood Den. The difficulty was much greater than in the corridors. That involves other secrets, the black-robed elder shook his head. After all, most of the Legacy Land's treasures have been taken, and I did not care much. Unless one is powerful, like at the Flying Heaven level showing the strength of initial rank of semi-divine, hopeful to become a registered disciple of the Master, then I would teleport them here. The passage is quite wide, but also extremely dark, more than 10 times higher than the void corridor Li Yuan had experienced before. If I wasn't leading you, you would encounter many obstacles trying to pass through this corridor, the man in black robe said. Of course, with your strength, passing through the corridor wouldn't be a problem. I won't have to waste my time then. After the two flew for a while, suddenly a bright light appeared in front of them, revealing a vast land with undulating mountain ranges and a huge, crystal-clear lake with clouds and mist covering the void above the mountains. At first glance, it looked just like a fairyland, and at the edge of the lake, there was a common wooden hut. Under a big tree beside the hut, there sat a figure in crimson battle armor with a burly stature. He had short red hair, a resolute face, and his eyes were tightly closed. Even sitting cross-legged, he was over 2 meters tall, and his burly body exuded an incredibly mighty and fierce aura. Whoosh! The man in the black robe brought Li Yuan down by the lake. Even before getting close, Li Yuan felt an incredibly terrifying presence, like an ant facing a giant dragon. Unrivaled. This was the disparity in the life level, unknowable by how many tens of thousands of times. True body. Li Yuan was astonished in his heart. Yes, nodded the man in black robe, his face rarely solemn. When the Master reached the end of his lifespan, he made all arrangements before his demise and then passed away in meditation here. These lakes and mountain ranges are all recollections of the Master's childhood hometown, which, unfortunately, was destroyed. Later, when the Master ascended to Heavenly God, he gained the power to create small worlds, and recreated the scenes from his memories here, the man in black robe lamented. In death, he just wanted to sit here forever. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was a man of strong character. The Master's name is Anchi Heavenly God, once a renowned figure, and a supreme being ranked among the top 3 in this starry sky, said the man in the black robe, looking at Li Yuan with pride. Li Yuan remained calm, clueless. Anchi Heavenly God? Never heard of him. Never mind, you're only at Flying Heaven level, so it's normal that you haven't heard of the Master's name. When you become a true god in the future, you will know. The man in the black robe shook his head helplessly. Come on. Although you're just a registered disciple and haven't received direct guidance from the Master, you should still pay your respects. Okay. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Withstanding the terrifying might emanating from Anchi Heavenly God's remains, Li Yuan struggled to approach a bit closer, then respectfully performed a grand salute. Master. The man in the black robe stood reverently to the side, solemnly saying, another registered disciple has been chosen. This disciple is probably the most outstanding one selected in tens of thousands of years. I hope the Master will open the treasure vault, said the man in the black robe respectfully. Whoosh, whoosh, an invisible fluctuation flew out from the body of Anchi Heavenly God, and soon the nearby wooden hut slowly opened. Thank you, Master, said the man in the black robe. Shu Yuan, stand up. As a registered disciple, there's no need for you to make a specific law pledge. Follow me. Li Yuan respectfully got up and followed the man in the black robe towards the now open wooden hut. Elder, Anchi Master's flesh body? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Anchi Heavenly God, it felt as if he was just sleeping, nothing at all like being dead. Logically, in Li Yuan's imagination, reaching the end of one's lifespan should mean physical decay and rot. The Master is a heavenly God, who has penetrated the law of the great Tao and has an extremely high level of space law comprehension. The man in the black robe spoke softly. His flesh body is so powerful, comparable to a true God instrument, hardly touched by the passage of time. Even after tens of millions of years, it would not completely decay. Just a few tens of thousands of years have passed, naturally there hasn't been much change. The body is nearly immortal. The black-robed elder seemed to recall something and sighed. The death of a heavenly divine is not due to decay, but because of the constraints of heaven and earth. When heaven and earth want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Li Yuan's pupils shrank. That statement from the black-robed elder seemed to be laden with deep meaning. Heaven and earth want you dead? Are they the rules of heaven and earth? This is something the Master once said. You should understand if you can ascend to heavenly divine one day, said the black-robed elder with a smile, having already entered the wooden house. Li Yuan followed him in as well. Whoosh, stepping into the wooden house, the space seemed to shift, and Li Yuan found himself amidst a vast starry sky, where artifacts and treasures emanating powerful auras were suspended. So many treasures. Li Yuan held his breath. This was much more impressive than the divine artifact chamber of the seven-star civilization. From Li Yuan's perspective, amongst the densely packed treasures, aside from some rare items, even the weakest divine artifacts were likely on the same level as his Dark Star divine spear. Indeed, this was the legacy land of a heavenly divine. This is the treasure vault of the registered disciples, said the black-robed elder. First, I'll give you 20,000 divine crystals. Whoosh! The black-robed elder waved his hand, and a storage treasure landed in front of Li Yuan. As Li Yuan sensed with his divine sense, he saw the interior space of the storage magical treasure was vast, piled up like a small mountain of divine crystals. 20,000 Fangshan crystals. If I step into the demigod realm and cultivate those 9-layer star techniques, with the many resources required, I won't have to worry about running out of divine crystals, thought Li Yuan to himself. The Juxing continent was vast, and as long as he had enough divine crystals, gathering treasures should not be difficult. After Li Yuan put the storage treasure away, the second treasure, you'll have to choose, 1 out of 3, said the black-robed elder. One is the sealing tower, which serves multiple purposes including a warship, material defense, sealing, and so on, and can be called the finest of the true God instruments. Even a true God limit expert, once imprisoned within, would have no hope of escaping. Many true gods cannot afford this treasure. The black-robed elder pointed into the distance, and a sphere in the depths of the starry sky suddenly shone brightly, revealing the vague phantom of a majestic tower, with an atmosphere so vast it made one's heart tremble. Top grade indeed, Li Yuan marveled in amazement. As far as Li Yuan knew, just as with pseudo-god artifacts, the cheapest cost 1 or 2 divine crystals, the expensive ones thousands, and some extremely special ones even tens of thousands of divine crystals. Among true God instruments, the top-grade ones were so valuable that many true gods would hesitate to pursue them. The second choice is a soul secret treasure. In the hands of a true god, it can defend against the soul attacks of ordinary heavenly divines, continued the black-robed elder. This is also extremely rare. Li Yuan nodded slightly, understanding that the more powerful a soul secret treasure was, the rarer it became. Such great treasure, tempting to the eyes, unfortunately, he could only choose one. Among the top 3 treasures, the last is the Mirror of Laws, said the black-robed elder. The main mysteries contained in this Mirror of Laws are those of the space law, and a small part of the fire law comprehension. The Master's enlightenment was in the fire law. Fire? Li Yuan felt slightly disappointed in his heart. This was not the path he excelled in. But containing the mysteries of space law was good enough. Have you decided? The black-robed elder looked at Li Yuan. Elder, I would like the Mirror of Laws, Li Yuan responded promptly. Realms are the foundation. No matter how strong a divine artifact is, it requires sufficient law comprehension to bring out its potential. All right. This mirror of laws, I will gift it to you, said the black-robed elder with a smile. Will you use it now or keep it for later? Use it now. Li Yuan declared decisively. Just now, Yu had informed him about the mirror of laws. Such treasures of enlightenment, once used, truly become one's own. Kept in hand, they only invite covetous glances. All right. Then let's cultivate here, the black-robed elder said. Prepare yourself. Whoosh. A streak of light suddenly fell from the starry sky, heading straight for Li Yuan. Li Yuan couldn't help but look up, only to see a mirror swiftly appearing in his field of vision. This mirror was incredibly strange. To be precise, it shouldn't be called a mirror at all. It was more like a drop of water, smooth as a mirror, from which Li Yuan felt as though he could sense the vast universe and the earth, instantly losing himself. Huh. Li Yuan's gaze became distant as he sat down cross-legged. Drip drop. The mirror fell silently and touched Li Yuan. Like a liquid, it immediately engulfed him. The mirror of laws seemed to take Li Yuan into another space. Boom. Li Yuan's consciousness was abruptly lifted, and he faintly sensed that he had reached a mysterious realm. In the dim and vast void, it seemed like nothingness. A man with fiery red hair and wearing fiery red combat armor stood as if he were the incarnation of flames, with vast and endless aura and eyes that contained terrifying might. His gaze swept across the void, seemingly perceiving Li Yuan's presence, causing Li Yuan's consciousness to shiver uncontrollably. Is this Anqi heavenly god? Li Yuan's heart trembled. I hope you don't let down the path I've taken. Anqi heavenly god's lips moved soundlessly, yet conveyed his meaning clearly. Huh. Anqi heavenly god brought his hands together, raising them slightly at head level, as if in worship or as if using his palms as a knife, suddenly slicing forward. Whoosh. With this palm strike, might condensed, the entire void began to tremble, and a fine space rift emerged, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This space rift extended endlessly towards the far reaches of the void along the direction of the palm knife. 100 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. This space rift seemed minute, yet contained a terrifying piercing force, extending beyond the limits of Li Yuan's reach. Space cutting. This strike. Li Yuan was deeply shaken. He had never imagined that the space law could be used in such a way, with might condensed to the ultimate degree. This palm strike gave him the illusion that everything in the world could be severed, without harming the innocent. Concentration. The pinnacle of concentration, sharp to the extreme. Although the space rift seemed fine, it caused the surrounding power of heaven and earth to surge and took a long time to close. Rumble. Within this fine space rift, massive flames flowed out, filled with vibrant life force, gradually closing the rift. Whoosh. The mirror of laws that had seemingly engulfed Li Yuan suddenly dissipated. Once again, Li Yuan's figure appeared in the void, completely entranced. It's uncertain how much this little fellow will gain. Hope he doesn't squander the master's painstaking effort, the black-robed elder muttered under his breath. Whoosh. The scene of Anqi heavenly god slicing through heaven and earth with a palm strike was deeply engraved in Li Yuan's soul. A sensation as instinctive as if born with him, impossible to sever or cut away. This is the formidable power of the mirror of laws. Unlike those inheritance crystal stone imprints Li Yuan received, which seemed to let him experience it for himself, once consciousness was withdrawn, they would quickly become blurry. After all, those were just spiritual imprints. The mirror of laws, essentially, was part of a heavenly divine soul, leaving a mark far more vivid. Slay. 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 One strike can slay everything. Li Yuan felt that all the puzzles he had encountered while delving into the mysteries of space and practicing the fourth move, shattering the long sky, of the boundary cloud spear were solved in this moment, and even more, he was bursting with bright ideas. Fully immersed in his cultivation, unconsciously, Li Yuan used his finger in place of a spear, simulating the action of a straight thrust, striking out repeatedly. The cut and thrust shared common ground. Both sought unceasing momentum and the sharpness that could pierce all things. The black-robed elder waited quietly, not interrupting. He knew that the first comprehension using the mirror of laws was especially critical. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Ripples spread through the entrance of this starry sky. Following that, a black armored figure emitting a mighty aura walked in, his presence domineering, somewhat similar to Anchi Heavenly God. The black armored figure immediately spotted Li Yuan, who was immersed in his comprehension in the void. He's come? The black-robed elder saw the black armored figure. Elder Wu, is this the Shu Yuan you've mentioned, who might surpass me in the future? The black armored figure spoke softly, looking down at Li Yuan. He did not disturb Li Yuan's cultivation, but his gaze was sharp as if it could penetrate everything, carefully observing Li Yuan from every dimension. At his realm of strength, his perception ability was incredible. After a long time, 8-star veins. Flying heaven 8-star veins. A mysterious light flashed in the eyes of the black-armored figure. But he didn't speak out and instead stood patiently alongside the black-robed elder. During the repeated processes of thrusting with finger as spear, the aura emanating from Li Yuan grew stronger, the might at his fingertips intensified, and numerous insights surged into his mind. Suddenly, whoosh, another thrust, unbelievably fast, causing even the stable space to ripple slightly. Space ripple? The black-robed elder's eyes shone. Flying heaven realm, pseudo-god level spear technique? The black-armored figure grew even more surprised. Whether it was the black-robed elder known as Elder Wu, or the figure in black armor, both had exceptionally high standards and clearly understood what it meant for a move to cause spatial ripples. This signified that such a technique could penetrate the superficial layer of heaven and earth and touch upon the true fluctuations of space. It undoubtedly belonged to the realm of pseudo-god level techniques. This technique primarily incorporates the mysteries of space, with the law of earth and the wind law as auxiliary elements. It is quite exquisite. My junior, merely at the flying heaven level, is able to touch upon the mysteries of space. His talent is indeed unimaginable. The figure in black armor whispered, Elder Wu, are you sure what the master left behind was the mirror of laws and not the true river of laws? How could I possibly deceive you? The true river of laws represents the opportunity to comprehend the complete law of the great Tao. Even someone as powerful as our master only left behind 3 portions, of which you received 1, said the black-robed elder. The treasure vault of registered disciples. To have left behind a mirror of laws is already quite remarkable. How could there possibly be a true river of laws left behind? The black-robed elder added. The figure in black armor nodded slightly. The heavenly gods, if slain by enemies, would naturally not transform into the true river of laws or the mirror of laws. But even if they meticulously prepared before their seated meditation, something like the mirror of laws would be left in no more than several dozen portions. Such numbers are still extremely scarce. Given its effectiveness, it naturally shouldn't be this good. The only explanation is the user has an exceedingly high talent. Starry vein talent is extraordinary. The law talent is also extremely strong, and the soul is infinitely close to the pseudo-god level. The figure in black armor mused. Where did this come from? I've never heard of him. He, as the master of a divine kingdom and a high-level entity of the starry sky ancient city, had extremely broad knowledge and was even more informed. By rights, talents like this at the flying heaven level should have been discovered long ago. In any divine kingdom, they would be counted as top-tier geniuses. How did he appear in the Abyss Demon Blood Den? The figure in black armor frowned, with myriad thoughts flashing through his mind. But he remained expressionless, simply continuing to observe. In this starry sky world, Li Yuan sat cross-legged, quietly contemplating the mysteries of Anchi Heavenly God's palm strike technique. It was truly shocking. The sensation was too clear. Merely through repeated attempts, Li Yuan felt his comprehension of the mysteries of space continuously breaking through. It came naturally to him to perform the 4th style of Boundary Cloud Spear, shattering the long sky. This style, in terms of profundity, was already comparable to that of an initial rank pseudo-god. Such a breakthrough in realm was enough to abruptly elevate Li Yuan's strength by a great margin. The application of the space law, vast and unpredictable. Anchi Heavenly God's palm strike must belong to the category of space cutting. which is the ultimate destruction, Li Yuan excited himself. Whether it was contemplating the law of earth or the wind law, he had many references and could receive some guidance. Only when contemplating the mysteries of space did he find great difficulty, as Li Yuan had been groping alone in the dark. After all, even someone like Chu Bingzhen, in their understanding of the space law, was only at the level of the true intention of space, and hadn't truly entered the threshold of the law. One can imagine the hardship of the space Tao. The space law, just like the 7 fundamental laws, it also divides into many directions, such as space cutting, world, no space domain, etc. Li Yuan sighed in solitude. Each direction has its own focus, like space cutting, if cultivated to the extreme. Legend has it that one move can cross billions of miles in space-time to slay the enemy, where everything touched can be killed. The world direction can make one's domain as vast as an entire world descending, encompassing everything. The direction of the no space domain can penetrate everything, stepping into higher dimensions. It is much more formidable than some of the escaping techniques of the wind system, and when cultivated to advanced levels, it can even allow one to teleport, crossing vast star domains in a thought. This is also why the heavenly gods can construct transmission arrays. The direction of space objects. Li Yuan knew such general information in the past, but knowing it was of little use without being able to comprehend it specifically. Until today. Using the Mirror of Laws, Li Yuan had opened the doors to a brand new world, witnessing the fearsome nature of the space law and further clarifying his path. Space cutting. Now that I have the guidance of Enchi Heavenly God's Mirror of Laws, I will make my utmost effort to comprehend in the direction of space cutting. Li Yuan vowed from the heart, intending to learn the most powerful if he was to learn at all. Time passed. The profound effects of the Mirror of Laws were gradually fading, and the abundant spiritual light in Li Yuan's mind was also dispersing. The most precious first use is gone. Subsequent comprehension will probably not even be 1/10 as efficient as this time. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. The Mirror of Laws was integrated into the soul, and its first use had the best effect, with each later use having a diminishing return. According to the information Sister Gu gave, with the passage of time, the power contained within the Mirror of Laws will ultimately completely dissipate, and each session of my contemplation will also deplete some of its power, Li Yuan pondered. Therefore, after using the Mirror of Laws, it would be best to recontemplate after some time. It is an external object, aiding in cultivation, but it cannot replace my own comprehension. Li Yuan was well aware of this. My first use had such a significant effect because of the many years I spent in concealed cultivation, studying the mysteries of space, deducing the boundary cloud sphere, and accumulating a plethora of doubts. It was like teachers lecturing. Only if students earnestly prepared in advance and had many questions could they maximize the efficacy of the teacher's lecture. With this thought, Li Yuan's mind moved, and he sensed an option on the Divine Palace panel. Skill Realm. Law of Earth, 7th Stage Initial Rank. Wind Law, 7th Stage Initial Rank. Mysteries of Space. 7th Stage 62%. True Meaning of Fire, 6th Stage Initial Rank. Mysteries of Water. 5th Stage 99%. Mysteries of Wood. 5th Stage 99%. Mysteries of Metal. 5th Stage 88%. Mysteries of Thunder. 5th Stage 12%. The progress in the mysteries of space is indeed great, now equivalent to the standard of 7th Stage High Rank, Li Yuan mused. Now, my rate of progress in the space aspect truly far exceeds that of the earth and wind aspects. Li Yuan himself had not anticipated that it would be so easy for him to comprehend the mysteries of space. The lineage of fire, I have actually, unbeknownst to myself, condensed the true intent. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Enchi Heavenly God, who had a complete mastery of the fire law, naturally left behind a mirror of laws that contained a great deal of insight into the fire law. Even though Li Yuan was not particularly adept at the path of fire, during his understanding of it, he could be affected unconsciously. One path leads to the creation of thousands. Super experts, in addition to the paths that they have comprehended, would generally have some understanding of other laws. Phew. Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes and stood up to look at the cloaked elder not far away. Li Yuan was shocked to find that, unbeknownst to Wen, a figure clad in black armor was standing next to the cloaked elder, with an overbearing aura that faintly enveloped this part of the starry sky. I actually didn't notice him at all just now. Li Yuan was surprised. When I don't look at him, I can't feel his presence, but as soon as I look at him, I feel that his aura is terrifying. What kind of technique is this? With just one look, Li Yuan understood. This figure in black armor was definitely the strongest he had ever met in his life, far surpassing even the Dongfang Alliance leader. True God. Li Yuan, this is a true God, and a very powerful one at that. Sister Ji Yu's voice suddenly rang out. He appeared just now. I just didn't disturb you because I saw that he seemed to have no ill intentions and you were in concealed cultivation. Li Yuan suddenly realized. Swoosh! Li Yuan stepped forward and quickly came in front of the cloaked elder, giving a respectful bow. Thank you, elder. There's no need to thank me. As the named disciple of the master, it's only right that you receive some treasures, the cloaked elder said with a smile. Do you remember when I said before that there were some secrets I didn't tell you? Now that you have become the master's named disciple, you have the right to know. This person in front of you is the master's direct disciple, and also the eldest disciple of your lineage, the cloaked elder introduced, Zhang Yuan, true God. Li Yuan was secretly astonished, as expected. Shu Yuan pays respects to senior brother. Li Yuan bowed. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Yuan. Wait, Zhang Yuan, true God? Also surnamed Zhang? Is it a coincidence? Elder Wu sent a message to me, saying that a formidable junior brother has emerged from the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Zhang Yuan, true God, revealed a hint of a smile. So I specially hurried over from the royal capital. At first glance, I found that, indeed, there's something extraordinary about you that made Elder Wu give praise. Flying heaven level, with control over pseudo-god level moves, quite rare indeed. Zhang Yuan, true God, said with a smile. Junior brother Shu Yuan, you are outstanding. Among the countless flying heaven level experts of the Juxing continent, the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, the 6 great holy lands, the 3,000 divine kingdoms, you are probably among the very top ranks. Senior brother is overpraising, Li Yuan responded. I am not overpraising. Zhang Yuan, true God, laughed. If you only had control over pseudo-god level moves, indeed, you wouldn't be considered top rank. But to awaken 8-star veins at the realm of flying heaven, plus a soul almost at the pseudo-god level, and considering your age, which isn't even 40 years old, Zhang Yuan, true God, said. Even if I claim you have the highest talent among the flying heaven level on the Juxing continent, you would still be worthy of it. Li Yuan's expression was calm, but inside his heart, a storm was brewing. This Zhang Yuan, true God, having only just met him, had seen through him so thoroughly. 8-star veins? Shu Yuan, you kiddo are an 8-star vein? Elder Wu was astonished at the side. I thought you were just a 7-star vein, so you're actually an 8-star vein? 3rd rank 8-star vein, this. Doesn't that mean, before ascending to godhood, there's a hope to strive for 9-star pulse? Elder Wu's eyes shone with light. The difference between 7-star veins and 8-star veins seems to be just 1 vein, but in reality, it's a world apart. The former is quite common on the Juxing continent. For instance, within the Abyss country, there are demigods with 7-star veins, and there are far too many across the Juxing continent. But as we go up to 8-star vein experts, the numbers dwindle drastically. 9-star pulse? It's a legend of the Juxing continent? TCH, you sure hid yourself deep enough, almost fooling this old man, Elder Wu laughed. Sadly, you still couldn't escape your senior brother Zhang Yuan's eyes. Among the many true gods in the Juxing continent, he is one of the top 3 existences, an absolute true god limit expert. True god limit? Li Yuan's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take another look at Zhang Yuan, true god. According to Li Yuan's knowledge, when Chu Bingzhen was alive, he was at the level of true god limit and thus had the qualifications to be called a Zun among the heavenly serpent clan. Anqi heavenly god's direct disciple is at the true god limit? Li Yuan thought to himself. That's right. To be chosen by a heavenly god, one's talent must certainly be extremely high, and it's not surprising to have true god limit strength after more than 10,000 years. With this thought, Elder Wu, senior brother, I had no intention of hiding it, Li Yuan continued, feeling somewhat anxious in his heart. Although the other was nominally his senior brother, this was also only their first meeting. Anything could happen. It could be said that his life was in the hands of this Zhang Yuan true god. There's no need to be nervous. Since I call you junior brother, it means I acknowledge you, Zhang Yuan true god said with a smile. Then, he looked towards the cloaked elder, Elder Wu. Then I will take junior brother Shu Yuan with me for now. I will inform you if there's anything. All right. That works too, the cloaked elder agreed. Zhang Yuan, you need to treat Shu Yuan well. Of course. If junior brother Shu Yuan can grow up, in the future, he will be a great help for me, and perhaps it will be a fine story for both of us brothers to ascend to heavenly God, Zhang Yuan true god said. Naturally, I will cultivate him with care. Junior brother, let's go. Who? The invisible force enshrouding them was extremely powerful. Li Yuan could not break free, nor did he dare to try. After passing through the layers of clouds above that world, reminiscent of a fairyland. They flew through the void for a long time. Suddenly, everything became clear. A vast and boundless realm appeared in Li Yuan's sight. The earth was limitless, and there was an enormous sun hanging in the sky. At the horizon of this world, one could vaguely see a colossal city, hovering in the void, appearing extremely grand and magnificent. Where is this? Li Yuan wondered internally, but did not show it. We have already left the Abyss Demon Blood Den, Zhang Yuan true god had stopped. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered across Li Yuan's eyes. They had already left the Abyss Demon Blood Den? That distant city is the Blood Demon City? That my Abyss country arranged around the Abyss Demon Blood Den? Zhang Yuan true god looked towards Li Yuan, seeming to observe something. With his formidable strength, even though Li Yuan concealed it well, Zhang Yuan true god still captured the slight emotional fluctuation in Li Yuan when he heard the words. Junior brother Shu Yuan, you entered through the Blood Demon City into the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Did you not know? Zhang Yuan true god said indifferently. Li Yuan was shocked. Instantly, Li Yuan noticed a change in Zhang Yuan true god's attitude. Of course, I knew, Li Yuan responded. Junior brother Shu Yuan, Zhang Yuan true god looked at Li Yuan. Elder Wu was present before, and there were things inconvenient for me to disclose. Now, we should have a talk. What does senior brother wish to discuss? Li Yuan bowed slightly, rapidly considering his options in his mind. The other was a true god limit expert. If he wished to kill Li Yuan, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Li Yuan had no power to resist. Junior brother Shu Yuan. With such talent and strength, it's unlikely that a common divine kingdom could nurture you. Where do you come from? Zhang Yuan true god said, Starry Sky Ancient City? Holy Land Sect? Or some sort of divine kingdom? Li Yuan sighed internally. Here it comes. Arriving in this world, the biggest trouble was the issue of identity. All great power has its causes, and the more abnormal an attention-grabbing one's performance, the harder it becomes to conceal one's origin. Other major powers, whether they wanted to recruit him or harbor ill intent, would first investigate his background. Initially, Li Yuan wanted to leave the Abyss Demon Blood Den, learn more about Zhu Xing continent, and then slowly fabricate his own history. Unexpectedly, in the Abyss Demon Blood Den itself, he had encountered a true god limit expert. Right now, it was really tough for Li Yuan to concoct a story. Senior brother, I was commanded to venture out for experience and training and must not disclose my origins, Li Yuan said gravely, but I will certainly not be an enemy to senior brother. If senior brother does not trust me, I am willing to make an oath with the law of the great Tao. This was the best explanation Li Yuan could come up with. Must not disclose? What if I compel you? Insist that you tell? Zhang Yuan true god said lightly. Li Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Junior brother need not be tense. I am not one to persist unreasonably. Zhang Yuan true god looked at Li Yuan. I'll just ask you one thing. Are you from the divine realm?
Li Yuan was startled on the inside. Divine realm. It was not surprising that the other party knew about the divine realm. After all, he was a disciple of Anshi heavenly god.
From Elder Wu's description, Li Yuan knew. The top powerhouses of this realm should all be familiar with the divine realm. But from the other's tone, did it mean that strong beings from the divine realm often descended to this world? Judging by the fluctuations of your divine soul, I should have guessed right, Zhang Yuan True God said thoughtfully. You shouldn't be surprised. Our realm once was part of the divine realm. I, being from the Zhang family, and having received guidance from my master, know some truths about Zhu Xing continent. The most important points are, first, I have ordered a pseudo-god under my command to check, and among the numerous treelists who entered the Abyss Demon Blood Den this year, your information was not found. Second, your talent and strength are exceptional. It's highly unlikely that you are a loose cultivator. No matter which power you're affiliated with, you should be highly valued. However, you seem ignorant about the war of the ancestral realm, the Enchi heavenly god, and so on. You don't even know the timing of the war of the ancestral realm, which is too unreasonable. Third, historically, there have been many flying heaven and demigods from the divine realm who have adventured on Zhu Xing continent. Therefore, I guessed you might come from the divine realm, and you must have descended abruptly into the Abyss Demon Blood Den not long ago. Zhang Yuan True God looked at Li Yuan. Junior brother Shu Yuan, am I right? Li Yuan internally sighed with resignation. It was to be expected from one of the pinnacle true gods of Zhu Xing continent. His perspective and judgment were indeed extraordinary. You flatter me, senior. Li Yuan gave a wry smile and refrained from continuing to address him as senior brother. Indeed, I am not a creature of this realm, and I have indeed arrived not long ago. Since the other party had spoken frankly, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't continue playing coy. Do not worry. I harbor no ill will towards you. Zhang Yuan True God still appeared very indifferent. I just don't know which power you come from in the divine realm. Can you tell me? Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then said, I come from the Chaos Divine Court, and more than that, I am unable to reveal. This was a gamble on Li Yuan's part, because Dongfang Ji had once mentioned Chaos Divine Court. Based on Li Yuan's conjecture, Dongfang Ji should only have become involved with the Chaos Divine Court after his adventures in Nine Leaves Nine Mountains. Chaos Divine Court. Indeed. Zhang Yuan True God seemed unsurprised. You needn't call me senior. Continue to call me senior brother. No matter where you come from, you are still a registered disciple of our teacher, that much is real. Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. At least for now, there seemed to be no risk to his life. Junior brother Shu Yuan, may I ask what your trial mission is? Zhang Yuan True God smiled. From what Elder Wu suggested, you are to participate in the war of the ancestral realm, aren't you, to seize the ancestral realm order? Li Yuan was speechless, unable to answer. At this moment, Li Yuan understood where he had slipped up. All the information he had exchanged with Elder Wu, Zhang Yuan True God likely knew as well. Is it indescribable? Zhang Yuan True God nodded slightly. All right, I won't press for answers. At the flying heaven level to awaken the 8-star veins, even within the Chaos Divine Court, you are absolutely a demonically talented genius of the highest order. I can help you. Zhang Yuan True God looked at Li Yuan. What you are most worried about is probably revealing your identity. With my help, your identity can easily be taken care of. If you wish to participate in the ancestral realm battle, it will pose no difficulty. Similarly, if you wish to access the Starry Sky Ancient City, it's not difficult either. Zhang Yuan True God said, I am king of the Abyss country, but also the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Temple in the Zhu Xing Ancient City. I can help you join the Zhu Xing Ancient City. Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. King of the Abyss country? That did not exceed Li Yuan's expectations. He could guess as much from the other's strength, name, and previous address. At the same time, this also explained why Zhang Yuan True God could arrive so quickly. Because this place was essentially within the territory of Abyss country. And no wonder Elder Wu did not intervene in the slaughter at the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Because the one behind the Blood Den's slaughter was likely Zhang Yuan True God himself. Moreover, Zhang Yuan True God was a direct disciple of Enchi Heavenly God. But it was the other identity related to the Zhu Xing Ancient City that surprised Li Yuan? Jushing Ancient City is subtly the foremost of the three great starry sky ancient cities. Law Enforcement Temple? From the name, it seems to be a powerful institution, and he is actually the Hall Master. Without a doubt, Zhang Yuan, true God, within the Jushing Ancient City, is feared to be one of the top-ranking influential figures. Senior brother is willing to help me. What does senior brother want me to do? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. He and the other person were neither relatives nor friends, so why would he help him like this? Just because of senior brothers in name? Unlikely. Guiding order. Zhang Yuan, true God, said straightforwardly. Li Yuan was puzzled. You can come here, and you can leave. Zhang Yuan, true God, said with a smile. Soon, you will probably leave the Jushing continent, won't you? Li Yuan had no way to answer. In the future, if I ascend to Heavenly God, I will definitely leave the Jushing continent for the Divine Realm, which is vast and truly a paradise for the mighty. Zhang Yuan, true God's eyes gleamed with yearning. Li Yuan did not expect the other party to have such ambitions. In an instant, Li Yuan had two guesses. First, Zhang Yuan, true God, must be very close to the realm of Heavenly Divine, even with a great chance of ascending. Second, if he became a Heavenly Divine, he would have a way to travel from the Jushing continent to the Divine Realm. In the future, if I go to the Chaos Divine Court to find you, I will need your help to introduce me, so that I can establish myself in the Chaos Divine Court, said Zhang Yuan, true God. Otherwise, as a foreign Heavenly Divine, I would probably be subject to many constraints. Li Yuan listened, astounded. The other party was harboring such plans? Senior brother, I am of course willing. But to introduce a Heavenly Divine, I am far from qualified at the moment. I must at least ascend to Heavenly God to be eligible. Li Yuan shook his head. I am only at the Flying Heaven level right now. From Flying Heaven realm to Heavenly Divine, how distant is that? In fact, Li Yuan was not clear about the inner workings of the Chaos Divine Court. He was just guessing. No rush, with your talent. I think there is hope for you to become a Heavenly Divine in the future. Don't think I am tens of thousands of years older than you. Zhang Yuan, true God, said with a smile. A Heavenly Divine has a lifespan of 300,000 years. Thousands of years later, if we are both Heavenly Divines, we will be peers, both still very young. At that time, wouldn't it be a joy for us, senior and junior brothers, to meet in the Divine Realm? Zhang Yuan, true God, said with emotion. Li Yuan had to admit. Zhang Yuan, true God, is thinking far ahead, extremely optimistic, perhaps overly so. Brother Shu Yuan, are you willing to agree? Zhang Yuan, true God, said. If you are willing, we shall make a pact and each make an oath according to the law of the great Tao. To agree or not? I am willing, Li Yuan said. How could he refuse? And Li Yuan also had his own thoughts, for with the help of Zhang Yuan, true God, the hope of completing his mission could greatly increase. Good. Zhang Yuan, true God, was quite satisfied and immediately said, I hereby swear upon the law of the great Tao, during Brother Shu Yuan's endeavors on the Jushing continent, I will do my utmost to help. Swiftly, an intangible wave descended. I swear that once senior brother Zhang Yuan arrives in the Divine Realm, I will do my utmost to assist him in joining the Chaos Divine Court and strive to become part of its core circle. Li Yuan also quickly made his vow according to the law. Even if Li Yuan does not join the Chaos Divine Court in the future, it does not hinder the fulfillment of his oath. After all, doing one's utmost to help and striving differs greatly from guaranteeing success. Good. Junior brother, let's first return to the royal capital, and then I will arrange things for you slowly, said Zhang Yuan, true God. Senior brother, wait, Li Yuan said immediately. Before entering the Legacy Land, I had a companion who also entered the passage, and she should also be a descendant of senior brother. I wonder if senior brother could help her survive? Li Yuan still felt quite favorably towards Zhang Zan. My descendant. Let me have a look. Zhang Yuan, true God, closed his eyes gently, but the aura he emitted became even more terrifying. Not long after. Found her. Zhang Yuan, true God, opened his eyes again. Her talent potential is also quite good. If ignored, she will likely die within the Legacy Land. All right, Since junior brother asked, I will give her a chance at life. Whoosh! With a wave of Zhang Yuan True God's hand, the clouds below immediately dispersed to both sides. Soon, a silver-armored young lady flew out from the clouds, still with fear and confusion on her face. The silver-armored girl landed, and at first glance, she saw Zhang Yuan True God and Li Yuan standing not far away. Brother Shu? Zhang Zan was overjoyed. Then, seeing another figure in green, her heart shook violently. The king? Is that really the king? Zhang Zan was shocked in her heart. Her talent was not bad. After only decades of cultivation, her law comprehension was so high that she could become a demigod at any time, and in the future, she even had a slim chance of becoming pseudo-god. Plus, her father was the Mist Mountain King. It could be said that her status in the royal family was quite high. Therefore, at that time, Zhang Lei was quite fearful of her. But even so, from her birth until now, she had never seen the ancestor of their own divine kingdom, only many videos and portraits. It was Zhang Yuan True God's terrifying aura that made her suspect. Brother Shu. Zhang Zan couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan. She roughly understood in her heart that she survived the killing formation just now, probably thanks to Li Yuan. Zhang Zan. Li Yuan said softly, "This is your Abyss country's Zhang Yuan True God, the founder of the nation." Zhang Zan greets the ancestor. Zhang Zan hurriedly paid her respects respectfully. You are called Zhang Zan, the daughter of little Zhang Wu? Zhang Yuan True God looked down at Zhang Zan. Yes. Zhang Zan replied obediently. Zhang Wu was indeed her father's name. Zhang Wu is very good, it's a pity. Zhang Yuan True God shook his head. He had many descendants, but over tens of thousands of years, not many could become pseudo-god. Zhang Wu had reached the pseudo-god peak, which was quite extraordinary, so naturally, he had been summoned a few times and even received some guidance. Unfortunately, he fell not long ago. Hearing this, Zhang Zan couldn't help feeling saddened. She also didn't see her father often, but he was always the object of her reverence. Your elder brother is Zhang Shan. In the future, reaching your father's level should be possible, and even reaching the realm of True God is hopeful. Your talent is also fairly good. Zhang Yuan True God said indifferently, your lineage is quite remarkable. Thank you, ancestor, for the praise. Zhang Zan was delighted in her heart. The ancestor. What a being was that? As is known, Juxing continent possesses 3,000 divine kingdoms, which also vary in strength, and undoubtedly, Abyss country is a top-tier nation, with a resounding reputation. And the origin of all this is Zhang Yuan True God. I rescued you from the blood den not because you are a royal family of the divine kingdom. Zhang Yuan True God said, but because Shu Yuan asked, if you want to give thanks, give them to him. Brother Shu? Zhang Zan's heart trembled, she guessed right. She was also quite shocked. Who exactly is Brother Shu, to be treated so equally by the ancestor? Could it be, he is the disciple that surpasses the true God existences mentioned in the legends? She couldn't fathom Li Yuan's identity. From now on, Shu Yuan will join our Abyss country and become a member of the divine fire palace of our Abyss country. Zhang Yuan True God continued, do not reveal his relationship with me, do you understand? Yes, Zhang Zan understands. Zhang Zan quickly replied. She was a little puzzled in her heart. With Li Yuan's strength and status, why would he join the divine kingdom? But Zhang Zan didn't ask more. Okay, you may leave now. Zhang Yuan True God said, once you reach the royal capital, after the divine fire palace updates the roster, you can contact Shu Yuan again. Zhang Zan nodded, then paid another respectful gesture to Shu Yuan. Brother Shu, I'll see you in royal capital. All right. Li Yuan nodded. Swoosh! Zhang Zan turned into a streak of light and quickly flew towards the city at the edge of heaven and earth. She did not ask about the whereabouts of Shu Guo and the others, as from her own experience, she knew that those servants were more likely to have bad luck than good. Ask Zhang Yuan True God. The fact that the ancestor saved her was already because Brother Shu spoke up. To inquire further would be to act without understanding the situation. Li Yuan and Zhang Yuan, true god, watched as Zhang Zan flew away into the distance from the void. Junior brother, my idea is to arrange for you to become a member of the Divine Fire Palace of Abyss Country, and I will forge another origin for you, claiming you were born and raised in Abyss Country. With this identity, you will withstand any power's scrutiny. Zhang Yuan, true god, looked at Li Yuan. How does this sound to you? Then I must trouble senior brother. Li Yuan expressed his thanks. With the identity issue resolved, he could travel the Juxing continent with peace of mind. Whoosh! Zhang Yuan, true god, waved his hand again, and a luminous crystal stone flew out. Having just arrived on Juxing continent, you are likely unfamiliar with the situation of the whole continent. This crystal stone contains some general knowledge about Juxing continent. Some secret messages I cannot tell you. But it will be enough for you to understand Juxing continent. Zhang Yuan, true god, spoke. Use it now. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He reached out to catch it, and with a movement of his divine sense, a huge amount of information emerged in his mind. An immense flood of information. Luckily, Li Yuan's soul was now different than before, able to receive information much faster than in the past, and in just a few minutes, he had received all of the information. The 3 great starry sky ancient cities. The 6 great holy lands. 3,000 kingdoms. Li Yuan also finally understood enough about Juxing continent. Vast and magnificent, full of wonders. Heavenly gods stand at the peak, either manipulating the continent in secret or heading to the more vast and magnificent divine realm. True gods often command many divines, stirring up war after war on the continent, conquering vast territories, and reigning supreme. Unceasing through billions of years. Juxing divine pill. Ancestral realm. The 3 great starry sky ancient cities. Li Yuan had keenly caught the core details amidst the complex information. All the grudges and entanglements on the entire Juxing continent revolved around these 3 things. Correct. As the teacher said, what makes our world different from the divine realm is the Juxing divine pill. This is the characteristic of Juxing continent and is why the star meridians of the powerhouses in our world are generally stronger. Zhang Yuan, true god, praised, and the place where Juxing divine pill comes from. That is the ancestral realm. Exactly how it is born remains a mystery, even teacher does not know, probably only the city lords of the 3 great starry sky ancient cities would know. Li Yuan listened attentively. Zhang Yuan, true god's information also only spoke of how miraculous the Juxing divine pill was. How did it come about? It remains a mystery. 3 great starry sky ancient cities. They're the sovereigns of the entire world, and their city lords are heavenly gods generation after generation. Once they use inheritance divine artifacts, their strength skyrockets to a terrifying extent, far surpassing other heavenly gods, also cementing the status of the starry sky ancient cities. Zhang Yuan, true god, said, all the major divine kingdoms must pay a massive amount of wealth to the ancient cities and also send their elite to the cities for training. Even the 6 great holy lands are not comparable. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The 6 great holy lands are the major forces on the Juxing continent, second only to the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, all founded by heavenly gods. Of course, whether there are still heavenly gods present in this generation remains a mystery. On the Juxing continent, heavenly gods seldom take action. Like teacher, who once had a conflict with a heavenly god from the Chongqing ancient city, Zhang Yuan, true god, sighed. In that battle, the city lord of Chongqing participated, using inheritance divine artifacts. It was 2 against 1, and only then did teacher lose and leave. Li Yuan suddenly realized. Juxing ancient city, Chongqing ancient city, heavenly snake ancient city. Among the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, the first 2 are predominantly human race, while the latter is primarily led by the divine beast clan powerhouses. Of course, the 2 parties actually do not have a life and death enmity. It was merely a contest for treasures. You need not worry too much. Zhang Yuan, true god, smiled. Moreover, if that heavenly god wanted to take action, the primary target would be me. That's also why I haven't revealed that you and I are fellow disciples. Zhang Yuan, true god, said, as long as you don't reveal it, no one will know. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. Having Zhang Yuan, true god, above him was indeed reassuring. I made you a member of Yuan country for a key reason. That is, Yuan country is one of the core divine kingdoms of the Zhu Xing ancient city, with quotas for recommending entry to the Flying Heavenly Palace and Semi-Divine Hall. Zhang Yuan, true god, stated, it's only 3 months until the next round of recruitment for reserve members in the Zhu Xing ancient city. I will give you a slot. With your strength, passing the assessments of the Zhu Xing ancient city should not be difficult. Once through, you will be a reserve member of Zhu Xing ancient city. At that time, many issues will not bother you. You will be able to handle them yourself. Zhang Yuan, true god, smiled slightly. Among the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, Zhu Xing ancient city is the first, with numerous treasures targeting flying heaven semi-divine within. Such treasures might be hard to come by even in the divine realm. How much you can obtain depends on your own skills. Thank you, senior brother, Li Yuan sincerely expressed. Having someone high up really makes things easier. With Zhang Yuan, true god's help, indeed much trouble was saved for him. In our world, the greatest opportunity is the ancestral realm order. I failed to obtain it. Only 12 years are left until the next ancestral realm battle. Zhang Yuan, true god, said, although you are extremely talented, your cultivation time is short. To seize it. In any case, junior brother, I will help you. But whether you can succeed ultimately depends on yourself. Zhang Yuan, true god, shook his head. I cannot help you in the battle for the ancestral realm. Senior brother has already helped me a lot. Li Yuan smiled. Li Yuan also vaguely understood. The arrangement by Zhang Yuan, true god, surely tested him. Even if he showed great talent, ascending to heavenly god was not so simple. Let's go. Head to the royal capital of Yuan country. With a wave from Zhang Yuan, true god, a warship suddenly appeared in the void. A true god instrument. Li Yuan instantly sensed it. This warship was at least a true god instrument. Whirring, the hatch opened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following Zhang Yuan, true god, Li Yuan immediately flew out from the warship, and as the warship started, it turned into a streak of silver light, reaching an incredible level. Li Yuan, the speed of this warship has reached 1,000 kilometers per second, Gu's voice chimed in. Li Yuan was secretly astonished. A second, flying thousands of kilometers? Such speed was too exaggerated, worthy of a true god limit expert. Furthermore, this speed of the warship might still not be its limit speed. Inside the quiet chamber of the warship, Li Yuan and Zhang Yuan, true god, were both sitting cross-legged in silence. Unexpectedly, among the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, one is the Heavenly Snake ancient city. According to the information from senior brother Zhang Yuan, it seems to be controlled by the Heavenly Serpent clan. Li Yuan thought to himself, unexpectedly, the Heavenly Serpent clan still has a legacy in this world. It's truly lamentable. Involuntarily, Li Yuan thought of a possibility. Could Little Ice have been transported to the region where the Heavenly Snake ancient city is located? There was a hint of hope in Li Yuan's heart. Currently, perhaps they were too far apart. For the moment, Li Yuan could not sense the soul aura of Lu Bing. After flying for several hours, crossing tens of millions of kilometers of land, the warship finally arrived at the royal capital of Yuan country. Directly passing through the barriers, they entered the interior of the royal capital, where the speed of the warship also sharply decreased. Junior brother. This is my token. If something happens, you can communicate with me. Zhang Yuan, true god, smiled. If you face a life-threatening danger, you can even crush this token. I will know immediately. However, I hope you'd best not crush this token. Thank you, senior brother, Li Yuan nodded. If he ever crushed the token, it would mean he couldn't withstand the danger, which in some sense would also mean a failure in the trial. Probably disappointing the other party. After storing the token, Wu, Li Yuan followed Zhang Yuan, true god, flying out from the warship, enabling a bird's-eye view of the entire royal capital of Yuan country. What a huge city! Li Yuan marveled silently, looking as far as the eye could see. The entire royal capital probably spanned thousands of kilometers, his vision barely reaching the edge. Truly vast. Perhaps, there are not many technological artifacts on the Juxing continent, but in terms of prosperity, almost no city of the seven-star civilization could match the royal capital of Yuan country. Junior, don't be too surprised. The residences of the powerful often cover extensive areas because of their fast traveling speeds. Gu transmitted. This royal capital of Yuan country likely harbors not just one true god, but also numerous pseudo-gods and semi-divine. In the divine realm, many true god experts often occupy a whole planet as their lair. Li Yuan understood. In the mortal domain, pseudo-gods were rare, and he realized some of his knowledge indeed needed revision. Sigh. Suddenly, a purple-robed elder flew over from not far away. King, the purple-robed elder respectfully greeted. Shu Yuan, this is the palace master of the divine fire palace, Sha Shi pseudo-god, stated Zhang Yuan true god. I have seen Senior Sha Shi. Li Yuan respectfully saluted. Hello. Sha Shi pseudo-god smiled and nodded. He was still unsure of Li Yuan's status and did not dare to address him rashly. Sha Shi. Zhang Yuan true god continued. Shu Yuan is a good friend entrusted to me. Let him join the divine fire palace and, 3 months later, give him a slot to go to the flying heaven realm of the Juxing ancient city. A slot to the ancient city? Sha Shi's pseudo-god's eyes flickered with surprise. King, the slots have already been allocated. Zhang Yuan true god frowned. I said, give Shu Yuan a slot. Yes, I will take care of it immediately, responded Sha Shi's pseudo-god promptly. Additionally, do not reveal my relationship with Shu Yuan to anyone who asks. Treat Shu Yuan as you would any regular member of the flying heaven, instructed Zhang Yuan true god. Your subordinate understands, replied Sha Shi pseudo-god, realizing the king greatly valued this young man. Shu Yuan, you follow Sha Shi pseudo-god, Zhang Yuan true god ordered. Immediately. Sigh. With a step, Zhang Yuan true god disappeared into the thick clouds, at the end of which a towering palace was faintly visible. That was the Abyss Country Palace, Zhang Yuan true god's residence, a place common pseudo-gods were not qualified to approach. Shu Yuan, come with me, Sha Shi pseudo-god said with a smile, realizing this young man's identity might not be ordinary. What kind of existence is the king? He is second only to the heavenly divine on the entire continent. Entrusted by a good friend. What kind of friend would make the king take such an interest? But with Zhang Yuan true god's order, he dared not to inquire further. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two shuttled through the void and clouds. Shu Yuan, ordinary demigods cannot travel through the clouds of the royal capital. They must fly along the roads. Sha Shi pseudo-god explained. Only divine beings or core members of my Abyss country can shuttle freely through restricted areas. The divine fire palace is part of the core layer. In my Abyss country, one power is the royal family and another is myriad gods palace, divine fire palace, explained Sha Shi pseudo-god. Li Yuan listened. He already knew these details. The royal family was the foundation of the Abyss country, all descendants of Zhang Yuan true god's bloodline, but the number of divine beings was actually not large, with just over a dozen pseudo-gods. And the myriad gods palace consisted of minister gods who joined the Abyss country, among which the true gods numbered a few, and pseudo-gods were over 1,000, showing the terrifying strength of Zhang Yuan true god. Ordinary true gods would not have so many pseudo-gods following them. This did not even include the forces Zhang Yuan true god could mobilize in the Juxing ancient city. The divine fire palace represented the flying heaven level and demigod level geniuses of the country, implying that anyone who joined should aim to light divine fire. Shortly after, the two reached a very vast palace. Even the entrance was guarded by 2 demigods leading many flying heaven level protectors. Palace Master. Many guards saluted. This is the new member of my divine fire palace. Shu Yuan, Sha Shi pseudo-god indicated Li Yuan and notably stated, he will be directly ranked 10th on the flying heaven list. Is everyone clear? Directly ranked 10th on the flying heaven list. The group of guards was secretly shocked. Greetings, young Master Shu Yuan. The guards bowed one after another, including the 2 demigod commanders. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Traveling through the Divine Fire Palace, Shashi Pseudo-God introduced Li Yuan to various places which aid cultivation, teaching areas. Clearly, as a place for cultivating the country's talents, the environment of the Divine Fire Palace was excellent. Shu Yuan. From now until you depart for the Juxing ancient city, reside in this mansion, said Shashi Pseudo-God. If you need anything, come find me. Moreover, each member of the Divine Fire Palace, when first ranked in the top 10 of the Flying Heaven list or Demigod list, will receive a gift. This gift, I will have someone deliver it to you shortly, Shashi Pseudo-God said. Thank you, Senior, voiced Li Yuan, turning into a stream of light and entering the rather luxurious mansion. Inside the mansion, there were many servants, including 2 at the Flying Heaven level and the rest as prime warriors. Greetings, Master. The servants saluted one after another, having just received a message. Proceed as usual in the mansion, do not bother me, stated Li Yuan, unless it's something important, do not disturb me. Yes, the multitude of servants saluted. These servants, arranged by the Divine Fire Palace, could be commanded, punished, or even killed by him. Of course, if a servant was killed, a divine crystal penalty had to be paid. I am but a passerby in this Divine Fire Palace, Li Yuan mused internally, and quickly proceeded to the depths of the mansion to the quiet chamber. Speedily. Li Yuan had initially refined the core of the mansion in the quiet chamber, directly activating the whole mansion's origin power protection array. Li Yuan had discovered. The technological artifacts of Juxing continent were quite standard, but the application of origin power secret patterns was far superior to that of the 7-star civilization. In the capital of Yuan country, the presence of origin power arrays could almost be felt everywhere. This quiet chamber, they really put effort into it, meditated Li Yuan, sitting cross-legged on the jade platform inside, feeling his heart quickly calming down. The entire quiet chamber closed. Continue cultivating, Li Yuan closed his eyes, continuing to ponder the 4th technique of the boundary cloud spear. He just realized. Outside Li Yuan's mansion. I just ordered those guards to salute, thought Shashi Pseudo-God. Soon, Lord Illusion will probably receive the message. He, as the venerated palace master of the Divine Fire Palace, wouldn't perform irrelevant acts. His only son being deprived of a slot, this matter won't be easy to gloss over, felt Shashi Pseudo-God with some helplessness. The Juxing ancient city recruits a batch of reserve members only once every 20 years. And in the Abyss country, there were in total only 20 slots, 10 of which were Flying Heaven level and 10 were Demigod level. Thus, the opportunities were precious, and many of Abyss country's influential figures kept an eye on the slots. While on the surface it looked like capacity mattered most, behind the scenes, background connections were also very important. For his son to secure a slot, Lord Illusion had spent a considerable price. If the king directly issued an order, it would be fine, Lord Illusion would have nothing to say, Shashi Pseudo-God mused internally. Regrettably, the king did not allow the news to spread. And the king directly placed him on the list instead of going through a trial. Probably, this Shu Yuan's strength is mediocre. Shashi Pseudo-God speculated. Hopefully, he can withstand it. This Juxing divine pill has such a peculiar aura, Li Yuan marveled as he gazed at the Juxing divine pill in his palm, exhaling an enticing fragrance that made him feel an irresistible desire to devour it completely. This alarmed Li Yuan. Although many exotic treasures contain a powerful origin that can exert a fatal attraction on life, even some poisons do this. The stronger the life, the stronger the self-control, usually. In terms of self-control, I'm not inferior to a semi-divine limit expert, yet it still provokes my inner desires, Li Yuan thought to himself. If an ordinary Flying Heaven level cultivator were to see it, they'd probably be unable to resist and swallow it immediately. According to what Li Yuan knew, in the divine realm, some divinities that were extremely proficient in enticing techniques could easily stir people's innermost desires. Desire can make one lose their reason. Time passed. Li Yuan silently observed, his divine sense trying to penetrate the Juxing divine pill, only to find it was fully integrated, impossible to permeate. I was naive indeed. This Juxing divine pill is a magnificent treasure birthed by the Juxing continent over the eons, an enigma even to heavenly divines. accessible only through continuous transmission from the ancestral realm. Me, being in the flying heaven realm, dreaming to unravel its secret, is somewhat foolish, Li Yuan mumbled to himself. Let's just use it. Along with the delivery of the Ju Xing divine pill came the method for its use. And in the intelligence given by Zhang Yuan, true God, there was an abundance of images and descriptions of the Ju Xing divine pill's appearance and usage methods. This allowed Li Yuan to confirm the Ju Xing divine pill in front of him was genuine. With instructions from Zhang Yuan, true God, and it being the first time both Sha Shi pseudo God and I have seen it, there's no need to set a trap for me over this. Li Yuan set aside many thoughts in his mind, calming himself down. The method of using the Ju Xing divine pill is quite different from that of ordinary elixirs. Other elixirs are simply taken orally or applied externally. Should the body be unable to withstand the potency of the elixir, it would be harmed instead. But the method of using the Ju Xing divine pill is through refinement. The divine pill is like a vessel. Only through refinement can one extract the essence. Li Yuan conjured the trick to using the Ju Xing divine pill. Refinement. With a thought from Li Yuan, mighty origin power merged with soul power, enveloping the Ju Xing divine pill in front of him like flowing water, attempting to leave a spiritual imprint on its surface. The next instant, boom! An invisible soul shock burst forth from the interior of the Ju Xing divine pill, striking directly at Li Yuan's soul within his mind, causing a slight change in his expression. Li Yuan's changed expression wasn't due to the strength of this soul shock being very powerful. In fact, it was quite ordinary, and didn't even shake Li Yuan's soul. Like a gentle breeze brushing the face, the key was. The thousand-heart lotus platform didn't react at all. Not the slightest response. Li Yuan was secretly shocked. This soul shock directly strikes my soul origin? I must rely on my own soul and will to withstand the shock to successfully refine the Ju Xing divine pill? The soul secret treasure not taking effect was something Li Yuan had never encountered before. It was evidence of the unique nature of the Ju Xing divine pill. SS's, resisting the invisible shock from the Ju Xing divine pill, Li Yuan successfully imprinted a spiritual mark. Immediately following, swish, the Ju Xing divine pill with purple patterns suddenly softened, and then swayed in the air like flowing water. This purple stream seemed to sense the direction of Li Yuan, directly flying towards him. The potency of the Ju Xing divine pill has been activated. If I don't use it, it will dissipate within 10 seconds, Li Yuan thought to himself. He was very clear about the particularity of Ju Xing. It must be refined by oneself in order to be used. After successful refinement, the Dan water must be quickly integrated into the body, otherwise, it would be wasted. Thus, Li Yuan didn't resist. Swish, the purple stream quickly permeated Li Yuan's skin and then fully merged into his limbs and bones, as if vanished without a trace. Li Yuan was astonished. In just 1 second, he could not find any trace of the Ju Xing divine pill within his body. Continue following the usage guide. Li Yuan closed his eyes, his entire mental consciousness focused on that mysterious point within his body. That point, however, contained a vast starry sky. It was indeed the life starry sky, with 8 star meridians, like 8 galaxies threading through the starry sky, shining off one another. And the hundreds of thousands of unowned life stars were scattered throughout the life starry sky, unable to form a complete star meridian. These unowned life stars were the life stars that Li Yuan had continuously awakened in the past. Inside every creature's body, there are hundreds and thousands of star meridians, each capable of awakening numerous life stars, but most of the life stars often fail to reach the threshold needed to form a life star vein. Li Yuan sensed throughout various parts of the life starry sky, and each life can at most awaken 10 star meridians. Chapter 149. This is the limit of star meridians that life can sustain. As such, a great number of unowned life stars are inevitable. This is also one of the reasons why it becomes increasingly difficult to awaken star meridians later on. Unowned life stars are useless. But awakening them still requires a large amount of soul power. And before awakening, no one knows to which star meridian these life stars belong. Even when Li Yuan uses spiritual guidance, he can't make out the distinctions. Time passed, and after only a dozen or so seconds, Li Yuan awaited. In the life-starry sky space, suddenly streams of mysterious airflow emerged, tinted a faint purple, extremely rarefied, and crossing the vast starry sky almost in the blink of an eye. They directly merged into Li Yuan's soul, in an instant. Li Yuan felt his perception ability rapidly increasing, as if magnified by 100 or 1,000 times in a moment. In the wide starry sky, the previously indistinct sensations unable to distinguish dead stars from life stars among the unawakened stars. At this moment, they all became distinguishable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subconsciously, Li Yuan's soul had already followed this intangible induction, rapidly awakening a large number of life stars. Whoosh, this astonishing perceptual effect was fleeting. The next moment, Li Yuan's soul had already returned to normal, with everything just now feeling like a dream. But the awakening of over 300 life stars, that was indisputably real. How is this possible? A storm of shock surged in Li Yuan's heart. The peculiar power contained in the Juxing divine pill, it truly has the effect of spiritual guidance. Just now, when he sensed that wisp of thin purple airflow in the life-starry sky, he had begun to doubt. Not until he used it, did he fully confirm. Having experienced spiritual guidance 3 times, Li Yuan was exceedingly clear about the power of this force. The effects of the Juxing divine pill are quite weak. The medicinal power produced by a Juxing divine pill is probably only 1% or even 1,000th of a spiritual guidance, Li Yuan judged. But thinking about it from another angle, if a person were to use thousands of Juxing divine pills, then the cumulative effect might catch up to several bouts of spiritual guidance. Though Abyss Country is a first-rate nation and also one of the core divine kingdoms of the Juxing ancient city, it is ultimately just a nation established by a true god. Yet each of the top 10 on the Flying Heaven list gets 10 Juxing divine pills. An idea emerged in Li Yuan's mind. A bit of calculation is all it would take to know. If we look at the bigger picture, the entire Juxing continent probably uses tens of thousands of Juxing divine pills annually. Over the long years, the number of Juxing divine pills consumed would absolutely be astronomical in terms of quantity. For ordinary individuals at the Flying Heaven realm and demigods, Juxing divine pills are hard to acquire, Li Yuan pondered. But for true gods, obtaining a large number of Juxing divine pills should not be too difficult. Li Yuan was most clear about the magic of spiritual guidance. Let alone thousands of Juxing divine pills, even if tens or hundreds of thousands were consumed, if it could create a transcendent genius with the second-rank 8-star veins, it would absolutely be worth it. Powerhouses. A super powerhouse is worth an ordinary strong person. Li Yuan was very clear about this. A single powerhouse can change the destiny of a clan, of a civilization. But over the long years, the powerhouses of Juxing continent, while generally awakening stronger star meridians, are not ridiculously strong. The 9-star pulse remains a legend. Li Yuan thought to himself. Hence, there is only one reason. Normal individuals at Flying Heaven realm and demigods probably can't use thousands of Juxing divine pills. Li Yuan flipped his hand, and another Juxing divine pill appeared in his palm. Guiding the origin power with his divine sense, he wrapped the Juxing divine pill once again, attempting refinement. Buzz, almost identical to before, an invisible soul shock burst forth in an instant from the Juxing divine pill. Boom! This soul shock, containing much greater might than the last, disregarded the defense of the 1,000-heart lotus platform and struck directly at the soul origin of Li Yuan. Rumbling, Li Yuan's soul and will were infinitely close to the pseudo-god level. The majority of the demigods did not match him, so naturally, he could easily resist this soul shock. Before long, using the power of this Juxing divine pill, Li Yuan once again awakened nearly 300 life stars. The body is the source of the soul. Hence, the stronger the body, the stronger the soul will be. Likewise, once one steps into the threshold of the law, nurtured by the law origin, the soul often becomes stronger too. And will, related to one's experiences, is also connected to the strength of the soul. Li Yuan has been cultivating observing the sun's empty heart scripture, and combined with his many experiences, he has forged such a terrifying soul and will. Zhu Xing Divine Pills. Each one is the same. But as described in intelligence reports, the more that are used, the stronger the soul shock becomes, growing stronger and stronger. Until the soul will cannot withstand the shock, then the refinement fails. Li Yuan thought silently. On Zhu Xing continent, every strong individual has a limit to the number of Zhu Xing divine pills they can use. This limit is the soul will. The stronger the soul and will, the more Zhu Xing divine pills one can use. To awaken spiritual guidance, more times, likewise requires a high level of soul metamorphosis. Li Yuan thought quietly. This Zhu Xing divine pill is simply a super weakened version of spiritual guidance. Even the purple airflow, transformed, is suspected to be the same, it's just the quantity that is vastly different. Li Yuan's mind gave rise to many speculations and doubts. What exactly is the relationship between the Zhu Xing divine pill and the mind-spirit divine palace? The ancestral realm. Perhaps, if I could obtain an ancestral realm order, I might be able to get some clues, Li Yuan thought silently. At this moment, Li Yuan's heart was filled with a desire for the battle in the ancestral realm. Not just to fulfill the task of the unknown existence dressed in purple garment, not merely in pursuit of becoming 9-star pulse. He wanted to uncover the secrets of the mind-spirit divine palace. Where exactly does this greatest support for his rise come from? Li Yuan eventually suppressed the many thoughts in his heart. No need for more contemplation. If I want to snatch the ancestral realm order, I must first make my strength stronger. My current power is still far from enough. Use 2 more Zhu Xing divine pills. Continue. A gleam shone in Li Yuan's eyes. Over the years of becoming flying heaven realm, without spiritual guidance, on the basis of the 8-star veins, he awoke tens of thousands of life stars himself, like the progression from the 6th to the 8th star vein. The density of the star meridians increased. But all in all, the rate of awakening is progressively slowing down. Even if it can't keep up with the ease that comes with Zhu Xing divine pills? In the royal capital of Abyss Country, just as Sha Shi pseudo-god predicted, at the gates of the divine fire palace, his seemingly unintentional exposure of Li Yuan's identity afterward. Within a very short period of time, news that a new member of the Flying Heaven realm has joined the Divine Fire Palace and directly ranked in the top 10 of the Flying Heaven list, spread rapidly within the Divine Fire Palace. A new member of the palace shouldn't have caused much of a stir. After all, there are nearly 1,000 official members in the Divine Fire Palace. Among them, about 200 are at the Flying Heaven level, and over 700 are at the semi-divine level. But making it directly to the top 10 of the Flying Heaven list, the meaning is entirely different. Especially when about to head to Zhu Xing Ancient City, it draws even more attention. Purple Garment Marquis Mansion covers tens of kilometers. As a god from a different surname who was granted the title of Marquis, it is quite rare and shows the strength of the Purple Garment Marquis in the royal capital by the sheer size of his estate. Among the thousands of pseudo-gods in Abyss Country, he is considered top-notch. Inside a palace within the Marquis estate, damn it, my spot has been taken. The previously quite refined Leng Yan suddenly changed his expression. The rankings were settled a month ago, how can they be changed? I am not sure either. It was the semi-divine guard, Shui Mo, from the Divine Fire Palace who sent the message, and I reported to the princely heir immediately, said the purple garment woman hastily, bowing her head. He also secretly worried. Who could have imagined, with the spot already finalized, someone suddenly interrupted? This is very rare in the history of Abyss Country. If the princely heir becomes angry, that would be truly unjust. In the Marquis Mansion, there are often servants killed by the princely heir, many of whom are tortured to death. Who is it? Leng Yan's eyes were cold, a hint of malevolence flashing through. His temperament is naturally brutal. His cultivation talent is quite extraordinary, and he is the only son of the Phantom Body Marquis in over 2,000 years, extremely pampered. It can be said, among the Flying Heaven level in Yuan Country capital, there are those with higher talent, but almost none with a stronger background. There are also children of gods among the Flying Heaven level in the capital, but very few are only children. Only know the name Shu Yuan, not sure about the background, said the purple garment woman hastily. Shu Yuan? I haven't heard of any powerful Shu family princes or marquises in the capital. Leng Yan frowned, many thoughts flashing through his mind. He is arrogant, but not foolish. There are Shu named pseudo-gods in the capital, but none have the status or power like his background. They couldn't possibly replace his spot directly. What's the background? Leng Yan thought to himself. It seems I need to see my father. Whoosh! Leng Yan flew out of the palace directly towards the deeper area of the marquee mansion. Along the way, numerous flying heaven guards and even some semi-divine guest elders respectfully saluted. As a peak pseudo-god, the Phantom Body Marquis has under his command over 300 semi-gods, among which there is a large number of semi-divine peaks. Quickly, Leng Yan arrived at a palace in the deeper parts of the marquee mansion, empty and seemingly filled with a chill even in the air. Sigh. Leng Yan didn't use the main door, but faced and walked towards the column in front. Just in the moment of impending collision, his entire person passed through, disappearing on the square. Mother's cultivation dwelling. All true can be illusion. All illusion can also be reality. Illusion technique has already reached the pinnacle. This is where the title, Phantom Body Marquis, comes from. Leng Yan thought to himself. He worships his mother immensely. Entering the grand hall, the interior decoration was quite elegant, just like a mountain and water villa. Mother, Leng Yan called out loudly. Yanner, why come to me so suddenly? What's the matter? A gentle voice sounded, followed by ripples in the void. A palace-dressed woman appeared in Leng Yan's vision, her eyes full of doting. I didn't want to disturb mother's cultivation, Leng Yan said respectfully. He was very well behaved in front of his mother. But I've just received a message from the Divine Fire Palace. Leng Yan quickly explained the situation without any exaggeration, merely describing the facts. He knew not to influence his mother's judgment. What? Shu Yuan? He took your spot? Can't someone else's spot be replaced? The Phantom Body Marquise's face changed. A flicker of anger in her eyes. What a Sha Shi, such a big matter, and he didn't even tell me. Leng Yan felt helpless inside. Replacing someone else's spot? Although it's possible to manipulate the rankings in the top 10 of both the Flying Heaven list and the Semi-Divine list privately. But all these actions are done secretly, it couldn't be falsified publicly. His real strength was just barely making it to the top 20 among the Flying Heaven level in the Divine Fire Palace. Managing to get to 10th was already the limit. Continue upward. The higher the ranking, the more likely errors would occur, especially since Juxing Ancient City would conduct another assessment later. If he was ranked 4th or 5th now, it would be very easy to expose faults when reaching Juxing Ancient City. Even if it was just for a spot in Juxing Ancient City, there wasn't much difference between the 10th and the 1st of the Flying Heaven list. But who could have expected a Li Yuan to suddenly appear? Yanner, wait here. Without any hesitation, the Phantom Body Marquis, enraged, immediately contacted Sha Shi pseudo-god for clarification. As time trickled by, after a full 2 minutes, Yanner, Purple Garment Marquis looked down at Leng Yan, solemnly saying, I've made inquiries clearly. The replacement of the nominee was not Sha Shi pseudo-god's idea. It must have come from a higher authority and pressure. A higher authority? Leng Yan was shocked. Mother, could it be the king? It shouldn't be. If it were a direct order from the king, a command would have been sufficient to inform me, said Purple Garment Marquis, shaking her head. Perhaps it's one of the true gods, or maybe a pseudo-god who has spent a great deal of effort to secure a spot for their descendants. Leng Yan couldn't help but nod. Within the Divine Kingdom, aside from the king, there exist several true gods with high status. It's also possible for those at the pseudo-god peak if they are willing to pay a huge price. Mother, what should I do? Leng Yan couldn't hold back. HMPH. That Shu Yuan definitely has a background, but we must still contend. Purple Garment Marquis looked at her son and said, I can't intervene directly, but I will help you by finding the king. I also need a reason to do so. A reason? Leng Yan was startled. Immediately, Purple Garment Marquis revealed her plan, continuing, Yanner, this is an open strategy. As long as you succeed, I will have a sufficient reason. Besides, this is also a test for you. I can't protect you forever. Purple Garment Marquis spoke gravely. Even if you go to Juxing Ancient City, whether you can ascend to God in the future depends on yourself. All right. Leng Yan clenched his teeth and said, I will try my best. He was also clear about the pros and cons. In Yuan country, with his mother's protection, it's not difficult for him to become a semi-divine. But in Juxing Ancient City, let alone pseudo-gods, even true gods are numerous. His background counts for little. Mother, I'm going now, said Leng Yan as he swiftly left. Inside the palace, only Purple Garment Marquis was left. Shu Yuan's background, unspeakable. Nevertheless, never think of assassinating Shu Yuan? Purple Garment Marquis's eyes shifted as Shashi pseudo-god's warning echoed in her mind again. As divine beings, when facing threats, their first thought is often to simply kill. A dead man no longer poses a threat. Yet, against Shu Yuan, this tactic doesn't work. This Shu Yuan's background, it must be one of the true gods. Purple Marquis's eyes were cold. But how does it matter if it's a true god? I am directly subordinate to the king as prince. As long as I follow the rules, even true gods can do nothing against me. Due to the practice of a special secret technique, it was extremely difficult for her to have children. Over 2,000 years old, all she had is this son, Leng Yan. She wouldn't mind offending true gods for his cultivation opportunities. In the Divine Fire Palace, inside Li Yuan's residence, in the quiet chamber, he had refined and consumed all 10 Juxing divine pills in one go. 10 Juxing divine pills, and they prompted nearly 3,000 life stars to awaken in one go. Sitting cross-legged on the jade platform, Li Yuan marveled internally. The effect is truly astonishing. Although it was far from the mind-spirit divine palace. As Li Yuan's vision grew, he also realized how miraculous the mind-spirit divine palace is. Even heavenly divines probably do not possess such an extraordinary item. What about the Juxing divine pill then? It continuously emerges, allowing countless cultivators to use it. However, each additional Juxing divine pill I consume, the soul shock becomes stronger, and the increase is not small, Li Yuan thought secretly. Just 10 pills, and I already felt the pressure from the soul shock. Based on the increase in soul shock, Li Yuan felt that if he used about 50 or 60 Juxing divine pills, he would probably reach his limit. No wonder only 10 Juxing divine pills were bestowed. At the flying heaven level, even the so-called top 10 on the flying heaven list, most probably haven't awakened a semi-divine level soul. Using the Juxing divine pill likely won't reach 10 pills, Li Yuan mumbled to himself. Li Yuan also realized that for top geniuses in Juxing continent, to extensively use Juxing divine pills to assist in awakening star meridians, they probably must wait to reach the semi-divine level. But I'm different. I must find a way. First, to obtain more Juxing divine pills. Li Yuan's eyes shone with increasing desire. Second, to strive for a soul metamorphosis, reaching the pseudo-god level. Then, not only could the upper limit of spiritual awakening reach 100%, but I could also use more Juxing divine pills. Thus, my chances of becoming a 9-star pulse, and possibly even a 10-star meridian in the future as a semi-divine, will be greatly enhanced. Li Yuan truly realized the opportunities in Juxing continent. Sigh. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Having just arrived at the Divine Fire Palace, Zhang Yuan True God probably hadn't even properly forged his identity yet. There was no need to be too conspicuous. Leng Yi Purple Garment Marquis, Zhang Shan, Li Yuan said, I have heard of the princely heir Zhang Shan's fame, but I do not know why the princely heir would invite me. If you do not state the reason, I am afraid I will not go, Li Yuan said indifferently. Zhang Shan, the brother of Zhang Zan, is also a top-tier genius with the god-level 7-star veins. But what does this have to do with Li Yuan? The servants standing by were all somewhat surprised upon hearing this. His Highness Zhang Shan, he is a significant figure in the royal capital. Their own master actually refused. What? Not going? A servant from the royal mansion was also startled. Though he addressed him as young Master Shu Yuan, he actually appeared quite arrogant. In his view, an invitation from their lord is coveted by many in the royal capital, and a member of Divine Fire Palace at Flying Heaven level would probably be thrilled to accept the invitation. Young Master Shu Yuan. The servant frowned and said, "Don't blame me for the harsh words, but our Lord is." "Shut up." Suddenly, a reprimanding voice arose, followed by a flash of silver light flying in through the mansion's main gate. "I asked you to respectfully invite Shu Yuan. What are you doing?" "Your Highness. How did you come here?" The servant was stunned. The person who arrived was Zhang Zan, her face full of anger. "Zhang Zan." Li Yuan showed a hint of a smile. "You're back?" Seeing Zhang Zan, Li Yuan roughly understood the reason behind Zhang Shan's invitation. "Brother Shu, I apologize." Zhang Zan looked remorseful. "There are many things I can't fully explain to my brother, please don't blame. Just now I was worried about this servant's strange behavior, so I rushed over immediately." "It's all right." Li Yuan smiled. Li Yuan knew that Zhang Zan was kind but also extremely clever. She probably wouldn't reveal too much even under the commands of Zhang Yuan, true god. "Brother Shu saved me, and my brother has already come to know of it, thus he wants to host the banquet to express his gratitude, that's all." Zhang Zan said expectantly, "I hope Brother Shu can honor us with his presence." The bystanders were all agape. Zhang Zan. Many here did not actually recognize her, but that did not prevent them from understanding that she must be Zhang Shan's sister, assuredly also a royal lady. So polite towards Li Yuan. Who is this Shu Yuan, and what is his significance? The royal mansion servant was even more flustered. "Fine. Zhang Zan, then lead the way," Li Yuan smiled. He just happened to have some matters to inquire about. Though capable of asking Zhang Zan, true god, for help, if he needed her assistance for everything, he would likely be looked down upon. "Brother Shu, please." Zhang Zan smiled, "I'll lead the way." Saying this, she glanced at the servant, "Go back to the mansion and accept your punishment." "Yes, thank you, Your Highness, thank you, young Master Shu Yuan," the servant quickly responded, secretly relieved. This was already the lightest punishment. Following this, Zhang Zan led the way, and Li Yuan flew out of the mansion, heading outside the Divine Fire Palace. But they did not notice. Within the Divine Fire Palace, several pairs of eyes were fixated on Li Yuan's mansion. "Quickly report to the princely heir, tell him that Shu Yuan has left the mansion, following Princess Zhang Zan, from the Mist Mountain Mansion, unknown where they're heading. Send someone to follow." Yuan country capital, immensely vast. Each street was extremely wide, and the ground was lavishly paved, all emanating strong spiritual energy, while many luxurious buildings were built upon the clouds, filled with a mystical beauty. A massive black dragon, moving along the cloudy streets, with many smaller black dragons following. "I've been rushing these past few days, purposely taking a god-level warship, just to rush back to the royal capital." Zhang Zan said, "I didn't expect Brother Shu to have arrived much earlier, and even directly joined the Divine Fire Palace. With Brother Shu's strength, taking the first place on the Flying Heaven list would be effortless." Zhang Zan smiled. Being merely 10th on the Flying Heaven list is an understatement. Zhang Zan had personally witnessed Shu Yuan in action. It was directly arranged, just a nominal status. Li Yuan said, the difference between ranking 1st and 10th was not significant. "This black dragon puppet mount is quite nice." Li Yuan stood on the black dragon, smiling. "This is one of the mounts gifted by the king to my father. Its value is comparable to a top-grade virtual divine artifact." Zhang Zan explained at one side, "Within the royal capital, only princes and commanders can use it." Li Yuan slightly nodded, having read many reports. He also knew the strict hierarchy within the divine palaces. Even if one owned treasures, one must have high enough status to use them. "Brother, someone is following us." Ji Yu's voice suddenly echoed in Li Yuan's mind. Li Yuan, sitting on the jade platform, glanced back. The person, despite hiding their presence, was still noticed. "What is it, Brother Shu?" Zhang Zan asked, puzzled. "A small matter, someone is following us," Li Yuan smiled. Following, a hint of anger appeared on Zhang Zan's face. Her mind moved, and she quickly lifted the sound barrier formation from their area, turned her head, and said, "Commander Mo, Someone is following us, please check immediately. Yes. A half-god commander standing behind them immediately bowed. Third squad, follow me. Commander Mo commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two half-gods and several dozens of Flying Heaven Peak individuals immediately turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the back of the group. After a short while, Commander Mo returned with his troops, his face quite solemn. Reporting to Your Highness, we have found out that the followers are from the virtual True Marquis Mansion. As for the reason for following, they did not reveal, and I did not dare to confront them. I await your punishment, Your Highness, Commander Mo bowed. Virtual True Marquis Mansion? Zhang Zan's expression changed slightly. She waved her hand. I understand. It's correct not to confront, Commander Mo. You may step back now. Yes. Commander Mo retreated quite a distance. The formation was once again activated, making these guards unable to hear Li Yuan and Zhang Zan's conversation again. Brother Shu, it's probably targeted at you, Zhang Zan spoke softly. Targeted at me? Li Yuan was curious. He had just arrived at the royal capital and should not have offended anyone. The one you're replacing in the 10th spot of the Flying Heaven list is Leng Yan, from the Illusionary Manor. A scoundrel who acts maliciously under the protection of his mother's background. There was a hint of disgust on Zhang Zan's face. She disliked such spoiled young masters the most. Leng Yan? Li Yuan laughed. Zhang Zan, tell me about this Illusionary Manor. In the information Li Yuan had obtained, there was nothing about the Illusionary Manor. After all, with the countless deities in the Zhu Xing continent, it's impossible for Zhang Yuan True God to remember them all. Sure. Zhang Zan nodded repeatedly. Time passed. Li Yuan also learned about the details of the Illusionary Manor and its relation to him. So, the people of Illusionary Manor are following me because they think I've stolen Leng Yan's spot? Li Yuan thought to himself. It was not surprising that they hated him because of this. If he were in their shoes, and his spot was suddenly snatched, he would probably be very upset too. This spot of Leng Yan, he got it by underhanded methods. It's better that Big Brother Shu snatched it. Zhang Zan continued. Besides, what qualifications does he have to compete with Big Brother Shu? A fool. If it weren't for his mother's protection, who knows how many people would want to kill him, said Zhang Zan. Big Brother Shu, rest assured. No matter how much the Lord of Illusionary Manor dotes on Leng Yan, he wouldn't dare to confront you directly, Zhang Zan said. Inside the royal capital, besides some special places, slaughter is strictly forbidden, and you are a member of the Divine Fire Palace. Everything is governed by the laws of the Divine Kingdom. Li Yuan nodded slightly, but he didn't take it seriously. The laws of the Divine Kingdom? Laws also look at the person. If a true God Peak takes action, these laws become nothing but paper. We must be careful. Do not leave the royal capital for now, Li Yuan said to himself. Even exiting the Divine Fire Palace should be limited. He couldn't grasp the temperament of the Lord of Illusionary Manor. Li Yuan would not bet his life on the possible protection of Zhang Yuan True God. If a peak of pseudo-god wished to kill him, a sudden strike would be enough. Not even a heavenly divine might come in time to save him. Big Brother Shu, that is the 9 Sound Building. Zhang Zan pointed toward the vast complex of buildings in the distance and said, built by the 9 Sounds True God, it is also the most extravagant place in the royal capital, with all kinds of pleasures available. Li Yuan nodded slightly, with a trace of emotion in his heart. At a glance, the 9 Sound Building covered hundreds of kilometers, with 9 towers being the most dazzling, each thousands of meters tall. It was the most splendid complex of buildings Li Yuan had ever seen. Truly worthy of the 9 Sounds True God. Li Yuan smiled. This True God was one of the true bodies following Zhang Yuan True God, reputed to be extremely skilled in the way of music, according to the information. Whoosh! The massive team of black dragon puppets, like a streak of light, flew directly towards one of the main towers. This scene made many guests entering and exiting the 9 Sound Building couldn't help but look up. According to the rules of the 9 Sound Building, being able to fly in directly was very rare. It's the entourage of the Mist Mountain King's mansion, someone recognized. Mist Mountain King? The royal king who fell? still maintains so much pomp? Quiet. What do you know? Mist Mountain King might be dead, but his son, Zhang Shan, is widely acknowledged to have the potential of his father, hence the royal family hasn't even reclaimed the title of king, just waiting for Prince Zhang Shan to ascend to godhood and inherit the position of Mist Mountain King. Much well-informed chatter went around in different towers. Welcome, Princess Zhang Zan. Respectfully greeting young Master Xu Yuan, along with thousands of maids and servant, most are just prime warriors, but there were also dozens of flying heaven level, standing on their respective puppet flying discs, forming a passageway on either side of the procession, bowing with respect. Black Dragon as a seat, the void as a corridor. Even for someone with broad horizons like Li Yuan, he was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such extravagance. No wonder it dares to be known as the top land of enjoyment of a formidable divine kingdom. Looking out from the four corners of the towers, many heard the welcoming voices and immediately showed a curious look. Young Master Xu Yuan? Who is Xu Yuan? Never heard of him. I seem to remember hearing about it. Yesterday, the Flying Heaven list of the Divine Fire Palace was updated. A new name appeared in the 10th spot, named Xu Yuan. Is that him? Possibly. This Xu Yuan. Could he be related to the Mist Mountain King's mansion? Many of the pleasure seekers in the 9 Sound Building, a lot of them were middle to high-level individuals in the Abyss country, started pondering this. And in one of the large towers, at the top floor hall by the window, was just the right position to see the Black Dragon entourage pass by. Inside the hall, young Master Xu Yuan. The young man in the black robe revealed a playful look. Is it Zhang Shan who is hosting the banquet? Boom. His divine sense spread out vigorously, pouring directly into the head of that black dragon puppet, attempting to make an inquiry. Although the black dragon puppet was protected by many prohibitions, the layers of protection clearly couldn't stop the black-robed youth. Divine sense? Li Yuan on the black dragon puppet immediately sensed something and struck back with his own divine sense. Boom. 2 powerful divine senses collided instantly. Pseudo-god level soul. A pseudo-god? Li Yuan's expression changed slightly, realizing he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but look towards the top of the pavilion. He happened to catch sight of the black-robed youth looking down through the window, their gazes meeting. Target life level 48.9. Elimination yields spirituality nourishment. Li Yuan used Divine Palace exploration and learned some information about the other party. A demigod with 8-star veins? Li Yuan was taken aback. Where did this extraordinary being spring from? According to the information Zhang Yuan True God provided him, Abyss country didn't have such a prodigious monster. Even looking at the entire Zhuxing continent, such prodigious monsters should be the top geniuses of their generation. Moreover, how could a demigod possess a pseudo-god level soul? It's known that further down the path of cultivation, it becomes increasingly difficult for the soul to undergo transformation, making surpassing one's own realm even more challenging. At least from the perspective of Star Meridian and soul level, this guy is no less than the Dongfang Alliance leader, Li Yuan thought in awe. Flying heaven level, with a soul will nearly at the pseudo-god level? The black-robed youth was also surprised. Although he had an absolute advantage in the clash of divine senses, it wasn't a significant one. Clearly, the opponent's soul will was exceptionally strong. Interesting, such a powerful flying heaven level, there aren't many like this in Zhuxing ancient city, the black-robed youth mused in awe. He couldn't resist sending a telepathic message. Brother, such a strong soul, are you called Xu Yuan? The senior's soul is even stronger, Li Yuan responded politely. He had no doubt that this mysterious demigod was definitely a terrifying existence capable of contending with a pseudo-god. Haha, I have just cultivated for longer years, the black-robed youth said with a smile, and continued to telepathically communicate. Xu Yuan, I will remember you. My name is Jing Kui. We will meet again in Zhuxing ancient city. And with that, the black-robed youth turned away and vanished from Li Yuan's sight. Jing Kui. Li Yuan silently noted the name, which was not mentioned in any of Zhang Yuan True God's intelligence. But judging from the other party's words, he should be one of Zhuxing ancient city's top geniuses. Zhuxing continent indeed has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Li Yuan thought to himself. If I wish to lay claim to the ancestral realm order, there is still a long path ahead of me. With only 12 years left until the battle for the ancestral realm. Perhaps this mysterious Jing Kui the demigod would participate in the battle. Big brother Shu, what's wrong? Zhang Zan asked curiously. Nothing, Li Yuan said with a smile. Except for the two who clashed, no one else noticed the incident with the divine senses. Inside Marquis Mansion Wanzhen. This Shu Yuan, has he finally deigned to show himself? Leng Yan listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes cold. I thought he would always hide in Divine Fire Palace. In that case, it would be difficult for me to deal with him. My lord, they are heading to 9 Sound Building, the black-robed elder beside him hesitated to say. According to intelligence, it seems Prince Zhang Shan is entertaining Shu Yuan. Should we be more cautious? Zhang Shan's banquet. Leng Yan sneered. Shu Yuan managed to take my spot. Perhaps Zhang Shan is behind this. No wonder he's sneaking around. He must not dare to confront my mother directly. Inform the others, follow me to 9 Sound Building, Leng Yan said in a low voice. But, Zhang Shan, the black-robed elder couldn't help but say. Others may fear Zhang Shan, but I do not, said Leng Yan, his eyes cold. Mist Mountain King respected my mother to some extent even when he was alive. Let alone now that Mist Mountain King has passed away. How can I shrink back when Shu Yuan has cut my cultivation opportunity? Whoosh! Leng Yan stepped out of the hall, soon after soared into the sky, as a blue dragon warship floated over from a distance. Many figures also flew out from all over the Marquis Mansion and entered the warship. Others may fear Zhang Shan, but I do not, said Leng Yan, his eyes cold. Mist Mountain King respected my mother to some extent even when he was alive. Let alone now that Mist Mountain King has passed away. How can I shrink back when Shu Yuan has cut my cultivation opportunity? Whoosh! Leng Yan stepped out of the hall, soon after soared into the sky, as a blue dragon warship floated over from a distance. Many figures also flew out from all over the Marquis Mansion and entered the warship. 9 Sound Building. Li Yuan had been led by Zhang Zan to the top layer of the most core, silent Sound Building. This layer of the hall covered nearly a kilometer in radius, with various rare and exotic decorative items dazzling to the eye, but it wasn't a mere pileup. It was meticulously designed, resembling a fairyland. In the center of the main hall, like a small lake, the mist and ripples were immense. In the middle of the lake, numerous dancing girls were gracefully dancing, all of them at flying heaven level with enchanting figures. The most eye-catching was a purple garment musician, infusing origin power into multiple musical instruments. The combination of sounds from these instruments elicited an extremely unique and infectious power of music. It even touched Li Yuan's heart. Next to him, Zhang Zan, as well as the faces of those at flying heaven level in separate quiet chambers around the hall, all had a look of fascination. Clearly, the music had a significant impact on them. A semi-divine musician? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Such a musician, definitely a strong person adept at soul attacks, would be willing to serve as a musician here. Big brother Shu, the music here is extraordinary, isn't it? Zhang Zan whispered softly. Silent Sound Building is the place in 9 Sound Building where music reaches the peak of beauty, capable of touching the soul of life. Some weaker individuals might even cry uncontrollably. Li Yuan could not help but smile. Touch the soul of life? That phrase was too exaggerated. But Li Yuan had to admit that the musicians of 9 Sound Building were indeed extraordinary. Big brother Shu, this way please. Zhang Zan led Shu Yuan to the entrance of the largest elegant room. There were several semi-divine guards at the door. Their attire was not much different from Commander Mo. Evidently, they were guards of the Mist Mountain King's palace. Your Highness, young Master Shu Yuan. A few semi-divine guards respectfully saluted. A young man in silver armor proactively walked over. Big brother, Shu Yuan has arrived. Zhang Zan went forward to introduce. Shu Yuan, this is my elder brother, Zhang Shan. Ha ha ha, brother Shu Yuan, welcome. The silver-armored young man smiled. Just a few days ago, I heard Sha Shi Pseudo-God gave the order. directly naming you the 10th on the Divine Fire Palace Flying Heaven list. I was curious who it was. Today, after my sister returned, I learned that you've already met in advance. The silver-armored young man displayed extraordinary heroism, inherently possessing a noble aura, like a refined noble sun with a warm and convincing smile on his face. This was the current top talent of the royal family of Abyss Country, Zhang Shan. I've long heard of the renowned name of Prince Zhang Shan. Seeing you today, your reputation is well deserved, Li Yuan said politely. The strength and status of the other party were extraordinary, and making his acquaintance would indeed be beneficial to Li Yuan's endeavors on the Zhuxing continent. Who? Two more figures emerged from the elegant room, one dressed in a black robe with a burly figure exuding a rather domineering presence. The other wore a white robe, his long hair casually draped over his shoulders, showing a certain carefree spirit. Shu Yuan. Zhang Shan said with a smile, pointing to the burly man in the black robe, let me introduce him to you. This is Bai Li Teng, a good friend of mine. His father is the Marquis Xuan, but he has chosen not to rely on his father's prestige, relying solely on his own strength to be ranked among the top 10 on our Abyss Country's semi-divine list, and is on the verge of achieving pseudo-god level. 3 months from now, he will also go to Zhuxing Ancient City, so I thought we should get acquainted in advance. Bai Li Teng, Li Yuan noted silently, on the way here. Li Yuan and Zhang Zan talked along the way, and he learned the identities of the two individuals attending the banquet today, both of whom were quite exceptional. And Li Yuan also learned that among the public semi-divine in Abyss Country, there were only 2 with 7-star veins, ranked first and second on the semi-divine list. And to stand out from the several 100,000 semi-divine in Abyss Country and to be ranked in the top 10 on the semi-divine list, one's strength was extraordinary indeed. At the very least, they all had 6-star pulse and mastered the 9-layer body refining star technique, and their law comprehension generally reached pseudo-god level. All in all, those who were ranked in the top 10 of Abyss Country's semi-divine list, even if their strength hadn't reached the threshold of pseudo-god level, the difference was generally not significant. Brother Shu Yuan, nice to meet you, Bai Li Teng said in a deep voice. Brother Bai Li. Li Yuan was very polite, with the other being so cordial, he had to be the same. In terms of strength, he was still far from matching the other. This one is also a good friend of mine, Yan Long. Zhang Shan said with a smile, he is the son of Yan Qing pseudo-god, my father's lifelong friend. His own strength is also quite remarkable. Shu Yuan. Yan Long in a white robe, casually nodded. Brother Yan Long. Li Yuan also nodded slightly, his senses were extremely sharp, weren't they? This Yan Long semi-divine seemed to have a hint of hostility, even though he hid it well, but it was still captured by Li Yuan. Hostility? He should not have offended him. Soon, everyone took their seats, and then various exquisite delicacies were continuously presented. Today's banquet is mainly to congratulate Brother Shu Yuan on reaching the top 10 of the Flying Heaven list, with a bright future ahead, Zhang Shan said with a sigh and a smile. Secondly, it is to thank Brother Shu Yuan for extending a helping hand to my sister in the Abyss Demon Blood Den. It was merely a trivial effort, Li Yuan said with a smile. Oh, Bai Li Teng asked curiously, Brother Shu Yuan, you also saved Zhang Zan? I heard that the Abyss Demon Blood Den had another blood catastrophe. To be able to survive such a crisis, Brother Shu Yuan's strength must be extraordinary. The semi-divine level ferocious beasts that died at the hand of Big Brother Shu are not few, Zhang Zan said with a smile. It's also due to luck, Li Yuan said with a smile. This was what Zhang Zan told Li Yuan on the way here. She didn't reveal Li Yuan's true strength, not even to her elder brother, Zhang Shan, only mentioning that Li Yuan has the prowess to slay a semi-divine level ferocious beast. At the Flying Heaven level, to slay a semi-divine level ferocious beast is rare, yet there are still some in Abyss Country who can achieve it. After all, a semi-divine level ferocious beast is just a threshold to semi-divine. Shu Yuan. Slaying a semi-divine level ferocious beast is quite impressive, Yan Long in white chuckled casually. But the most dangerous entity in the Abyss Demon Blood Den is the Blood Demon. Should you encounter a Blood Demon, Shu Yuan, You might. Haha, luck is also a form of strength. To survive indeed means good luck, Li Yuan said with a smile. However, I am a straightforward person and my words may come off as harsh. Yan Long shook his head. I'll just say it straight. If that's all the strength you have, you better be careful when facing life and death trials in Juxing Ancient City. You might not be as lucky then, and you could end up dying there. Everyone was momentarily stunned. No one was a fool. They could all hear the implied meaning behind Yan Long's words. I will be careful. Li Yuan smiled and did not wish to continue this line of conversation. Although unclear on why Yan Long was hostile towards him, at this new arrival, verbal disputes were pointless. Li Yuan did not mind Yan Long's words, yet Zhang Zan beside him frowned. Yan Long, what's with you today? If you admit you can't speak nicely, then speak less. She didn't care about Yan Long's thoughts. Haha, I am straightforward. Shu Yuan brother won't mind. Yan Long laughed hee. I mind. Zhang Zan glared. Yan Long was taken aback. Enough. Zhang Shan spoke up. Zhang Zan, Yan Long is your elder brother too. Shu Yuan. Brother Yan Long is straightforward. I apologize on his behalf and hope for your understanding. It's no trouble. Brother Yan Long is speaking the truth, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan had already roughly figured out the relationships among the people present. Zhang Shan, a leading figure among the younger generation of the royal family. Baili Teng, with a strong background and formidable personal strength, probably a person Zhang Shan wishes to court and befriend. As for Yan Long, he's likely also someone Zhang Shan wants to draw in, not for his strength, but due to his father. Yan Long's father was probably very close to Mist Mountain King before, but Mist Mountain King is dead, Li Yuan thought to himself. Does Zhang Shan hope to continue receiving support from Shashi pseudo-god? And me? This Zhang Shan, while probably genuinely grateful to me, probably also has intentions of winning me over, Li Yuan thought with many ideas flashing through his mind. Time passed. Yan Long didn't say anything further, and everyone else seemed to be in cheerful conversation, as if the earlier unpleasantness hadn't happened. HMPH. Yan Long may appear joyful, but internally he was very displeased. This Shu Yuan, I don't know what kind of dumb luck he has to have Sha Shi pseudo-god intervene, taking Leng Yan's place and earning the qualification to go to Juxing Ancient City. Was it Zhang Shan who helped him? My father has paid such a price yet couldn't secure a spot for me. Yan Long was quite unhappy with Li Yuan. In his eyes, while Li Yuan's strength was decent, he probably couldn't make the top 10 of the flying heaven level. Moreover, given that the quota was already fixed and still got replaced, clearly there was someone influential behind it. What about Yan Long? In the royal capital, he seemed to prosper on the surface, but given his limited cultivation talents, with his father's help, reaching the peak of semi-divine was his limit. He had no chance to go to Juxing Ancient City. This Zhang Zan girl too, seemingly enchanted by this Shu Yuan, Yan Long muttered darkly. HMPH, so what if he got a spot? Of the flying heaven level who go to Juxing Ancient City, looking over the entire continent, how many can truly join Juxing Ancient City each time? Even Zhang Shan couldn't join Juxing Ancient City at the flying heaven level back in the day. This Shu Yuan is probably going to die there, Yan Long thought secretly to himself. But these thoughts he dared only to keep to himself. After all, this was a banquet organized by Zhang Shan, and he certainly didn't want to truly anger him. The music and dance at Nine Sound Building were captivating. In the private chambers, Li Yuan continued to exchange information with Zhang Shan and Baili Teng, also learning of matters previously unknown to him. Flying heaven level, is it extremely difficult to join Juxing Ancient City directly? Li Yuan was rather surprised. Yes. Baili Teng nodded. Juxing Ancient City recruits reserve members, usually if they are semi-divine. They rarely recruit flying heaven level, and the requirements are extremely stringent. Both Zhang Shan and I were at the flying heaven level back then and tried, but we both failed the selection. Even Zhang Shan was not selected? Li Yuan was astonished. Just missed it. Zhang Shan shook his head. Under normal circumstances, it's rare for our abyss country to have even one flying heaven level joining Juxing ancient city in hundreds of years. Of course, flying heaven level members going to take the trials will also encounter some opportunities. In any case, the longer you hold out, the more benefits you'll receive, Zhang Shan said. By then, after you reach semi-divine, if you want to join Juxing ancient city again, your chances will be much greater. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that neither Zhang Shan nor Bai Li Teng believed he could join Juxing ancient city directly. Suddenly, rumble, at the entrance of this hall level, suddenly over a dozen figures emitting an extraordinary aura, accompanied by a young man in a black robe, walked into the hall. Where is brother Shu Yuan? Leng Yan specially comes to visit, a gentle voice instantly reverberated throughout the hall. This voice seemed mild, yet was very domineering, directly overpowering the sound of instruments and immediately catching the attention of guests in every private chamber. Leng Yan's voice was loud and powerful, echoing inside the 9-sound building, seemingly gentle, yet it made everyone in various private rooms sense something was amiss. Visit? If it were a visit, why would the need be there to be so loud? Leng Yan. Is that the only son of the illusion true lord? How come he suddenly came over, looking for Shu Yuan? Who is Shu Yuan? Shu Yuan, I think I just heard, he is the newcomer who ranked 10th on the flying heaven list. I remember now, Leng Yan was previously 10th, now he's coming to trouble Shu Yuan? Things are getting interesting. Nearly 100 private rooms were almost filled with people, many curiously watching through the windows, even quite a few stepped out of their rooms. One must know, as the top amusement place of the Yuan Country King, the expenditure in 9-sound building is extremely astonishing, and the very top of it is the 9-sound building. Those who can afford to sit in the private rooms here are either rich or noble. Predominantly consisting of members from divine families and even the prince families, many are from the royal family, and the vast majority are demigod experts. If it's a lone ranger, they're generally semi-divine peak experts who can afford to spend here. It can be said, below the divine. This place represents the upper echelons of society in the Yuan country capital, and they're mostly very familiar with Leng Yan. Leng Yan is not someone to be trifled with, son of illusion true lord. That Shu Yuan can replace Leng Yan's place, isn't he troublesome too? The several hundred demigods present were all watching Leng Yan and the dozen or so demigods he led. It seems like Shu Yuan is together with Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan is here too. This has become even more interesting. Leng Yan's voice resounded within 9-sound building. In the private room, those who were chatting amiably like Li Yuan, Zhang Shan, Bai Li Teng, naturally heard it as well. Leng Yan? Zhang Shan furrowed his brows. This fool Leng Yan, while I and brother Shu were on our way, he already sent someone to follow us, daring to directly come looking for trouble. Zhang Zan immediately got angry. Brother, I will drive him away. She didn't care about Leng Yan's background. Sit down, Zhang Shan commanded firmly. Brother. Zhang Zan looked at Zhang Shan. I told you to sit down. Zhang Shan frowned, and seeing this, Zhang Zan reluctantly sat down, albeit grinding her teeth. The Mist Mountain King had several tens of children, with different mothers. But she and Zhang Shan shared the same mother, and they had a naturally deep bond. Usually, she could behave arrogantly, and Zhang Shan wouldn't mind. But once Zhang Shan became stern, Zhang Zan dared not disobey. Brother Shu Yuan, do you want to meet him? Zhang Shan then turned to look at Shu Yuan, and said, if brother Shu Yuan doesn't want to meet, I assure you he won't be able to disturb brother Shu Yuan today. The few present all looked towards Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan was about to speak. Brother Shu Yuan, I know you are in Prince Zhang Shan's private room, why don't you come out? Leng Yan's voice rang again. What, able to directly snatch my place, but dare not to face me? Or do you lack the strength to be in the top 10 of the flying heaven list, so you dare not show your face? This Leng Yan. Zhang Shan frowned. Leng Yan, being the only son of the illusion true lord. Those who can be ennobled by different surname divine, mostly have the strength of pseudo-god peak, which is not inferior to royal ennobled princes. Like the more than 10 divine in the Yuan country royal family, all are ennobled, and additionally, 3 are made princes. And of the several thousand pseudo-gods who followed Zhang Yuan true god, only about 100 are alive today who were ennobled. Each one's strength is quite terrifying. Though Zhang Shan has high talent and is from the royal family, the father who could protect him most is dead. With the royal family proliferating, after tens of thousands of years of branching out, they are innumerable, unless becoming a pseudo-god. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan true god doesn't care much, as many members of the royal family have died in various fights and killings within Yuan country. Therefore, in his heart, Zhang Shan doesn't want to offend Lang Yan too much, for he has to consider the many members of the Mist Mountain King lineage. However, in Zhang Shan's view, Lang Yan was being excessive today. Prince Zhang Shan. Li Yuan instead laughed. This Lang Yan clearly wants to cause me trouble. If I don't meet under your protection, it will only lead to rampant rumors. By then, even Sha Shi pseudo-god will be in a difficult position. Please witness it, Prince, and accompany me to meet him. That's fine. Zhang Shan nodded. Li Yuan wishing to step forward himself couldn't be better. Brother Shu Yuan, I ought to kindly remind you, Yan Long said. Since Lang Yan has come, he probably prepared to fight. His 10th place on the Flying Heaven list has some water. But normally he could also rank in the top 20. If you aren't confident, perhaps better let Prince Zhang Shan drive him away. Otherwise, if you lose later, it would be even more embarrassing. Yan Long shook his head. Everyone frowned. Li Yuan smiled, didn't mind him, and walked straight out of the private room. Zhang Shan, Bai Li Teng exchanged glances, and also followed him out. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Yan Long felt annoyed inside and thought, HMPH, this Shu Yuan still tries to act strong at this time, let's see how you continue after you lose. Yan Long, would you dare to bet with me? Zhang Zan coldly sneered from the side. If Brother Shu truly competes with Lang Yan, I bet Brother Shu wins. How about a wager of 50 Fangshan crystals? 50 Fangshan crystals? Yan Long was startled. Although he is also a scion of the divine, Yan Qing pseudo-god doesn't have him as the only child. Such an amount of divine crystals was no small figure for him. Not daring. If not, then shut up. Zhang Zan sneered, turning around and walking towards the door. Who said I'm not daring? Let's bet, Yan Long said angrily. Deal. Zhang Zan coldly said, prepare your divine crystals. Zhang Zan had seen Li Yuan in action, naturally filled with confidence. Outside the private rooms, Zhang Shan has come out. Bai Li Teng is there too. Those two are also influential figures of the royal capital. That one is Shu Yuan. For a moment, hundreds of demigods in the top hall of the Nine Sound building saw Shu Yuan and Zhang Shan coming out of the private room, all curiously watching, wanting to see the outcome. Lang Yan naturally spotted Li Yuan too, his eyes lighting up involuntarily. The thing he was most worried about was Li Yuan not showing up. After all, he couldn't very well barge into Zhang Shan's private room. Shu Yuan, you finally decided to show yourself, Lang Yan said gravely. I thought you were going to keep playing turtle, hiding away. Are you Lang Yan? If you have something to say it quickly, Li Yuan responded indifferently, not taking the other party seriously at all. Li Yuan was not one to easily offend others, but that didn't mean he would react pleasantly to someone coming at him with hostility. Even a clay Buddha has a 3-point fire. Good, truly audacious, Lang Yan said in a deep voice, I've come to you because you should know why. The spot in the top 10 of the Flying Heaven list that I fought for in the Divine Fire Palace. You simply took it over, and naturally, I can't accept that. Not satisfied? Why not go find Sha Shi pseudo-god instead? What do you want with me? Li Yuan shook his head, if there's nothing else, you can leave, I must get back to drinking. Seeing this, Lang Yan grew even angrier. Shu Yuan. Not only me, but others from the Divine Fire Palace are also not convinced. We're here to challenge you, Lang Yan said, his eyes icy. If you are brave enough, defeat us. If you win, we will recognize you as the 10th on the Flying Heaven list. He was in the middle of speaking. Whoosh, along the corridors of the Nine Sound building, another figure in purple armor flew out, also at the Flying Heaven level. Ji Ming. Flying Heaven list number 12, Ji Ming. He's actually here too. Many present recognized the newcomer and instantly understood much more. Before Li Yuan, Ji Ming was number 11 on the Flying Heaven list, and his strength was actually much stronger than Lang Yan's. He was actually the true 10th on the Flying Heaven list. The fact that he gave his spot to Lang Yan before was enough to show the special relationship between them. In a sense, Ji Ming had received many benefits bestowed by the illusionary true Marquis. Shu Yuan, do you accept my challenge? Ji Ming spoke up directly, his fighting spirit astonishing. Everyone involuntarily looked towards Li Yuan. You say challenge as if it's so simple? Li Yuan shook his head. You really want to challenge me? Fine, let's wager 500 Fangshan crystals. If you dare to bet, I'll accept the challenge. Silence. The entire hall quieted down. The several hundred semi-gods present were all somewhat shocked. 500 Fangshan crystals? You should know, a normal semi-god's entire net worth would be about 10 divine crystals. Even Yan Long, with his strength and status, would feel pained to wager 100 divine crystals. 500 Fangshan crystals? Among the several hundred semi-gods present, except for the very top few, no one could produce so many divine crystals. Ji Ming's expression also changed. Although he was a member of the Divine Fire Palace, he was currently only at the Flying Heaven level, and his wealth was similar to that of an ordinary semi-god. 500 Fangshan crystals? Can you even produce 500 Fangshan crystals? Lang Yan roared. Of course, Li Yuan replied indifferently, if you dare to bet and I can't produce, I'll give up my spot as the 10th on the Flying Heaven list to you. If you don't dare, then scram as soon as possible. Fine. Lang Yan's eyes faintly reddened, I'll take that bet. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, a red crystal stone appeared in Lang Yan's palm, and he shouted, where is the owner of the 9 sound building? This is a life-saving item my mother gave me, capable of slaying semi-divine limit experts. I value it at 1,000 divine crystals, how about that? The several hundred semi-gods present all looked towards the red crystal stone, feeling a threatening aura from it. Semi-divine limit expert. There were only a handful present who could reach that level. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed through the void, and it was the person in charge of the 9 sound building rushing over, dressed in purple. Lang Yan, princely heir, this treasure is indeed worth 1,000 divine crystals, but are you certain you want to? The person in charge of the 9 sound building couldn't help but ask. Certain, Lang Yan said gravely, if I lose, it's up to you of 9 sound building to convert it to divine crystals. Shu Yuan, it's your turn now. Lang Yan stared at Shu Yuan. No problem. Li Yuan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, heaps of divine crystals appeared in the center of the hall, looking like a small mountain. The divine sense of the semi-gods present swept over it and confirmed it to be correct. It was indeed 500 divine crystals. For a time, many semi-gods' breathing quickened, as they were tremendously shocked. Many had never before seen so many divine crystals gathered in one place. This Shu Yuan, he actually has so much wealth? Yan Long felt even more uncomfortable inside, a Flying Heaven level with more wealth than me? Even Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng's eyes were filled with surprise. They could produce this many divine crystals. But could a Flying Heaven level like Li Yuan really possess such astounding wealth? They quickly realized that Shu Yuan's background might be even more extraordinary than they had imagined. Can you really come up with it? Lang Yan's heart also sank. Even he couldn't summon so many divine crystals. Whoosh! Li Yuan waved his hand to collect the 500 divine crystals and said indifferently, please, 9 sound building owner, open up the dueling space. Lang Yan, princely heir, are you sure? The woman in purple looked at Lang Yan. Sure. Lang Yan gritted his teeth, though he was feeling a bad premonition, he was already too deep to back down. Quickly. The woman in purple had Li Yuan and Lang Yan sign a duel contract each. Clearly, such matters were common within the 9 sound building. Combat and fighting were prohibited in the Yuan country capital, but in some large taverns, in some divine residences, fighting was still allowed. Boom! The woman in purple activated the origin power array, and the lake in the center of this hall quickly dissipated. A dueling platform about 100 meters wide in length and width rose up. Swoosh! Li Yuan took a step forward and flew onto the platform, his form quickly shrinking. At the same time, within his view, the platform expanded rapidly, turning into a platform about 3 kilometers in diameter. This platform was utilizing the mysteries of space. And it had a similar marvelous workmanship to the 100 Battles Arena within the ancient divine palace. Leng Yan. Ji Ming couldn't help but look towards Leng Yan. The stake was too big and made him feel uneasy. If he lost, he couldn't afford the compensation. Betting battle, no external items allowed. His strength is definitely not as good as yours. Leng Yan transmitted a message. As long as you defeat him, the 500 Fangshan crystals you win will all belong to you. If you lose, as long as you've given it your all, I won't blame you. Ji Ming's eyes reddened at the chance to win 500 Fangshan crystals. All right, I will use all my strength to defeat him, Ji Ming said in a low voice. Swoosh. Ji Ming also leapt into the fighting arena. Immediately, an invisible force swept across, and a hazy light emerged on both Li Yuan and Ji Ming. It was the power of the formation enveloping the fighting arena. The rules of the battle, I will repeat them once more. The woman in the purple garment, being a semi-divine peak expert, said in a deep voice. No use of any external items is permitted, no lethal harm allowed, and there will be a protective aura on your surface. Once the power contained within the protective aura is exhausted, the battle is declared lost. Start. The woman in the purple garment flashed out of the arena's boundary. And the hundreds of semi-divines present were all watching the arena, eager to see the outcome of this battle. In the arena. Boom! Ji Ming's aura suddenly burst forth, instantly using the body-refining star technique, turning his body into 10 meters tall, his aura almost reaching semi-divine level. Kill! Ji Ming, with combat saber in hand, pounced towards Li Yuan like a bolt of lightning, a dazzling saber light cutting through the vast sky, instantly triggering violent law fluctuations, and reaching in front of Li Yuan. Although he was only of 6-star pulse, being ranked in the top 10 of the Flying Heaven list in the Divine Fire Palace, he had also entered the threshold of the law. In terms of strength, he had definitely reached the semi-divine level. Even facing Fang Hai of the Flying Heaven level, he would have the power to fight. Regretfully, he was up against Li Yuan. Who? Li Yuan took a step forward, his body also turning into 10 meters tall, his life breath much more vigorous and wild, and this was still the result of him deliberately holding back. The next second, Li Yuan slightly raised his hand as if pressing on the void. And strands of earthy yellow energy had already risen from nowhere, then condensed in the void into a giant energy palm. Suppress. Li Yuan gently pressed down with his palm, and the enormous palm in the void also burst forth, striking at Ji Ming. Not good. Ji Ming only felt the whole world rumbling and changing, that terrifying giant palm, harboring an unstoppable might, crushing down layer by layer, directly crushing the saber light he had slashed out. Immediately after, it struck upon his combat saber, sending the saber flying. In the end, it directly hit his body, causing the hazy aura on the surface of his body to shatter with a bang. Peeved, Ji Ming was sent flying backward, spewing out fresh blood, his eyes filled with horror. In a single engagement, not only was the formation's protection of the arena broken, but he was also directly and severely injured. They were simply not on the same level. Too weak. Li Yuan shook his head, not having fully revealed even the might of his heaven and earth river domain. He had planned to keep a low profile, but since the opponent was aggressively challenging him, then it was time to show a fraction of his strength. This way, it would deter all sides, saving much trouble. What? Ji Ming was defeated in just one encounter. How is that possible? Ji Ming was a semi-divine level fighter after all. That palm, it's probably close to the semi-divine peak level. Why'd I feel that wasn't his full strength? The Flying Heaven level can burst out with such strength? Monster. Has my abyss country once again birthed an extraordinary genius? The hundreds of semi-divines watching were dumbstruck. For the Flying Heaven level to burst forth with strength at the semi-divine threshold was already incredibly rare, 1 in a million. To burst forth with power close to semi-divine middle rank was almost the stuff of legends in the Flying Heaven realm. Only the historical number 1 on the flying heaven list from Abyss Country typically reached this level. Someone like Li Yuan, a single slap, and it's close to semi-divine peak strength? Throughout the tens of thousands of years of Abyss Country's history, there has never been such a case. Brother Shu Yuan. Impressive. Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng looked at each other, both of their eyes filled with shock. Even they, both previously ranked number 1 on the flying heaven list during their flying heaven level, were not as powerful. This Shu Yuan, how could he be so formidable? Yan Long was also dumbfounded. Such a figure, and when I previously spoke to Mok, he didn't even argue back. Yan Long, are you convinced now? Zhang Zan transmitted a message. Convinced. Convinced. Yan Long shook his head repeatedly. He's even more monstrous than Zhang Shan. How could I not be convinced? Just now, he had looked down on Li Yuan. But now he understood that with Li Yuan's strength, he could easily take the number 1 spot on the flying heaven list. Remember the 50 Fangshan crystals you owe me. Don't think about reneging, Zhang Zan transmitted. Yan Long's face instantly turned ugly. The breaking of the protective layer on Ji Ming's body signaled the end of the confrontation. Above the arena, young Master Shu Yuan wins, said the woman in the purple garment directly, her voice filled with respect. If at first she addressed Li Yuan as young Master Shu Yuan, out of professional habit, she now did it from the heart. As a semi-divine peak expert, she was very clear that being able to unleash such strength at the flying heaven level was monstrously incredible. Such a genius. Perhaps his law comprehension was already close to semi-divine limit. If he continued to cultivate, becoming a pseudo-god would come as natural as breathing. As long as he lived, there was a great chance of true godhood. A true god, throughout the entire Zhu Xing continent, belonged to the superpower elite. Even within the Zhu Xing ancient city, true god strongholds were part of the high echelons. It could be said, predictably, as long as Li Yuan lives, he will become one of the topmost experts within the territory of Abyss Country. Whoosh, the suppression of the formation enveloping the arena dissipated, and Li Yuan turned into a streak of light and flew out. Following closely, Ji Ming also emerged from the arena looking rather bedraggled and came to Lang Yan's side, bowing his head in silence. Purple Garment Princely Heir, I ask that you abide by the duel agreement and fulfill the contract, the purple-garbed girl said loudly. In an instant, hundreds of demigods present all turned their gazes towards Lang Yan, whose expression was shifting. Before coming here, the mission given to him by Lord Huan Zhen was to find a way to defeat Li Yuan in public. Only by defeating Li Yuan publicly could Lord Huan Zhen use this as a pretext to approach Shashi pseudo-god or even the king. Thus, as soon as Lang Yan received news that Li Yuan had left the Divine Fire Palace, he rushed over immediately. However, Lang Yan could never have imagined that Li Yuan's strength would be so terrifying. Damn it! Having such strength, why not directly become the number 1 on the flying heaven list? Why bother ranking 10th? Lang Yan felt bitter inside, knowing he was in big trouble. Not only had he lost the opportunity to the Zhu Xing ancient city, but he had also stirred up such a formidable enemy. Should the other party bear a grudge, after a few hundred years, once the opponent has grown? I'm afraid even his mother will be out of luck. Many thoughts flashed through Lang Yan's mind, but his face was full of shame. Brother Shu Yuan, I was wrong. For someone at the flying heaven level with such strength, it's truly unbelievable. Your ranking on the flying heaven list as 10th is too modest. You definitely deserve to be the first. Such strength, I admire incomparably. I am convinced by my defeat. Regarding the duel, we said 500 Fangshan crystals. But for this treasure, any excess value will serve as compensation for my offense. I hope you don't take it to heart, Lang Yan said admiringly. Later on, I will set up another feast as an apology. Li Yuan looked at the other party with some surprise. What a Lang Yan! What a son of Lord Huan Zhen! He was still blustering just a moment ago, but as soon as he saw that he had revealed his astonishing strength, he admitted his mistake swiftly and even offered an apology gift. Such temperament and forbearance are certainly not ordinary. No need to apologize, you did nothing wrong. Indeed, I did not reveal my strength earlier, and it was somewhat inappropriate to claim the slot, Li Yuan shook his head, and at the same time decisively accepted the red crystal stone. Li Yuan was not about to be polite. Haha, then that's more like it, Lang Yan laughed. Brother Shu Yuan is much more suitable than me. This trip to the Ju Xing ancient city will surely result in distinguished success, a remarkable story waiting to unfold. All right. Then, Brother Shu Yuan, continue to enjoy the drinks. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave first. Lang Yan bowed and smiled, waved his hand, and hurried away with his subordinates along the corridor. From beginning to end, although the other hundreds of demigods were watching, nobody interjected. Although they are demigods, neither the background strong Lang Yan nor the exceptionally gifted Li Yuan are their equals. A treasure worth thousands of Fangshan crystals, given away just like that, Li Yuan thought to himself, impressive indeed. The other party expressed goodwill, and Li Yuan didn't mind accepting it. After all, there is no life or death enmity with Lord Huan Zhen's lineage, and there's no need to have a peak of pseudo-god hold a grudge. Brother Shu, Zhang Zan walked up excitedly. Brother Shu Yuan, amazing. Yan Long approached with a smiling face. I was blinded before, please forgive me. Later, I will punish myself with 3 cups of drink. Though it was just a conversation, he was indeed worried about Li Yuan holding a grudge. That would be a big problem. Haha, Brother Yan Long, don't worry, I didn't take it to heart, Li Yuan said with a smile. Brother Shu Yuan, after today's battle, your name will likely spread throughout the entire Yuan country capital very soon. Bai Li Tang teased. Zhang Shan, your title as the #1 talent in the Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid it may not last. Compared to Brother Shu Yuan, my talent is just average. Zhang Shan shook his head with a sigh. Looking across the countless flying heavens in the Ju Xing continent, Brother Shu Yuan is probably among the very top. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. The very top? If they knew he had only revealed 1% of his strength, they would probably be even more dumbfounded. As Zhang Yuan True God said, looking across the continent's flying heaven level, he could compete for the first place. But Li Yuan understood that revealing such talent was sufficient. Being too exceptional might not be a good thing. What a pity, Zhang Shan suddenly shook his head with emotion. If only Brother Shu Yuan was born a decade earlier, he might have had the chance to compete in the ancestral realm battles. But now, it's a bit late. Born 50 years early? Li Yuan was taken aback, then laughed. I haven't even lived past 50 yet? Brother Shu, you're not even 50 years old? Zhang Zan's eyes flashed with surprise. Aren't you even younger than me? A hint of astonishment also flashed across Zhang Shan's face as he asked, Brother Shu Yuan, how old are you this year? Over 30. Li Yuan said, himself actually only 30 years old. This wasn't a big secret that needed to be hidden. Zhang Shan, Bai Li Tang, these demigods could not discern it, but an existence like Zhang Yuan True God could, upon close observation, glimpse traces of his life essence. For instance, Zhang Yuan True God, at their first meeting, directly judged that he was not over 40. If some secret treasures or special instruments were used, the judgment could be even more precise. Therefore, in the information Zhang Yuan True God gave to Li Yuan, he explicitly mentioned that there was no need to deliberately hide his age. Most crucially, the identity fabricated by Zhang Yuan True God also matched Li Yuan's real age. Over 30? Yan Long in white robes widened his eyes. Brother Shu Yuan, compared to you, I, Yan Long, have lived nearly 300 years, which really feels wasted like a dog's life. So young? I thought you had been cultivating for at least 60 to 70 years. Bai Li Tang was equally emotional. In the past, I thought Zhang Shan was a genius, achieving so much at a little over 100 years old, but Brother Shu Yuan, you truly are an indescribable talent. If Li Yuan's strength revealed just now had deeply shocked them, now, coupled with Li Yuan's age, it truly made them tremble. Especially for Zhang Shan, Bai Li Tang, both of high standing, equivalent to pseudo-gods, their perspectives were entirely different. In that case, Brother Shu Yuan was indeed born at the wrong time. Bai Li Tang shook his head with regret. With Brother Shu's talent, not to mention 50 years, even another 30 years of cultivation, even if he couldn't snatch the Ancestral Realm Order, entering the top 100 of the Ancestral Realm battle might still be hopeful. He truly felt pity for Li Yuan. Big brother Bailey, is the Ancestral Realm battle that difficult? Beside them, Zhang Zan asked doubtfully. There are still 12 years left, from flying heaven to becoming a demigod with soul metamorphosis. The speed of comprehending the law will increase again. With Brother Shu's cultivation speed, if he breaks through to a demigod early, can't he contend in the Ancestral Realm battle? Zhang Zan said. Zhang Zan, as a royal princess, although not lacking in vision, was still at the flying heaven level without the need to participate in the Ancestral Realm battle, and indeed didn't understand it that well. Little sister, you don't understand. The top geniuses in the Ancestral Realm battle are beyond your imagination. Zhang Shan said seriously. Like myself, with a demigod body, able to burst forth with the strength of an initial rank of pseudo-god. Among a million demigods in Abyss country, it can be said nearly invincible. Zhang Zan nodded, recognizing her brother's strength, having challenged a pseudo-god more than once. But, I don't even have the confidence to break into the top 1000 of the Ancestral Realm battle. Zhang Shan spoke somberly. Not even the confidence for the top 1000? Zhang Zan was astonished. The Zhu Xing continent is vast, the starry sky boundless, full of countless strong individuals, like those at the flying heaven level absorbed into Zhu Xing ancient city. They're the top geniuses. Bailey Teng also spoke gravely. Even with the same demigod 7-star veins, the strength disparity can be tremendous. Some with high law comprehension are nearly at the true god level. Hearing this made Zhang Zan inwardly gasp. Brother Shu Yuan is indeed such a top-level genius. Bailey Teng said. Unfortunately, the years of cultivation are a bit short. After all, many powerful demigods with high law comprehension, to obtain the Ancestral Realm Order, would forcibly stay in the demigod realm for hundreds of years, even up to 500 years. That's so unfair. Zhang Zan shook her head. It's unfair to all of you. Among these people, Bailey Teng and Yan Long were relatively older, but like Bailey Teng ready for battle, he had also only cultivated for a little over 200 years. In this world, where is there absolute fairness? Luck is part of strength, too. Zhang Shan laughed. After this Ancestral Realm battle, I'll ask the king's opinion. If there's hope to vie for the Ancestral Realm Order, then I'll cultivate for another 500 years. 500 years? Zhang Zan's mouth fell open. For her, such a duration was too lengthy. As for me, I can't wait that long. Bailey Teng looked at Li Yuan. But with Brother Shu Yuan's age, he could completely wait for another session. Let's leave it up to fate. I haven't even become a demigod yet. Li Yuan smiled. Come, Brother Zhang Shan, Brother Bailey, let's continue drinking. Right, continue drinking. Zhang Shan laughed. The delicacies I ordered haven't all been served yet. After this disturbance, although the central hall's music and dance resumed, many guests in the various private rooms had lost much interest, mostly discussing the battle that had just occurred. That Leng Yan, who is usually so arrogant, today actually bowed his head directly, even taking out treasures worth 1,000 Fangshan crystals to apologize. He is arrogant, but he picks who to offend, never those truly powerful. That Shu Yuan, with an unclear background, but with his own talent and strength, is truly terrifying. Many demigods whispered among themselves. For these demigods, today's event was far more interesting than the music and dance at Nine Sound Building. Many demigods had even started using communication treasures to spread the events that had unfolded at Nine Sound Building to their friends. Inside Zhang Shan's private room, as Li Yan revealed his strength, their interactions became even more harmonious. Yan Long, who had previously been deliberately contentious, now became the most enthusiastic. I, for one, truly admire those with real talent, and I had previously misunderstood Brother Shu Yuan, my mistake. Yan Long's attitude was low, smiling. Before, I admired Prince Zhang Shan and Brother Bailey. Now, this list must also include Brother Shu Yuan. Li Yuan smiled indifferently. He had already figured out that Yan Long was probably the type to play both sides. However, there's no need to hit a smiling face with a stretched out hand, and since the other party kept apologizing, there was also no need to hold a grudge. As their conversation deepened, "Oh, so in the coming days, forces from all over Abyss country will come to visit me?" Li Yuan pondered while listening to Zhang Shan's narration. Exactly. If you, brother Shu Yuan, only had the strength of the top 10 on the flying heaven list. The various divine families within the divine kingdom wouldn't care too much, Zhang Shan said. After all, normally even geniuses in the top 10 of the flying heaven list might not necessarily become pseudo-gods. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Abyss country was vast, with over 1,000 pseudo-gods residing within the royal capital alone, and even more scattered across various states and counties. A few more pseudo-gods or a few less hardly made any difference to Abyss country. Today's battle will surely spread the news about you, and soon, various forces will research your past. Once they find out your age, they will judge that you're at least at pseudo-god peak, and even have a high hope of becoming a true god. Zhang Shan said with a sigh. Once someone becomes a true god, the influence is entirely different. A true god's influence surpasses that of a pseudo-god by thousands to tens of thousands of times, Zhang Shan said earnestly. Inside Abyss country, many forces will definitely want to befriend you, even offering women from their families to become your consorts. Bai Li Teng said with a smile. Consorts? Li Yuan was speechless. As far as Li Yuan knew, it seemed to be the same in the divine realm. Strong individuals with true spouses are rare. My father has dozens of children, but he never had a true spouse from start to finish. Zhang Shan shook his head. My mother is also just one of my father's consorts. Zhang Shan did not avoid this fact, because such things are the norm on Juxing continent. Superpowerful beings having thousands of consorts is commonplace. Even, it's possible that other divine kingdom forces will secretly get in touch with you, hoping to invite you to join. Zhang Shan said. After all, our Abyss country is one of the core 18 divine kingdoms in the East Domain, with many major powers stationed within the royal capital. It's a place where dragons and snakes mix, and the news about you will definitely spread quickly. Li Yuan nodded slightly. This point was also mentioned in the information provided by Zhang Yuan, true god. Juxing continent is divided into 4 regions, east, west, north, and south, as well as the 4 seas. Beyond the skies, there are countless life stars. Nearly all 800 divine kingdoms in the East Domain are under the control of Juxing ancient city. Among these 800 divine kingdoms, 18 are considered core divine kingdoms of Juxing ancient city. Abyss country is one of them. The most noticeable sign of becoming a core divine kingdom is that they can establish a transmission array within the royal capital, allowing teleportation between core divine kingdoms and direct teleportation to Juxing ancient city. This greatly strengthens Juxing ancient city's control over the East Domain. Despite the various divine kingdoms' battles for supremacy, they must all submit to Juxing ancient city in the end. In summary, Brother Shu Yuan, after today, you are destined to become a person of interest in the royal capital. Zhang Shan said with a smile. But you don't have to pick sides, just focus on yourself. And you are bound to have an unlimited future. Thank Zhang Shan, brother, for the reminder, Li Yuan said with a smile. Be careful about your safety. Bai Li Teng said. The more dazzling you are, in the end, you are still part of Abyss country. Some enemies of Abyss country might secretly wish to eliminate you, so be more cautious and try not to reveal your whereabouts if you decide to leave the royal capital. Li Yuan thoughtfully agreed, having anticipated this early on. Displaying one's talent and strength can lead to quicker recognition by major powers and access to more cultivation resources. But it inevitably involves getting caught up in many disputes. Even within Juxing ancient city, it's not a monolith. There would be fierce conflicts among the 800 divine kingdoms of the East Domain, sometimes even sparking true god wars. In these matters, the highest echelons of Juxing ancient city rarely intervene. Externally, the 3 great starry sky ancient cities and the 6 great holy lands are in conflict. Internally, the struggle is the same. Today, I have indeed stirred up some trouble. Li Yuan thought secretly. But I still need to be careful. Only by becoming a demigod can I have some self-preservation power against the divine. Right now, I'm still weak, and I must rely on the aura of a genius to protect myself. Concerning his own strength, Li Yuan was self-aware. Brother Zhongshan, I have a question I'd like to ask. Li Yuan suddenly said. Where can I get more Juxing divine pills? Juxing divine pills? Zhongshan said in surprise. Brother Li Yuan, haven't you already used the Juxing divine pill to its limit? Do you still need more Juxing divine pills? Li Yuan nodded without hesitation. Bai Li Teng, Yan Long, and even Zhang Zan felt somewhat numb. Li Yuan had exposed things that had repeatedly exceeded their understanding. I observed your use of star technique earlier. With such a powerful divine body, you're probably using the 7-star veins to practice the 9-layer body refining technique. Zhang Shan looked at Li Yuan with a changed expression. But your use of Juxing divine pills hasn't even reached the limit of your soul will. This. Zhang Shan shook his head and said, People say I'm a genius, but today I thoroughly understand there's always someone better. Then promptly, Zhang Shan thought for a moment and said, Ordinarily, the Divine Fire Palace has many tasks with rewards upon completion, including rewards of Juxing divine pills. But now, with the Divine Fire Palace competition concluded, there aren't more tasks for the moment, and Juxing divine pills, being forbidden items, can't be sold publicly. Zhang Shan said. One way is to meet directly with Shashi Pseudo-God. Asking for 10 or 20 Juxing divine pills from him shouldn't be difficult. Li Yuan asked. Is there any other way? 10 or 20? That's too few. Zhang Shan, have you forgotten? In 3 days, it will be the opening of the 9 Sounds realm. With Brother Shu Yuan's strength, perhaps he can give it a try. Bai Li Tang suddenly said. If successful, you could request a batch of Juxing divine pills from 9 Sounds True God. 9 Sounds realm? Li Yuan puzzled. What is this? Ha ha, yes. Today we are at the 9 Sound building, I almost forgot about this, Zhang Shan laughed. The 9 Sounds realm, established by the 9 Sounds True God, is open for 3 days each year at the 9 Sound building. The 9 Sounds realm is also a major feature of the royal capital. Essentially, it is a place of trial, used by the 9 Sounds True God to select disciples, Zhang Shan stated. Citizens of the Abyss country, from flying heaven level and demigods can enter after paying a small amount of divine crystals. Flying heaven levels who pass the 5th realm and demigods who pass the 8th realm will receive a gift. If a flying heaven level can overcome the 6th realm and a demigod can overcome the 9th realm, they will not only receive a gift but also have the chance to become disciples of the 9 Sounds True God, Zhang Shan added. Become a disciple of a true God? A flicker of surprise crossed through Li Yuan's eyes. A great mentor is hard to find. A true God openly taking disciples is very rare. This means, there must be many people attempting it, Li Yuan whispered. Not really, Bai Li Tang shook his head. 1,000 years ago, when the 9 Sounds True God established the 9 Sounds realm, there were many who tried initially, but with each passing year, fewer people attempted. Why? Li Yuan puzzled. Mainly because of the danger, Bai Li Tang explained. The 9 Sounds True God is actually a soul master, hence the 9 Sounds realm she created specifically targets the soul, not necessarily strength. And when it involves the soul, a minor mistake can lead to death. If one cannot pass even the first 3 realms, the probability of death is quite high. Therefore, those who dare to attempt are mostly the confident ones. Even so, people occasionally die, Bai Li Teng said. Few can pass the trial, and even fewer become disciples. But for anyone who passes the trial, the gifts are very generous. It's dangerous for others, but with Brother Shu Yuan's strength, passing the 5th realm should not be difficult, Bai Li Teng said. Then, whether it's some treasures or the Juxing divine elixir, it should be easy to obtain. Okay, I'll think about it, Li Yuan wasn't too concerned. This 9 Sounds realm sounds a bit dangerous, and I'm not planning on taking a master. Just for the Juxing divine elixir, it's not very meaningful. Actually, the most impressive aspect of the 9 Sounds realm is the tempering of the soul, and the many illusionary realms it contains are truly rare, Zhang Shan said with a laugh. I will try it myself next year as well, to test myself and see when I can pass the 9th realm. Brother Zhang Shan, you're also attempting? Li Yuan was surprised. Not just him, I will try too. Bai Li Teng laughed. Actually, the top talents of Abyss Country in the royal capital. I guess most will give it a try, as a way to temper their soul will. Even some other talents from the divine kingdoms will make a special trip. Li Yuan suddenly understood. The so-called danger is merely the Nine Sounds true gods' way of filtering out the ordinary flying heavens and common demigods. For the true talents, the probability of death is actually very low. In 3 days, I'll also give it a try. Li Yuan immediately changed his mind. The feast lasted for quite a while. Bai Li Teng and Yan Long left respectively. Zhang Shan and Zhang Zan personally escorted Li Yuan back to the Divine Fire Palace before returning to the Mist Mountain King's mansion. Inside the Mist Mountain King's mansion, Zhang Shan dismissed his attendants. "Little sister, you did very well this time," Zhang Shan said. "You went to the Abyss Demon Blood Den, yet you managed to attract such an exceptional talent. I can see that Shu Yuan has quite a fondness for you. Today, we established a friendship before he revealed his strength, which is also good," Zhang Shan said. "In the future, the closer you are to Shu Yuan, the better it will be for you, and for our Mist Mountain King lineage." Zhang Shan looked at Zhang Zan. "Big brother," Zhang Zan shook her head, "my intention was just to thank Brother Shu. If it weren't for him, I would have died in the Abyss Demon Blood Den." "Good. Having a grateful heart is right," Zhang Shan smiled. "Tomorrow, bring another gift and visit him." "Who?" With a flick of his hand, a jade bottle appeared out of thin air, flying towards Zhang Zan. "What is this?" Zhang Zan was initially puzzled, took it over, and her expression slightly changed upon scanning it with her divine sense. "Juxing Divine Elixirs? Are these 50 pieces? Big brother, do you have so many spare Juxing Divine Elixirs? For other demigods, this item is very precious, but for me, giving away dozens is easy." Zhang Shan shook his head. "Why didn't you just give them directly to Brother Shu earlier?" Zhang Zan couldn't help asking. "If I gave them, how would it compare to you giving them?" Zhang Shan shook his head. "I observe that Shu Yuan, while outwardly amiable, is extremely proud at heart. Gaining his genuine approval is extremely difficult, and likewise, once he recognizes someone as a good friend. When something arises, he would probably do everything he can to help. You already have a good relationship with him. If you could help him a couple more times, making him feel grateful, the friendship would be unbreakable." Zhang Shan gravely continued. "Just like how you treat those servants around you, when you treat them genuinely, they would also go all out to protect you at crucial moments. Big brother, you and I are different. I treat Uncle Guo, Uncle Fang, genuinely from my heart." Zhang Zan stared at Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan just smiled, not arguing. "Big brother, this is too calculating," Zhang Zan couldn't help but say. "That's the only bad part about you. Sometimes I wonder if you're also calculating with me," Zhang Zan said. "Silly girl." Zhang Shan chuckled and shook his head. "Father is already dead. You're my only family in this world. How could I scheme against you? All right. The Juxing Divine Elixirs are yours. Whether you give them or how you give them, is up to you," Zhang Shan said. "I still need to enter seclusion for cultivation. You should also go rest." Big brother, I will leave first." Zhang Zan bowed and then turned to leave. Watching Zhang Zan disappear from sight, also good. Perhaps, only true sincerity can exchange for genuine hearts. Zhang Shan's tender eyes turned sharp as he muttered to himself. "Little sister, I hope you have more protection. That way, when I take action in the future, I can have fewer concerns." In Zhang Shan's heart, there lay hidden a great vengeance related to his mother's death. Even Zhang Zan did not know. Zhang Shan did not want Zhang Zan to also bear hatred. In fact, Zhang Shan had no deep feelings for his father, Mist Mountain King, and in some ways, it was Mist Mountain King's mistakes that led to his mother's death, and Mist Mountain King perished outside. His greatest concern before was his sister, Zhang Zan. All the arrangements he made in secret were to protect Zhang Zan. Inside the deep palace of Wanzhen Marquis Mansion. "Please punish me, mother," Leng Yan respectfully said. "You did nothing wrong. What is there to punish?" The lady in palace attire smiled and said, "I originally thought his strength was insufficient, which is why he was ranked 10th on the flying heaven list. It was I who asked you to challenge him publicly. Who could have guessed he was so formidable? A flying heaven level so formidable has never appeared in our Yuan country. It's not your fault, on the contrary, you handled the situation very well, made amends promptly, and did not deeply offend him, Wanzhen Marquis praised. Leng Yan listened attentively. Yanner, this time on the flying heaven list, there really is no chance for you, Wanzhen Marquis said. Delaying it another 20 years would actually be harmful to you. Better break through to semi-divine soon. I will arrange for you to go to East Nether Sacred Land, which might be more beneficial for you there. East Nether Sacred Land? Leng Yan was surprised. Mother, our Yuan country is indeed originated from Juxing Ancient City. Don't worry. I have arranged everything, Wanzhen Marquis continued. If you cultivate step by step, becoming pseudo-god is difficult, and you won't be able to enter Juxing Ancient City. Only by entering the Holy Land do you have a sliver of hope. As a flying heaven level, nobody will pay attention to you, Wanzhen Marquis said. Which power you belong to isn't important. Ascending to God, that's what matters, Wanzhen Marquis looked at Leng Yan. Yes, mother, Leng Yan nodded heavily. He understood, even with his mother's position and power, acquiring a spot in East Nether Sacred Land likely cost a great deal. The competition at Ju Yin Tower was watched by hundreds of semi-divines. Word spread rapidly from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Actually, a competition of flying heaven level was normally not conspicuous. But the strength Li Yuan displayed was overly astonishing. Whether it was various powers within Yuan country or personnel stationed at Yuan country capital from other divine kingdoms, they quickly received this news. Juxing Divine Mountain, spanning hundreds of kilometers, is a very special building in Yuan country capital. Because it represents Juxing Ancient City within Yuan country. Stationed inside the temple are all elites from Juxing Ancient City, few in number but each highly formidable, having an extremely strong deterrent power in the royal capital, their status even surpassing the royal family. Deep in the continuous mountain range, within a courtyard, Jing Kui, a purple-clad pseudo-god with a powerful aura, looked at the recently received information and laughed. It seems like Yuan country has produced a genius not inferior to you. Are you talking about Shu Yuan? I have seen him, the black-robed youth Jing Kui casually said. Not only is he good in direct combat, his soul will is even more formidable. He is the most formidable flying heaven level one have ever seen. The most formidable? The purple-clad pseudo-god was surprised, knowing Jing Kui's strength. In Juxing Ancient City, he is known as a top-tier genius of the younger generation, believed to have a great chance of obtaining the ancestral realm order. This time, as Jing Kui came to Yuan country, he had secretly met many talents of Yuan country, but even Zhang Shan hardly caught his eye. Yet the evaluation of Shu Yuan was the highest. Whether he is formidable or not doesn't affect me. Rather, in a few days, after I've experienced the famous Nine Sounds realm of Yuan country, I'll continue wandering to the next divine kingdom. Jing Kui laughed. But if he can successfully join the ancient city, Old Dong, perhaps you'll be credited greatly. Haha, Jing Kui, borrowing your good words, the purple-clad pseudo-god laughed. He was well aware that Jing Kui's strength had reached an unimaginable level, not inferior to himself. Traveling across the continent, refining the heart through worldly experiences, once Jing Kui advances further, he might ascend to true God. Divine Fire Palace, spanning a vast area. At the highest palace here is where Sha Shi pseudo-god resides. This Shu Yuan, to think his strength is that formidable? Defeating Ji Ming with a single palm strike? Sha Shi pseudo-god, looking at the latest information, felt immensely shocked. No wonder the king commanded me to give him a spot directly. I misjudged. Someone with such strength, why need an assessment? After a little thought, Sha Shi pseudo-god directly issued an order. Upgrade Shu Yuan's ranking in the Divine Fire Palace from 10th on the Flying Heaven list to 1st. Divine Fire Palace, Li Yuan's residence. Master, Lord Zhongzhan has arrived. A beautiful servant dressed in purple respectfully reported. Bring Lord Zhongzhan here, Li Yuan said. Soon, 2 other servants led Zhongzhan into the hall where fine wine was naturally served. Brother Shu, I see that there are still many people waiting outside. It seems they are all here to visit you. Zhang Zan smiled. It seems that after yesterday's battle, your fame has spread throughout the entire royal capital. Many divine families have come to visit. Li Yuan smiled. Not long after returning to the Divine Fire Palace, divine families had already sent people to visit and brought congratulatory gifts. Especially after the news of Li Yuan being promoted to number 1 on the Flying Heaven list spread, even more visitors came. Each congratulatory gift was worth at least 10 divine crystals. Apart from some extremely valuable gifts that were clearly given with ulterior motives, which Li Yuan refused, he accepted the rest without objection. Getting so many divine crystals effortlessly was not a common occurrence. Less than a day later, Li Yuan had already received hundreds of Fangshan crystals just from the gifts. This is just the beginning. In the coming days, there will probably be even more visitors. Zhang Zan's eyes shone. Haha, Brother Shu, you'll be receiving gifts until your hands go weak, probably forgetting who even gave them to you. In the entire royal capital, with thousands of divine families, even if only 1/5 chose to congratulate, the final value of the gifts would be a staggering number. It doesn't matter if I don't remember who sent the gifts. Li Yuan joked, just remember who didn't send a gift. Zhang Zan laughed and then said, it seems I came at the right time today. Oh, I was just about to ask what you came for today, Li Yuan asked. I'm here to deliver a gift as well. Zhang Zan smiled and with a flip of her hand, she handed a jade bottle to Li Yuan. What is this? Li Yuan briefly inquired and his expression showed a hint of surprise. Juxing divine pills, 50 of them. It should be noted that Li Yuan had already visited Shashi pseudo god, who had directly given him 20 Juxing divine pills. Any more? None. 30 Juxing divine pills were the maximum number a Flying Heaven level could obtain from the Divine Fire Palace. Many members of the Divine Fire Palace had to complete numerous trial missions to obtain so many Juxing divine pills. To purchase Juxing divine pills, such things were prohibited and were not allowed for sale. Li Yuan also understood that ordinary Flying Heaven semi-divines would probably use them immediately, there would not be any surplus. Li Yuan never expected that Zhang Zan would give out 50 Juxing divine pills as soon as she made a move. Where did these come from? Li Yuan asked curiously. After I returned yesterday, my elder brother managed to get them for me. Zhang Zan said, Brother Shu, given your relationship with the king, even if it wasn't difficult for the king to gift hundreds or even thousands of Juxing divine pills. Actually, Zhang Zan was somewhat puzzled. Initially, she thought Li Yuan was from one of the Holy Land sects, or even a top talent from Juxing Ancient City. But judging from Li Yuan never using Juxing divine pills before, it seemed he was not a core member of a major power. However, Zhang Zan could confirm one thing. The king regarded Li Yuan highly. This little matter, I didn't want to trouble the king. Li Yuan smiled. A few dozen more or fewer Juxing divine pills don't really make a big difference to me. Li Yuan was very clear. Zhang Yuan True God had already helped him a lot. Solving his identity issue, providing direct access to Starry Sky Ancient City, and a one-time protection of the token. These were the most important things. But, the other party was neither kin nor his guardian, and though he had given a lot, it was also for a purpose. If Li Yuan needed help for every tiny matter, why would Zhang Yuan True God believe that he could ascend to Heavenly God? Not to mention that he had just awakened 8-star veins, and his law talent wasn't to the unbelievable level. Even in the history of the Snake Clan from the Divine Realm, many top talents who had awakened 9-star pulse had also died on the path of becoming a heavenly divine. Zhang Zan, I do indeed need these Juxing divine pills now, thank you very much, Li Yuan said, unceremoniously. No need. Actually, Brother Shu, you have helped me even more, not just saving me multiple times. Zhang Zan said, this time, the quota for Juxing Ancient City from the royal family was also obtained by your help, Brother Shu. Me? Li Yuan was taken aback. Brother Shu, do you still remember those semi-divine level ferocious beasts' heads? Zhang Zan said. Li Yuan suddenly understood, and smiled. So, You also entered the Abyss Demon Blood Den to compete for the quota of Juxing Ancient City. Yes. Brother Shu, there's another matter I want to ask about. Zhang Zan couldn't resist and said, that time in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, could you confirm whether Uncle Shu and the others truly perished? I didn't see them perish with my own eyes, but based on some evidence, Li Yuan said. Originally, he had personally witnessed Uncle Shu and the others entering a cave where the lights dimmed out. Thanks for letting me know, Brother Shu. Zhang Zan's eyes dimmed, shattering her last bit of hope. After sending away Zhang Zan, Ren Qing, Li Yuan conveyed through a message. The purple-garbed woman immediately flew in and respectfully said, Master, what do you need? Ren Qing was the newly appointed Grand Steward of Li Yuan's residence in the Divine Fire Palace, and was also a semi-divine. Tell those who want to visit that I will be going into closed-door cultivation for a while and won't see anyone. Li Yuan said, they can leave their cards and gifts, and I'll make note of them later. Master, is this a good idea? Ren Qing couldn't help asking, the visitors are all from divine families. Don't worry, they are neither from prince families, nor are those divines visiting personally, Li Yuan smiled. The pseudo-gods who were princes in the Abyss country, they were the truly formidable figures among pseudo-gods, like illusionary real Marquis was one among them. As for the initial rank of pseudo-god, middle rank of pseudo-god, if these divines personally visited, Li Yuan would certainly entertain them, but if it was just their family juniors, Li Yuan really didn't care. Yes, Ren Qing said, by the way, Master, many of the divine families who come to pay homage have conflicts with each other. Should we accept all the congratulations gifts they bring? In Ren Qing's view, accepting the gifts was a statement in itself. Accept them. Take them all if they dare to give, Li Yuan smiled. But you should also discern, return all those valued over 50 Fangshan crystals. Yes, Ren Qing nodded. She was also secretly surprised in her heart. She had served as a housekeeper for many demigod-level geniuses of the Divine Fire Palace. But it was the first time she saw someone like Li Yuan who was so casual and unconcerned about the thoughts of those divine families. Perhaps, this is what a super genius is, Ren Qing thought to herself. Little did she know, Li Yuan had already thought it through. After all, he would leave the Juxing continent when he becomes a demigod. Better to take the benefits first. Only a fool would reject free advantages. Boom! The door of the quiet chamber slowly closed, and Li Yuan immediately activated the Origin Power Array. 70 Juxing Divine Pills. Li Yuan sat cross-legged, sensing all the Juxing Divine Pills in the storage magical treasure. Let's try. See if I can refine them all, Li Yuan thought to himself, also feeling a bit of anticipation. Previously, using 10 Juxing Divine Pills awakened thousands of life stars. What if I use 50 or 60 this time? Then I'd be one step closer to awakening the 9-star pulse. Whoosh! Taking out a Juxing Divine Pill, with practiced ease, his divine sense wrapped in origin power, instantly enveloped it, attempting refinement. Boom! A powerful divine soul impact burst forth from the Juxing Divine Pill, directly assaulting the soul origin of Li Yuan. Here it comes again. Li Yuan countered with the spirit concentration technique. In the Mist Mountain King's residence, Commander Mo, Zhang Zan whispered, is everything arranged? It has been arranged according to your highness's orders. The family members of Shu Guo and others are all properly settled, Commander Mo respectfully said. You may leave, Zhang Zan said, after Commander Mo left. This trip to the Abyss Demon Blood Den, if not for encountering Brother Shu, even with Uncle Guo's protection, I would have died. Zhang Zan pondered silently. Brother seems to have been making some plans and arrangements all along. He's been hiding things about Mother from me. Strength. If I could have Brother Shu's strength, I might be able to share many burdens for him, Zhang Zan thought. Zhang Shan thought Zhang Zan knew nothing, but Zhang Zan was no child and had long been aware, she just never showed it. This time, it was not easy for Brother Shu to secure a slot for me in the Juxing Ancient City. Even if I can't stay in the Starry Sky Ancient City, I still need to strive to stay there longer, Zhang Zan quietly thought. The trial slots for Zhu Xing Ancient City from Abyss Country consisted of only 10 demigod slots, competing with everyone including the royal family. But for the Flying Heaven level slots, some were allocated to the Divine Fire Palace, and some belonged to the royal family. The royal family only had 5 slots each time. Though it didn't seem many, there were far fewer members in the royal family, so the competition pressure was less. Zhang Zan's strength did not rank high in the Divine Fire Palace, but among the royal family's Flying Heaven level, she was already outstanding, plus she was relatively young. This trial in the Abyss Demon Blood Den was the final trial to determine the slots. Using the abundance of demigod-level ferocious beasts gifted by Li Yuan, she secured the first place in the final trial of the Abyss Demon Blood Den. Let's fight. Brother is fighting for the Ancestral Realm battle, I must also work hard, Zhang Zan silently resolved. In the following days, Li Yuan's residence was indeed bustling. Even though Li Yuan was explicitly in closed-door cultivation, not receiving guests, it didn't stop the enthusiasm of many divine families. The managers of many divine family had already received instructions from their ancient ancestors, stating that Shu Yuan might soon join the Zhu Xing Ancient City, with the hope of becoming a true god. If he returned to Abyss Country from Zhu Xing Ancient City in the future, he would be a top existence in Abyss Country. Now was the best time to forge a connection. Not seeking to latch onto a relationship, but just not to be disliked by Shu Yuan. The abundance of congratulatory gifts also left the house manager Ren Qing somewhat numb. She never thought that one day she would receive treasures worth thousands of Fangshan crystals. She even harbored a thought. Why not run away with the treasure? With so many divine crystals, they could be exchanged for precious cultivation resources. Maybe I could even cultivate to the semi-divine limit. A hint of greed arose in Ren Qing's heart. But she soon gave up on the idea. No, unless I flee the East Domain, the Black Abyss Guard of Abyss Country would definitely capture me. Another idea emerged in Ren Qing's mind. And now, perhaps there is also an opportunity. From what Sha Shi Pseudo-God said, does Master Shu Yuan not have a family, no spouse or children either? That means, I am currently the closest under Master Shu Yuan's command, able to gain his trust. In the future, if Master Shu Yuan becomes a pseudo-god or even the legendary true god, the benefits and opportunities will be plentiful, Ren Qing thought to herself. Her heart also harbored a desire to become divine. On the Zhu Xing continent, there were many legends and tales of a person's success leading to the elevation of their entire surroundings. Inside Abyss Country, there were such cases. It is said that the extremely low-profile Go Mu True God had once assisted Zhang Yuan True God when he was a pseudo-god. At that time, Zhang Yuan True God was only at the Flying Heaven level, but later Zhang Yuan helped Go Mu to become a true god after becoming a true god himself. After clarifying everything, Ren Qing took her management of the estate more seriously, receiving the visits from various families. Inside the quiet chamber of the estate, naturally, Li Yuan was unaware of Ren Qing's change in thought. He continued his devoted cultivation, refining one Zhu Xing divine pill after another. After refining another 53 Zhu Xing divine pills in one go, including the initial 10, with the one currently being refined, it made up the 64th Zhu Xing divine pill that Li Yuan had refined. Boom boom boom. From the Zhu Xing divine pill, a soul shock emerged that exaggeratedly escalated, furiously assaulting Li Yuan's soul will. Hold on. Hold it, roared Li Yuan inwardly. The terrifying soul shock, like a relentless great river, seemed slow but left Li Yuan with no escape. Even his soul secret treasure couldn't be activated and he could only forcibly endure. This shock was capable of shaking the soul. It made Li Yuan's body almost uncontrollable under the overwhelming pressure. In fact, since using the 60th Zhu Xing divine pill, the soul shocks had become increasingly astounding, gradually approaching Li Yuan's limit. But, with a will nearly at the pseudo-god level, Li Yuan stubbornly endured and refined 3 more Zhu Xing divine pills. But the 64th pill evidently surpassed Li Yuan's endurance limit. Suddenly, boom, Li Yuan's soul will could no longer withstand it. His mind went blank, intense pain surged to his heart, and he collapsed. And at the moment Li Yuan could no longer resist, that soul shock also vanished without a trace. After a long time, Li Yuan slowly regained consciousness, propped himself up, and secretly thought. Indeed, just like the intelligence reported by Zhang Yuan True God, the soul shock from Zhu Xing Divine Pill is not a soul attack. It only suppresses and shocks, at most causing unconsciousness without leading to soul collapse. This was also why Li Yuan dared to attempt reaching his limit. The effect of the Zhu Xing Divine Pill is indeed excellent, although the 9th star meridian is still not awakened. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes, sensing the 8-star meridians in the life-starry sky, but refining them non-stop, awakening nearly 20,000 life stars, surprisingly allowed my 6th star meridian to break through to the 9 layers level. Li Yuan also looked at the Divine Palace panel. Star meridians, 8-star meridians, 10 layers plus 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 9 layers plus 8 layers plus 7 layers. The first 5-star meridians of the 8 have already reached the perfect star vein level. The last 3 awakened by Zhu Xing were gradually nearing 9 layers level throughout these years of attempts. Both the quantity and quality of star meridians are important. Just like in the case of 6-star pulse, someone who can cultivate the 9-layer star technique and someone only able to cultivate the 7 stars technique naturally differ vastly in strength. The former, if cultivating the body refining star technique, could rival the might of a 7-star pulse practitioner. The latter would be much weaker. Like many practitioners of 7-star veins or 8-star veins, why their law comprehension is generally very high is an important reason. They mostly have 2 to 3 9-layer star veins, allowing them to cultivate supporting supreme star techniques to dramatically increase their law compatibility. My quality of star meridians, among those with 8-star meridians, should indeed be among the top, Li Yuan thought secretly. Besides the 8 awakened star meridians, the disorganized unowned life stars had also reached a new peak. Steady progress. As long as it's not the limit, I can always awaken more life stars. Li Yuan's eyes shimmered with light. Even without spiritual guidance, there is still hope to awaken the 9-star pulse. Spiritual guidance is very important, but Li Yuan never placed all his hopes on spiritual guidance. Just like before, Li Yuan strived to become a semi-divine level soul, and thus directly broke from a 6-star pulse to a 7-star pulse. External opportunities are important, but if I solely rely on spiritual guidance, hoping to eventually become a 10-star meridian, that might just be an illusion. Li Yuan calmed down, adjusted his inner state, and began to cultivate the boundary cloud spear. In his mind, scenes from the Mirror of Laws appeared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A series of spear shadows continuously appeared around Li Yuan, each transforming the same technique, thrust. Forward thrust. Whether it's the wind, earth laws, or the mysteries of space comprehension, if taken separately, I wouldn't reach the pseudo-god level, Li Yuan thought to himself. But combining all 3, I was able to comprehend the 4th technique of the boundary cloud spear, elevating the spear technique profoundness, comparable to the pseudo-god level. Many pseudo-gods, individually comprehending a basic law, would reach the 7 stages of perfection level, and in terms of the profoundness of moves, they might not even catch up to Li Yuan. Keep comprehending. Understanding more mysteries of the laws and integrating them into my spear techniques will make it stronger. The founder of the boundary cloud spears technique was centered around the earth and wind laws, with the mysteries of space as support. But I am the exact opposite, with the space law as the core. Although Li Yuan learned the boundary cloud spear. But as his understanding deepened, he gradually formed his own interpretation. In the lineage of space, Li Yuan was clearly superior to the earth and wind laws. After a long simulation of the spear technique, Li Yuan, tired from refining Zhu Xing divine pills, had also recovered quite a bit. Begin practicing the visualization method. Li Yuan switched to another method. Ever since his origin power cultivation reached the limit. Cultivating star meridians, comprehension of spear technique, and will training. These 3 had been the focus of Li Yuan's cultivation, usually alternating between them. In a sense, Li Yuan always maintained the habits of his younger years, wholeheartedly immersing in cultivation. In the spiritual world, within the divine palace, whoosh, Li Yuan's consciousness converged, as usual, focusing on the Great Sun Jade platform, and the surrounding scenery changed immediately, transporting him into the vast starry sky. That sun-like star was still suspended there. Starry sky, Great Sun. Li Yuan's consciousness rapidly approached the Great Sun, its radiating light containing tremendous might, constantly trying to suppress Li Yuan. However, after so many years of cultivation, Li Yuan's will had grown close to the pseudo-god level. These lights could hardly affect him. Sigh. Li Yuan's consciousness body flew nearer and nearer, eventually stopping at a position extremely close to the Great Sun. Here, the gigantic fireball seemed like half the universe itself, blazing and endless, and one could even clearly see the fiery serpents dancing upon the fireball. Their scorching glow enveloped Li Yuan's consciousness body. Pain. A terrible agony targeted at the soul, Great Sun refining heart. Observing the vastness of the starry sky, the pain of the soul being scorched that was enough to drive many flying heaven warriors insane did not suffice to alter Li Yuan's expression. He had attempted to approach the Great Sun numerous times. Soul metamorphosis will make the will stronger. If the will is powerful, it also makes the hope for soul metamorphosis greater. Li Yuan silently recited in his heart. Observing the Great Sun starry sky scripture, though unbearably painful, it is the supreme method that continuously transforms the soul will. No matter how strong the method is, no matter how good the opportunity, one must also seize it with all one's strength to achieve anything. Just like many heavenly gods' descendants, their training environment from a young age often surpassed that of their parents. But their achievements mostly would not overtake that of their parents. SS's HSS, that terrible torment was also slowly transforming Li Yuan's will. Although his soul will had long reached level 49. But Li Yuan firmly believed that, even if each time he endured torment akin to hell, as long as he could progress even a little, he would welcome the day of complete transformation sooner. Time passed. Boom rumble, the invisible glow of the Great Sun, like a sharp blade, struck time after time, injuring Li Yuan's soul. Splash. Li Yuan was also circulating the Great Sun starry sky scripture, allowing the vast starry sky behind him to transmit strands of mysterious power, continuously nurturing the soul. But the weariness from the torment of the will could only be endured by himself. Li Yuan's consciousness body stood firm like a rock, not moving a single inch. It seems, still unable to make a breakthrough, practice for a while longer, then wait for the next time. Li Yuan's heart was very calm. Judging the time, the Nine Sounds realm will open soon. A true God-level soul master has created this realm for the purpose of taking in disciples. May it bring me some insight. Just at this moment. Boom, without a sound, beneath the nurturing of the body, influenced by the origin of the law of the great Tao. And still, day after day, he practiced, observing the Great Sun starry sky scripture, even after his will reached level 49. Li Yuan's will, which had already reached the semi-divine limit, finally underwent transformation at this moment, breaking through that crucial bottleneck. From mortal to divine. Just like a chain reaction, Li Yuan's consciousness body suddenly burst into dazzling flashes of light, like colored glaze, also signifying that his will had completely entered a new level. Pseudo-god level. If the heart is like colored glaze, unaffected by the external world, by persisting in one's heart, one can endure and exist for a long time. Li Yuan had some enlightenment in his heart. Is this the essence of the will at the divine level? Whether they are prime warriors or flying heaven warriors, or even demigod powerhouses, their wills have been growing stronger, but there has never been a fundamental difference. In the face of one calamity after another, they often waver in their hearts, doubting whether their choices are wrong. It's hard to maintain the original intention. Only by persisting in one's heart, persisting in one's Tao, questioning the heart over and over again without slacking, can the will transform continuously, evolve continuously, and finally achieve the level of, if the heart is like colored glaze. The heart holds no good or evil, nor does it hold any judgments of good or bad. Some terrible demons, who have killed countless, have destroyed worlds and planets, yet their will is terrifyingly extreme. Li Yuan, feeling his will metamorphosing, further understood. The so-called right and wrong, they're merely others' opinions. And the truly strong, have hearts that cannot be shaken. only adhering to their own path. Just like this. Only then can one, over thousands or even tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years of time, not lose oneself. Willpower is like colored glaze. Li Yuan felt the consciousness body emanating light, and these rays of light could easily fend off the many soul attacks and pressures from the outside world. Willpower is like colored glaze. Just as a great tree has roots, it makes the stability of the spiritual world far exceed the past. The soul defense naturally also skyrockets. The soul and will. If the soul alone is strong but the will weak, when facing certain soul attacks, one would still be hit, and the soul could easily crumble. Mere soldiers make a solitary bear. Mere generals make a whole den of bears. Li Yuan thought to himself, and will is like the general, akin to combat skills. As long as the will is strong, one could unleash 10 or even 12 times the power of one's soul power. At this moment, even though Li Yuan's soul was still at level 49 and had not broken through, with his powerful will, he could easily resist the erosion of the rays of the great sun's light at close range. This is the advantage of having a powerful will. Now, relying on my own strength, most of the soul attacks from pseudo-gods would hardly be able to kill me directly, Li Yuan said with a slight smile. Once I add the protection of the Thousand-Heart Lotus platform, unless facing those pseudo-god peak masters who are extremely skilled in soul attacks, it would be difficult for them to shake me with just soul attacks. Li Yuan, with his soul attacks, could easily annihilate many of Flying Heaven level, naturally aware of how formidable soul attacks are. Invisible and silent. Unlike material attacks that create a great disturbance upon unleashing, when a super strong entity annihilates a weaker one with their soul, often a single thought is enough. This is the enhancement of a life-saving method. When I perform a soul attack myself, its power can also be greatly increased. Li Yuan was very satisfied inwardly. He also hadn't expected, originally intending to break through into the Nine Sounds realm to see if there could be a trigger that would transform the soul will. Unexpectedly, during the daily cultivation of the Observing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture, he had unknowingly made a breakthrough. Without accumulating small steps, there can be no journey of 1,000 miles. Li Yuan reflected. Willpower, like colored glaze. The principle is very simple, almost every demigod knows it. But, only with unity, persisting day after day through excruciating pain, even if there's no hope of breakthrough, can one still unwaveringly put into practice what one's heart desires. Only then can one truly understand one's heart. Li Yuan gained some insight. If not for the fact that after reaching level 49, his soul will had persisted for years, it might have taken much longer to break through. Even needing to become semi-divine and relying on the strength of the body to break through to higher bottlenecks. Unity of knowledge and action. Enlightenment is not attained out of thin air, but through understanding from practice. Li Yuan realized more and more the path he had taken was correct. Pseudo-gods will. Should be able to try entering the insides of the great sun now. Li Yuan was full of curiosity. For over a decade, ever since his second year of high school, when he first came into contact with the Great Sun Jade platform and began practicing the visualization method, Li Yuan had been wanting to know what exactly this great sun was. Always trying his best to get close to this huge sun. But he had never touched it, because his will was not strong enough. He couldn't even withstand the emitted light, what more to qualify for touching the entity itself. Now, his will has finally undergone a fundamental transformation. Let's try it. Whoosh! Li Yuan's consciousness body, glowing carefully with colored glaze light, approached the great sun step by step. The surface of the star, which looked like a giant fireball, had boiling magma and wild fiery serpents. Even a casually expanding and rising fiery serpent probably spanned thousands of kilometers. It was like a scene from the apocalypse. Whoosh! Li Yuan's consciousness body silently approached the surface. The light was many times more intense than before. Even though Li Yuan's soul was covered in colored glaze light, he still felt bouts of pain. Suddenly, whoosh! Gigantic magma like a fiery serpent suddenly erupted and soared explosively like lightning. A bit of magma swiftly brushed past Li Yuan's consciousness body. The two touched for a moment. Li Yuan did not evade. His purpose was to truly make contact with the wondrous great sun. At the moment of contact, Boom! Li Yuan only felt his consciousness instantly sinking. That fiery magma wasn't real, and it didn't bring extreme pain to Li Yuan's consciousness body. It was filled with illusionary realm. Xiao Yuan, come to mom. An enchanting voice echoed, and Li Yuan's consciousness had sunk into another world. It was extremely real, almost without flaw. Martial path is me. Martial path is about igniting all of our passion and fervor, to immerse ourselves completely in cultivation. A burly man with a mechanical arm thundered. The whole classroom was silent. Teacher Shu. The figure at the very front, however, was in tears. Li Yuan. Why the tears? Be a man. Shu Bo shouted angrily. Blue Star is under invasion by a foreign civilization. Evacuate, everyone evacuate. Alarm sounds blared across the globe, and countless ordinary people panicked and fled. In outer space, a figure holding a long spear was flying at an incredible speed. My current flying speed is 122,682 meters per second, and my power output is. Li Yuan was flying at extreme speed about 180 kilometers from the surface of Blue Star, his cold eyes staring at the end of the dark void at that colossal creature resembling a divine dragon from myth. You must be one of the strongest among all the invading semi-divine beings. After a long time, boom, Li Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the jade platform, suddenly trembled, his face already marked with tears, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Me, this illusionary realm. With a thought, the tears on Li Yuan's face instantly evaporated, the previously sunk consciousness swiftly took control of his body, and he was completely clear about what had just happened. Such a terrifying illusionary realm. Each of those illusions directly targets my heart, stirring my many desires and thoughts, just to make me sink deeper into them. Li Yuan still felt chills at the thought. It's truly terrifying. A multitude of illusionary realms, one after another, even if he was lucky to escape one, another would descend upon him, as if trapped in an endless nightmare. Most of the illusionary realms, I never actually escaped from, but rather fell deeper into them. Li Yuan shuddered inwardly. If these were enemy-conjured illusions, I would have likely been dead or even controlled by now. Soul attacks, among the flying heaven semi-divine, mainly rely on overpowering force to annihilate. Simply put, it's the might of a flying brick. Hence, for semi-divines, it's generally difficult to annihilate a flying heaven level through soul. After reaching the divine, almost each divine has a heart clear like glass, making forceful soul annihilation extremely difficult and thus high demands on the path of the soul. Illusionary realms, thus, have become mainstream. Many powerful beings perform soul attacks, tending to create various illusionary realms, ultimately discovering the vulnerabilities of the enemy's soul, causing them to completely fall and silently perish. Illusionary flow. This is a very common and terrifying school of soul arts, mastered by many soul masters. But within the Great Sun, each of those illusionary realms, if I fully succumb, directly causes the realm to collapse, leading to the next one. Essentially, this is further tempering my soul will. Li Yuan realized. This is a higher level of visualization method. Outside of the Great Sun, it's direct erosion, torment, refining the heart with endless pain. But as the will transforms to the pseudo-god level, already mighty enough, mere painful torment can hardly boost the quick transformation of soul will. It must target the inner heart. Li Yuan sighed deeply. Those countless illusionary realms are pursuits of my inner heart, essentially helping me perfect weaknesses of the soul. Li Yuan was amazed and shaken by the magic of the observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Do note, most visualization methods are only effective below the divine. Once oneself transforms to the divine level, the effectiveness of visualization methods rapidly diminishes, making it difficult for soul will to advance further. However, the numerous illusionary realms contained within the observing the great sun starry sky scripture can be described as an excellent method of tempering. Truly miraculous. And this is merely what Li Yuan experienced by approaching the great sun, a small flow of magma touching. If the entire consciousness body were to be immersed, would he face even more powerful and terrifying illusions? I am thinking too far ahead. Let's not talk about going deeper. Just those illusionary realms that I just encountered, I was able to escape from all and regain clarity. Probably, it also signifies that my will has transformed, reached a higher level, and my soul has become even harder to be shaken. Li Yuan realized internally. But it's too difficult. Those illusionary realms, too real, real enough to make me want to escape from actual reality. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes. With eyes closed, he could recall the warm scenes he just experienced, unwilling to let go. He sat quietly for a long time. The illusory, after all, is illusory. Only reality is what I can grasp, Li Yuan murmured in his heart. If I continuously enter such illusionary realms, I fear I may become lost. Li Yuan made a decision. Next, each time I practice the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, I must repeatedly question myself, maintaining absolute calm. Experiencing infinite illusionary realms is to temper. Yet if one always cannot hold on, even if the illusionary realms do not harm actively, one can easily lose sense, eventually unable to distinguish illusion from reality. Regarding the changes in visualization method, Li Yuan was very cautious, after suppressing the many thoughts in his heart. My will has transformed. I should be able to use more Ju Xing divine pills now. Li Yuan flipped his palm, taking out another Ju Xing divine pill. Origin power surge, divine sense shrouded the Ju Xing divine pill, and once again, he began the attempt to refine. Boom! The Ju Xing divine pill instantly emitted a soul shock, which before Li Yuan exerted all his might to resist, but now he easily blocked it. Will transformation is fundamental. Many prodigies among the semi-divines, like Zhang Shan, have combat power comparable to the pseudo-god, but his soul is also just at the semi-divine limit level, and his will probably has not transformed to the pseudo-god level either. Li Yuan's eyes emitted a glow. Rapidly, Li Yuan successfully refined the 64th Ju Xing divine pill, and following that peculiar flow, he awakened more than 200 life stars in the life starry sky. Continue. The 65th, the 66th, 72nd, 80th. All gone. Li Yuan received a total of 80 Ju Xing divine pills, and with his soul will transforming, he merged them all in one go. If this news spreads, it would surely shock countless powerful beings. After all, places like Abyss Country give 10 to the top 10 on the flying heaven list and at most 30. Because according to the estimates in Abyss Country, even top flying heaven realm cultivators before breaking into semi-divine would find their limit after using 20 Ju Xing divine pills. But Li Yuan? Nowhere near enough. Even using up all 80 Ju Xing divine pills did not reach his current limit. Not enough. I need more Ju Xing divine pills. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. My will can still progress. After the will transforms, the chances of a soul transformation will greatly increase. In the future, once my soul breaks through to the pseudo-god level, I could possibly use another 100 or 200 Ju Xing divine pills. Li Yuan was not willing to wait too long, because there have been accumulated hundreds of thousands of unowned life stars. Perhaps, awakening tens of thousands of life stars might awaken the 9-star pulse. Of course, this was just Li Yuan's speculation. Neither Chu Bingzhen nor Zhang Yuan True God, nor Ji Yu mentioned detailed records about the 9-star pulse in the data they provided. Too few precedents. Hard to form a system, while Li Yuan was pondering. Huh? Zhang Shan sent me a message? Li Yuan suddenly received a message from Zhang Shan. Even though the Ju Xing continent lacks various technological instruments, it does not mean it is primitive. The use of various formations and puppets makes many aspects surpass the 7-star civilization. And Zhang Shan's message was very simple, just one sentence. I and my sister have arrived at the Divine Fire Palace. The 9 Sounds Realm is about to open. Would you like to join us? 9 Sounds Realm. Perfect. Let's have a look. A smile appeared on Li Yuan's face. I'm just at flying heaven level. If I can perform well, perhaps I could receive a nice gift from the 9 Sounds True God. Thinking of this, Li Yuan thought moved, deactivated the origin power array, the quiet chamber door opened, and with a flash, he arrived at the main hall of the mansion. The master has left seclusion? Ren Qing immediately greeted him. These past days, has anything happened within the mansion? Li Yuan asked. Not much really, just some visits from divine families. Ren Qing respectfully handed over. These are the gifts from the visitors, please inspect them, master. Ren Qing respectfully presented a storage treasure. Oh! Li Yuan took it. His divine sense quickly swept over, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. 1800 Fangshan crystals? Such a massive fortune, even a semi-divine limit expert might be tempted. You really are diligent. Li Yuan smiled, storing all these divine crystals into his own storage treasure. Along with these divine crystals, there was also a list provided to Li Yuan, containing over 150 divine families. It clearly stated the amount of gifts given. Serving the master is my duty, Ren Qing respectfully said. Li Yuan said, today the Nine Sounds realm opens, I'm going out for a while. Yes. Ren Qing responded. Master, rest assured, I will handle everything well in the mansion. Li Yuan flew away from the mansion, watching Li Yuan leave. Why do I feel the master's aura is somewhat different from before? Ren Qing was secretly shocked. It almost feels like facing a divine being, but the master is clearly just at flying heaven level, truly strange. Little did he know. The oppressive sensation of a divine being is so strong, linked not only to life breath, but also to a powerful soul will. Even if Li Yuan intended to conceal it, a pseudo-god will, just like an elephant in the room, couldn't be completely hidden. Soon, Li Yuan along with Zhang Shan and Zhang Zan, boarded the Black Dragon warship, and once again hurried towards the Nine Sound building. Nine Sounds Pavilion, compared to 3 days ago when Li Yuan first arrived, has become even more bustling. One could say it was a sea of people. The Nine Sounds Pavilion was already the pinnacle of entertainment in the royal capital, and the Nine Sounds realm involved the Nine Sounds True God's apprenticeship, naturally drawing significant attention. Whether people came for the enjoyment, to join in the excitement, or in hope of becoming an apprentice to a true god, or simply to use the Nine Sounds realm as a means to grind and improve themselves. Furthermore, with the deliberate promotion by the Nine Sounds Pavilion. In short, for a variety of reasons, the opening of the Nine Sounds realm became a grand event in the royal capital. Everyone, please sit down quietly. Please do not make noise and patiently wait for the Nine Sounds realm to open. Please take the single seats over here. Voices echoed one after another across the plaza. The Nine Sounds Pavilion spanned an extensive area, and it was easy for them to carve out a region several tens of kilometers wide specifically for the Nine Sounds realm. This area was right beside the Silence building. Though called a plaza, it was actually divided into several layers, with the bottommost layer consisting of large round tables carved out into separate spaces. Most of them were already occupied, with some chatting in groups of 3 or 5, while others were meditating, their minds presumably elsewhere. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of densely packed round tables, with no less than 1 million people seated. Ancestor, when does this Nine Sounds realm start? A woman dressed in black combat armor asked in a low voice. At their round table, aside from her, there were 5 other young men and women, all dressed in a way that clearly indicated they belonged to the same family. All 6 of them couldn't help but turn their attention to the middle-aged man in black armor sitting at the head of the table. The 7 people at this table, apart from the middle-aged man in black armor who was a demigod, the other 6 were only at the flying heaven level. What's the rush? The middle-aged man in black armor chuckled. The Nine Sounds realm opens on schedule every year. Besides, opening a table here at the Nine Sounds Pavilion costs 10 divine stones, and even the cheapest pot of Zan tea costs 3 divine stones. Naturally, you have to take a good look. This one table costs 10 divine stones. The 6 flying heaven level men and women were secretly astounded, now understanding the level of expenditure in the top land of enjoyment of the divine kingdom. In the Zhu Xing continent, divine crystals and divine stones were universally accepted currencies. 1 Fangshan crystal was roughly equivalent to 1,000 divine stones. For these flying heaven level women, even the weakest among them had the strength of the flying heaven middle stage, but their total wealth was probably only a few tens of divine stones. Simply put, a few days of additional expenditure here could bankrupt a person at the flying heaven level. You have all come a long way from your hometown, and it just so happens that the Nine Sounds realm is opening. I thought it would be good to broaden your horizons, the middle-aged man in black armor said with a smile. After all, starting tomorrow, you'll attempt to join the guard armies of the great sects or divine families, and it would be difficult to get together and socialize after that. The so-called sects within the divine kingdom were often established by several or even dozens of divines together, and they would recruit many disciples. Many divine families also had respective channels to vigorously recruit talented individuals not of their bloodline. The more formidable would try to join the Black Abyss Guard, an army established by the royal family, boasting the strongest power. In any case, the royal capital had many opportunities, and within the Abyss country, many young individuals at the flying heaven level, if they had some background or connections, would come to the royal capital. Of course, the top talents of Abyss country all aimed to join the Divine Fire Palace, but the difficulty was extremely high. In the entire Abyss country, reputed to have 1 million demigods, the number of flying heaven-level individuals was in the hundreds of millions, but the long-term number of members at the flying heaven level in the Divine Fire Palace remained around 200. Ancestor, why don't we take on the challenge trials of the Nine Sounds realm? Another young man in purple garment couldn't help but say, I just heard a guard say that anyone at the flying heaven semi-divine level can give it a try, and if you can successfully break through to the 5th realm, you will receive a gift that would make a demigod envious. Even if you only break through the 3rd realm, with this achievement, you can already join the Black Abyss Guard, the young man in purple garment said. Ancestor, isn't this an opportunity? The others also turned to look at the middle-aged man in black armor. Opportunity? Don't go seek your demise. The middle-aged man in black armor shook his head. Don't fancy yourselves too highly. Among the 6 of you, besides UG having a slight chance of breaking through the 3rd realm, the rest of you entering would surely be courting death. The 6 flying heaven-level men and women were all shocked and turned to look at the young bald man who had been silent. UG, in their county city back home, was someone with a bit of fame. And yet, in the words of their ancestor, he only had a slight chance of breaking through the 3rd realm? Don't aim too high, the middle-aged man in black armor reprimanded. I have been in the royal capital for many years. Those who have broken through the 5th realm in the Nine Sounds realm, which one of them wasn't an exceptional talent? What you need to do is to stay grounded, recognize reality and strive to join a force in the royal capital, aiming to eventually become a demigod. Yes, all 6 flying heaven-level individuals nodded. Suddenly, a vibration came through the void, immediately attracting the attention of countless people in the plaza, who all looked up into the sky. Ancestor, what's happening? The young man in purple garment looked up and asked. Purple garment maids, led by the section leaders of sound building, it's the arrival of the truly big figures. The middle-aged man in black armor's eyes shone, and he smiled. Take a good look. I brought you all here to broaden your horizons, so you can see who the top elite of the Abyss country are. Not just at their table, the countless people looking up, whether at the tens of thousands of tables on the bottom level or the floating elegant tables on the middle layer, all turned to watch the several dozen purple garment maids flying out from the Silence building. Adorned in purple garments, all with more than decent appearances, they seemed to be only maids, but in fact, all were demigods. Aside from the dozens of demigod maids, there were also several hundred flying heaven-level maids, standing respectfully on both sides, forming a corridor in the void. Leading them was the peak semi-divine leader of Silence building. 9 Sounds Pavilion, with 9 section leaders and 1 pavilion leader. To have the leader of Silence building personally receive the guests. Which prince's family has arrived? It seems like more than one, especially since today is the opening of the Nine Sounds realm. There are definitely more than one member from the princely families. Countless flying heavens and semi-divines were quietly discussing. It's here. It's the Black Dragon warship. A royal family has come. Many people recognized it. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal Black Dragon warship sliced through the clouds and mist, slowly descending at the edge of the square's void, drawing the gazes of countless people below, followed by dozens of figures flying out from the warship. Leading them was a valiant young man in silver armor and a youth in black garment, with a young lady in silver garment standing by their side. The others who disembarked from the warship were all semi-divine guards, each exuding an immensely powerful aura. Swoosh! The Nine Sound Building's host, a man of extraordinary bearing, stepped forward and bowed slightly. Greetings to Prince Zhongshan and young Master Shu Yuan. Greetings to Prince Zhongshan and young Master Shu Yuan. Dozens of semi-divine maidens and hundreds of flying heaven maidens all bowed respectfully. Zhongshan nodded indifferently. Immediately after, he turned his head and smiled at Li Yuan. Brother Shu Yuan, let's go. I've already reserved the private space in the void, and Brother Bailey and the others are waiting for us. All right. Li Yuan nodded. Following the Nine Sound Building's host, the three of them swiftly flew towards a small hall located at the highest point of the void. These small halls provided an overlooking view of the entire square, with the best vantage point. Who are these people? A group of semi-divine guards. The host of the Nine Sound Building came out to welcome them? Even if divine beings come, the reception would probably be of this scale. I've heard of Zhongshan, the number one semi-divine in the Divine Kingdom, but who is the other one? The one named Shu Yuan, isn't he just at the flying heaven level? To be on par with Zhongshan? Millions of people in the square were whispering, their hearts filled with shock. Li Yuan's deeds had only spread for 3 days, primarily among the higher echelons of the royal capital, and were unfamiliar to most at the flying heaven level and ordinary semi-divines. Moreover, many had come from other parts of the Abyss country. But with the welcome from the Nine Sound Building, Shu Yuan's name had been etched in the minds of countless people. Flying Heaven List Number 1. Shu Yuan is the new number 1 on the Flying Heaven list. It's said his talent is extremely high, defeating a flying heaven with semi-divine strength in a single move. The few who knew of Li Yuan's exploits began sharing with those around them. Then, with second and third recounts, the tales quickly grew exaggerated. It's said that Shu Yuan has slain many semi-divines. Legend has it that the king believes he can achieve true godhood and intends to bestow a member of the royal family upon him. There are divine families who wish to have him father offspring. After all, strong progeny often inherit more talent. This scene also stirred many. Great ancestor. A youth in purple garment envied. Is this Shu Yuan truly so powerful? Comparable to semi-divine Zhongshan? Others also curiously turned towards the middle-aged man in black armor. Zhongshan's fame in the Abyss country spanned decades, heralded as nearly invincible among semi-divines, and hence these flying heaven-level men and women had heard of him. Prince Zhongshan is very formidable, but as you know, I serve under King Zhenhai. The middle-aged man in black armor sighed. I just happened to hear the princely heir mention yesterday that young Master Shu Yuan is extremely gifted, surpassing even Prince Zhongshan. The princely heir said that maybe in a few hundred or thousand years, this young Master Shu Yuan could establish a new divine kingdom. Establish a divine kingdom? The group of flying heaven levels was shocked. Inside the small hall, aside from old acquaintances Bai Li Teng and Yan Long, there were also several princes present, all at the semi-divine level and with quite formidable strengths. Brother Shu Yuan, congratulations. Well deserved for being at the top of the flying heaven list. That Leng Yan had it coming a long time ago. These princes, one after the other, were exceedingly courteous. This is Zhang Jun, the son of King Zhenhai. This is. Zhongshan introduced them one by one to Li Yuan, who politely responded. The princes were all observing Li Yuan, knowing his potential and talent held boundless possibilities. Naturally, they did not belittle him. Even more so, their primary purpose for coming to Zhongshan's hall today was to get acquainted with Li Yuan. How much longer until the Nine Sounds realm opens? Li Yuan asked. Very soon, just a quarter of an hour more, Zhongshan said. There won't be any delay, it opens on time every year. As they conversed, suddenly laughter came from outside. Prince Zhongshan, do you welcome me as well? A deep voice rang out, and a burly young man in golden armor walked in, exuding a rather overbearing presence. His arrival instantly quieted the whole hall. Wu Beihong, my hall does not welcome you. Zhongshan stood up, his aura erupting, the smile on his face fading as he rebuked, get out. Just as I come, you want to kick me out? The young man in golden armor sneered, his aura equally powerful. The two great semi-divines faced off against each other. One naturally noble, the other extremely overbearing, neither able to overpower the other. Wu Beihong. Li Yuan realized who the other was. Second on the semi-divine list of Abyss Country, a 7-star Veins semi-divine, with pseudo-god battle strength, a descendant of the bloodline of the Go Mu true god. Go Mu, whose surname was Wu. The Wu divine race was a top-tier family in the entire Abyss Country, second only to the royal family. Brother Shu Yuan, congratulations on topping the Flying Heaven list. Even my ancestor has high praise for you. Wu Beihong was actually quite polite to Li Yuan. Would you honor my hall with a visit? Wu Beihong. Zhang Shan's face darkened completely as he saw the other courting Li Yuan right in front of him. This is my hall, get out. I haven't eaten your food, why do you care? Wu Beihong sneered. Can't you, the Mist Mountain King's princely heir, even stand this much? It's a shame that despite the Mist Mountain King being a hero all his life, his son is worthless. I'm just here to invite Brother Shu Yuan. Whether Shu Yuan wishes to come or not, do you need to decide for him? Shu Yuan is not your servant after all. Wu Beihong continued. You? Zhang Shan's eyes were ice cold. Wu Beihong revealed a wanton smile. Semi-divine Beihong, today is Prince Zhang Shan's banquet in my honor. Other than attempting the Nine Sounds realm later, I will not leave this hall. Li Yuan spoke with a smile. Please return. All right. Then, after the Nine Sounds realm event ends, I will pay a visit to Brother Shu Yuan. Wu Beihong politely smiled. I am always sincere to my friends, not like Zhang Shan with his feigned kindness, always posing as a hypocrite. Then, Wu Beihong bowed to Li Yuan and turned to leave, entering another smaller hall nearby. HMPH. Zhang Shan snorted coldly, filled with rage in his heart. Brother Shu Yuan, my apologies, I lost my composure. Zhang Shan sat down, his complexion returning to normal. It's not that I want to stop you from making friends. It's just that this Wu Beihong is indeed despicable. Brother Zhang Shan, do you have a major conflict with this Wu Beihong? Li Yuan asked. A major conflict indeed. Bai Li Teng explained from the side. He and Zhang Shan are considered the top geniuses of our Abyss Country in recent years, both having awakened the 7-star Veins. They once worked together on a trial mission, but Zhang Shan was betrayed by the other party. Betrayed? Li Yuan was surprised. Yes? Zhang Shan nodded. At that time, it was a fight over a treasure. Wu Beihong appears to be heroic on the surface, but he is actually jealous and sinister inside. He has deceived more people than just me. He is truly despicable. I did not expect that. Today, that man ruined the mood. Zhang Shan shook his head. At the time, I had no evidence, and considering his indeed significant strength and not inconsiderable background, we have always been in a struggle, unable to do anything to each other. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Both were ranked first and second on the semi-divine list, respectively. Their strengths were quite close. As for their backgrounds, Divine Guu, although not as strong as Zhang Yuan True God, had favors from him. Moreover, Li Yuan had witnessed Zhang Yuan True God's temperament in the Abyss Demon Blood Den. As long as Zhang Shan doesn't die, any experience he encounters will be seen as a trial for him. Time passed. More top talents well known in the royal capital arrived. Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng introduced them one by one to Li Yuan. Almost half of the top 100 on the Flying Heaven list had come, and most of the top 100 on the semi-divine list as well. Those of Flying Heaven level, even the top geniuses, usually do not have strong soul wills. Therefore, for safety, many do not attempt it. Zhang Shan said. As for the semi-divines, the risk of perishing is much lower. Li Yuan understood. Brother Shu Yuan, do you really intend to make the attempt later? Bai Li Teng asked curiously. Of course, I intend to. Li Yuan smiled. I have some confidence in my soul will. Right. Shu Yuan's soul will is very strong, probably at the semi-divine level, perhaps even able to reach the 6th or 7th realm, Zhang Shan said. In another smaller hall. Damn. I was battling against Zhang Shan, and that's all well and good. Although he is of the royal family, the king treats us equally. Wu Beihong frowned. But what's with Shu Yuan's relationship being so good with Zhang Shan? The teacher says that Shu Yuan might very well become a true god in the future, greatly influencing Abyss Country. We must win him over. Even if we can't win him over, we must make sure he doesn't help Zhang Shan, Wu Beihong pondered. Resources are limited. Fighting over treasures and cultivation resources, and even due to some feuds, the gods of Abyss Country also kill each other. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuan, true god, wouldn't interfere. After waiting a little longer, a sudden burst of light shone in the sky above the Nine Sound Building, followed by a slightly elusive and gigantic magical treasure tower manifesting in midair. The tower was 1,000 feet tall, with 9 levels, the tower body wholly covered in gold, its brilliance radiating so brightly that it overshadowed the colorful luminance of the Nine Sound Building. With the tower's appearance, a vague and vast might spread, making the whole world seem to quiet down. The Nine Sound Tower. Legend has it that the Nine Sound Tower is a powerful cave heaven treasure, containing 9 worlds within. A true god instrument. Countless flying heaven semi-divine individuals looked up in amazement, including Zhang Shan, Bai Li Teng, and others. A true god instrument, even for peerless geniuses like Zhang Shan, was unattainable. After all, even the most common true god instrument was worth over 100,000 divine crystals. Slightly more powerful true god instruments could cost over 1,000,000 divine crystals, and the value of this Nine Sound Tower was at least beyond the estimation of these flying heaven semi-divine individuals. Little brother, don't be fooled. This Nine Sound Tower is incomparable to the ancient divine palace. Ji Yu's voice echoed in Li Yuan's mind. It's just that it is manipulated by a true god, fully displaying its might. Got it. Li Yuan responded with a smile. The Nine Sounds realm is now officially open. Echoing through heaven and earth came a grand voice. Remember, the Nine Sounds realm carries the risk of perishing. If you wish to challenge it, you must exercise utmost caution. The rules are as follows. Those at the flying heaven level who pass the 5th floor will receive a gift from the Nine Sound Building. Passing the 6th floor qualifies you for an audience with the Nine Sounds true god. Those at the semi-divine level who pass the 8th floor. Passing the 9th floor qualifies you for an audience with the Nine Sounds true god. The duration will be 3 days. The grand voice swiftly dissipated. Boom! The 1,000-jong tall tower in the void, with its 4 entrances at the base, opened simultaneously, shrouding the inside with a foggy haze, a vast chaos, impenetrable to the outside world, hiding all that is real and illusory. Go. Up. Charge. Immediately, hundreds of figures flashed from the great table below, shooting up into the sky, and swiftly entered the Nine Sound Tower through the opened exits at the bottom. Instantly, the luminance of the Nine Sound Tower surged, unveiling numerous faint points of light on its surface, some red, some purple. Many more were observing the situation. After all, the Nine Sounds realm lasts for 3 days, there is no need to rush. Those points of light represent the challengers, Zhang Zan explained to Li Yuan. Through these lights, one can roughly deduce which realm they have reached. If a light goes out, it signifies a fall. Red light represents the flying heaven level. Purple light represents the semi-divine level. Li Yuan now understood all the rules of the Nine Sounds realm. Time passed. Shortly thereafter, many points of light had already reached the 2nd realm, even the 3rd realm. But there were also numerous lights that extinguished at the 2nd realm. Fallen? Li Yuan was secretly astonished. The rules of the Nine Sounds realm had been made public, and, in theory, those who dared to challenge it had a certain level of confidence. He didn't expect that so many would still perish. So many have died so quickly? The Nine Sounds realm is indeed perilous. Those who died were reckless, hoping to take a gamble and rise to greatness by becoming disciples under a true god, but they didn't consider that the Nine Sounds realm has been established for over 1,000 years. Could it possibly have any flaws? Countless flying heaven semi-divines watched. Most were there for the spectacle. The truly courageous challengers were, after all, a rare few. Before long, after more observation, more and more people began to move, and the total number of people attempting the Nine Sound Tower quickly exceeded 1,000. Although many perished at the 2nd realm, the 3rd realm, most of the challengers were still able to push through the third realm. Over an hour later, challengers began to exit the 9 sound tower from various tower exits. There are no exits on the first or second floor, you must reach at least the third floor to survive. Most of those at the flying heaven level are exiting from the third floor tower. Those who die are mostly of the flying heaven level. Li Yuan looked on from afar. Semi-divines, on the other hand, mostly come out from the 4th, 5th floors. Very few semi-divines died, but there were some, however. With so much time passing, only a very few semi-divines had crossed the 7th realm, which was only the standard for the flying heaven level. As for those who crossed the 8th floor, there were none. Semi-divines are generally much stronger than those at the flying heaven level, making it easier for them to challenge the 9 sound tower, Zhang Zan remarked with emotion. But with thousands attempting and not a single one receiving a gift yet. Let alone reaching the standard for 9 sounds true God's discipleship. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. The threshold to become a true God's disciple was indeed extremely high. Bai Li Teng and Li Teng brothers, let's not wait any longer. Zhang Shan stood up and smiled. We've seen enough of the excitement. It's our turn now. There isn't much fun to watch this year. Let's give it a try. It's like honing the soul will. Bai Li Teng and Zhang Jun, among others, also stood up. Since they'd come, they naturally intended to make an attempt. All right. Li Yuan also nodded and began contemplating how far he could go. Whoosh! 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 The 7 people promptly flew towards the 9 sound tower. It's Zhang Shan, and that Li Yuan, the number 1 on the flying heaven list. Bai Li Teng. They are all about to start their challenges? This scene immediately drew the attention of countless people. You see, for so long, the number of people remaining in the 9 sound tower had dwindled to very few, and with no outstanding figures, it had left many spectators disappointed. Now, with the number 1 from the semi-divine list and the flying heaven list both coming to challenge, how far could they go? Could they meet the standard for discipleship by the 9 sounds true God? This made countless people curious. In Wu Beihong's small hall, Beihong, Zhang Shan and the others have gone to challenge it, with Bai Li Teng and Zhang Jun among others present. Someone in the hall immediately pointed this out to Wu Beihong. Just as there are many Divine Fire Palace members surrounding Zhang Shan, similarly, with the strength and background of Wu Beihong, there are also many formidable Flying Heaven semi-divine following him. HMPH. Wu Beihong sneered. That Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng, they challenge it year after year, and each year they stop at the 9th realm, really not ashamed. As for Xu Yuan, his combat strength is strongest, but I don't know about his soul will. At another unremarkable table, Leng Yan was also here with his friends and servants. Xu Yuan has gone to challenge, Ji Ming said in a low voice. Flying heaven level, daring to take risks. Leng Yan frowned. With his strength, joining Zhu Xing ancient city would be a piece of cake. There's no need to take risks in the 9 sounds realm. Are you saying he plans to seek apprenticeship under the 9 sounds true God? Although annoyed with Li Yuan, Leng Yan wasn't foolish. He was well aware of how high Li Yuan's talent and strength were, knowing it would be easy to become a disciple under a true God. 9 sounds true God. Within Abyss country, naturally attracts countless flying heaven semi-divine to become disciples. But among the many true gods in Zhuxing ancient city, he was definitely not among the top tier. If he were one of the extremely strong true gods, why would he follow Zhang Yuan true god? The challenge has begun. Ji Ming's face suddenly showed a hint of shock. Zhang Shan's progress is rapid, truly worthy of being the first on the semi-divine list. Almost everyone was watching the shining dots on the surface of the 9 sound building, since there were very few left challenging now. And people like Zhang Shan and Li Yuan, among the 7, were entering one after another. Thus, the multitude of spectators, from the sequence in which the red and purple dots appeared, could infer the identity of the challengers. Especially Li Yuan, he was the only red light among the 7. After entering the 9 sound tower, boom! The purple dot belonging to Zhang Shan was breaking through continuously, reaching the 4th level area in just tens of seconds after blasting through the 3rd level. This scene astounded the spectators. It was too fast, creating a stark contrast to the previous thousands of challengers. Bai Li Teng followed closely behind, also swiftly crossing the second level. Truly worthy of being the first on the semi-divine list. Bai Li Teng, indeed a top 10 existence on the semi-divine list, truly formidable. Strong in direct combat, and their soul will is also extremely powerful, the multitude of spectators whispered among themselves. But as for Xu Yuan, it seems he's fallen to the last, still in the first level now. Not surprising, he's just flying heaven level. You think he can progress faster than Zhang Shan and the others? High law comprehension and star meridian don't mean soul will is necessarily strong. Indeed. Among the 7 challenging the 9 sound tower at the same time, Li Yuan was indeed the most inconspicuous one. While Zhang Shan had broken into the 5th level in one breath, Li Yuan was still at the 1st level. Inside the 1st level of the 9 sound tower. Truly profound. This illusionary realm's construction method is quite different from the observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Li Yuan was still immersed in the illusionary realm. With his strength, he could break free from the multiple layers of illusionary realm in the 1st level with just a thought. But for Li Yuan, passing the realms was not his intention, he simply wanted to grind his soul will. There was no need to rush through. The illusionary realms of the great sun starry sky scripture penetrate silently into my heart, stirring the deepest desires within, and making me indulge and reluctant to awaken. Li Yuan pondered, it targets the weaknesses in my mind. Even knowing it's false, I still can't help but indulge in some illusionary realms. Just like in the 7-star civilization, many people are addicted to gaming, videos, and web chatting. Who doesn't know it's false? But the false can be happier than reality. Knowing it's a deception, yet like a moth to flame. The layers of illusionary realms into which Li Yuan fell while touching the great sun, are thousands of times more terrifying than some temptations in reality. But the illusionary realm of the 9 sound tower magnifies fear, causing the beings to be infiltrated unknowingly by extreme fear, and then obscuring many perceptions. Li Yuan realized, the fear of losing cultivation, the fear of death. Fear can make people irrational. Fear can make people lose courage. Many people are literally scared to death. Extreme fear, it's also a type of illusionary realm technique. Interesting. Li Yuan showed a smile. Coming to the 9 sound realm was the right choice. Li Yuan did not rush to break through the layers of illusionary realms, instead, he fully enjoyed it, letting the invisible illusionary realm completely envelop his mind. To defeat the enemy, one must first understand the enemy. 3 days' time, no hurry, only 10 minutes have passed. Li Yuan was very patient. His soul will was incredibly strong, and despite being enveloped by the invisible soul fluctuations of the 1st level, in his heart, he remained absolutely clear. In the higher void of the 9 sound tower, a group of pseudo-gods emitting aura gathered here, observing the situation of the challengers in the 9 sound tower and exchanging comments with each other. There were as many as 30 pseudo-gods. For events like the 9 sounds realm that happen once a year, they normally wouldn't attract much attention from pseudo-gods. There seem to be quite a few who are free this year. Even Dong Lin has come. A woman in a fiery red robe laughed, with so many people coming, it seems that Juxing Ancient City's recruitment of new members is indeed attracting attention. Are they all here to watch Xu Yuan? Or is it Zhang Shan? This woman in the fiery red robe was the real controller of the 9 sound building, and also a follower under the 9 sounds true god. This year's challengers are quite ordinary. The previous thousands of people, not one met the minimum standard. What a pity. These pseudo-gods had extremely high standards. If someone reached the minimum standard to receive a gift from the 9 sounds true god, they were willing to take them as disciples. A powerful soul will signifies an extremely resolute heart. Even if the cultivation speed is slow, they could keep improving, and the probability of eventually becoming a pseudo-god is also very high. Unfortunately, not one of them caught their eye. Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng indeed progressed quickly. Zhang Shan has already reached the 8th level. How much time has passed? Is the king giving him so much importance? Mist Mountain King has indeed produced a good son, these pseudo-gods commented. As for Xu Yuan, he is somewhat disappointing to me. How much time has passed, and he has only reached the 3rd level. Although soul will and law comprehension are not related, he seems too weak. He's just at flying heaven level. I have found his information. It seems he's not even 40 years old. Not even 40? That young? No wonder his soul will is relatively weaker. The several pseudo-gods present suddenly understood. Usually, the older one lives and the more one is honed, the stronger their natural soul will becomes. It looks like he should be able to pass the 3rd level, not sure if he can get through the 4th. A pseudo-god assessed. I thought he could make it through the 5th level. Indeed. Logically speaking, with such high law comprehension, reaching the 9 sounds true god standard should not be difficult. Another pseudo-god also expressed doubt. So many pseudo-gods had come. Apart from looking for promising seeds worth nurturing, they also wanted to observe Shu Yuan. Gentlemen, let's not jump to conclusions too soon. The elderly man in the purple robe smiled. This Shu Yuan, I'm afraid, might just surprise you all. Dong Lin's meaning? Is Shu Yuan's soul will very strong? Dong Lin, what do you know? The other pseudo-gods were immediately curious. Dong Lin pseudo-god was in charge of Ju Xing ancient city in Abyss country. In terms of strength, many pseudo-gods present were not inferior to Dong Lin pseudo-god, but when it came to intelligence, they were far behind. Can't say, just watch and see. Dong Lin pseudo-god smiled mysteriously. In fact, Dong Lin pseudo-god did not know how strong Li Yuan's soul will was. However, to make Jing Kui think he is the strongest he's seen, Dong Lin pseudo-god muttered to himself, this Shu Yuan, can he possibly make it through the 7th or even the 8th level? Half an hour passed. Bai Li Teng, Zhang Jun, and the others had all finished their attempts, and in the end, they only managed to pass through the 7th or 8th level. Shu Yuan and Zhang Shan are still going. Shu Yuan is on the 4th level? That shouldn't be right? Shu Yuan's situation puzzled Bai Li Teng and others, although they had not confirmed that Li Yuan had a pseudo-god level soul will. Even a vague sense allowed them to judge that Li Yuan's soul will was extremely strong. How could he only be on the 4th level? Zhang Shan is challenging the 9th level, and he has been in there for quite a while, not sure if he can make it through. Zhang Shan's performance was as stable as ever. Boom! Suddenly, the entire 9 sound tower lit up brilliantly, followed by a purple light soaring straight into the sky from the top of the tower, dazzling endlessly. Past the 9th level? Has Zhang Shan passed the 9th level? As expected of number 1 on the semi-divine list, this scene immediately shocked countless onlookers. To pass through the 9 sounds realm? There haven't been many in Abyss country for over 1,000 years? This requires extraordinarily high soul will. For Zhang Shan, even as the first on the semi-divine list, many did not believe he could do it, considering that for the past dozen years, he participated every year but always stopped at the 8th level. Bang! In one of the halls, Wu Beihong's cup exploded instantly, his face ashen. Damn it, this guy, he also made it through the 9th level? But Wu Beihong was well aware, to pass through the 9 sounds realm, there was no trickery involved. The only explanation was that, in terms of soul will, Zhang Shan had completely surpassed him. Actually made it through the 9th level. This kid Zhang Shan is indeed formidable. With such a strong soul will, once he joins Ju Xing ancient city, his growth will be even faster. Above the 9 sound tower, many pseudo-gods sighed with emotion. Haha. Constant grinding really works. Zhang Shan, full of vigor, had just flown down from the 9 sound tower to his group of friends and laughed. In the 9th level, as I was about to fail, I somehow broke through unknowingly, stepping into the pseudo-god level. Pseudo-god level will. Impressive. Bai Li Teng, Zhang Jun, Yan Long, and others came forward to congratulate him, also quite shocked. For a semi-divine, whether it's breaking through the will or soul to the pseudo-god level, it's extremely difficult. Comparatively speaking, it's even harder to break through the will than the soul. Breaking through the will. The hope of a soul breakthrough to the pseudo-god level will be greatly diminished, Bai Li Teng said. Zhang Shan, if you can also make your soul breakthrough, perhaps in the future you could reach the 8-star veins of Ju Xing. Pseudo-god level soul. Difficult. Zhang Shan shook his head. 8-star veins. Even more so. Zhang Shan did not dare to think about the 8-star veins. Where's brother Shu Yuan? Zhang Shan looked around and did not spot Shu Yuan. Brother, big brother Shu is still inside the 9 sound tower. Zhang Zan pointed towards the 9 sound tower in the sky. Still in the 9 sound tower, which level? Zhang Shan asked in confusion. At this moment, there were still dozens of red dots inside the 9 sound tower, and naturally, he couldn't tell which one was Li Yuan. The 4th level, said Zhang Zan. Brother Shu is only at the 4th level? Zhang Shan was even more puzzled, frowning. That shouldn't be right. Let's wait and see. By my estimate, brother Shu is perhaps trying it for the first time and wants to stay a bit longer. He will definitely pass the 6th or even the 7th level soon. Bai Li Teng laughed. Time passed. Half an hour later. Shu Yuan has passed the 4th level. Shu Yuan has passed the 5th level, and has already met the minimum requirement to receive a gift. Number 1 on the flying heaven list, that's about right. 2 hours later. Shu Yuan, people kept attempting, and Shu Yuan has passed the 4th level. Shu Yuan has passed the 5th level, and has already met the minimum requirement to receive a gift. Number 1 on the flying heaven list, that's about right. 2 hours later. Shu Yuan, people kept attempting, and inside the 9 sound tower, at the 9th level, there was nothingness. In reality, all 9 levels of the 9 sound tower were vast and quiet places, devoid of any decorations or objects. However, the scenes encountered and faced in the spiritual world of everyone who entered were different, all stemming from their hearts. And in this nothingness, Li Yuan stood quietly, his eyes tightly shut. Illusionary realm. This illusionary realm of fear on the 9th level is indeed intricately constructed, far surpassing the 8th level. Li Yuan marveled in his heart. When he broke through the first 8 levels, even the layered illusions of the 8th level could not disturb the clarity deep within Li Yuan's spirit. He easily regained consciousness. It was only to experience the layered illusion constructed by the 9 sounds true God that he had delayed for so long. After all, Li Yuan's soul was strong, nearly reaching the pseudo-god level. His will was even stronger. With such a strong spiritual will, it was almost impossible for ordinary illusions to deceive him. But the illusions contained in the 9th level were completely different. They were not just simple fear illusions. Fear. Simple fear cannot surpass life and death, Li Yuan mused silently. Between life and death lies great terror. Life and death are also the most primal and greatest fear of countless lives. Why eat and drink? To stay alive. Why procreate? It is the genes wanting to continue. Why strive to cultivate? It's for immortality. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. Life. It is the greatest desire. Death. It is the greatest fear. The fear of death, at its core, is the desire for life, Li Yuan murmured to himself. When I first ventured into the first layer of the 9 sounds realm, I thought fear illusions were different from desire illusions. I was wrong. The source of fear is also a part of desire, endless desires, thus endless illusions. The mysteries contained in the great sun-starry sky scripture indeed surpass the illusions constructed by the 9 sounds true God. The strong, those who seek, will have desires. I fear not being able to complete the tasks of the Eternal Hall, fundamentally because I yearn to return to my homeland, protect my hometown, and see my family again. These are all desires. No one can transcend desires. Those without desires are only stones, Li Yuan realized, and facing desires, apart from suppressing desires, being controlled by them. There is actually a third path, facing desires and controlling them. Li Yuan sighed suddenly in his heart. He recalled the scene before he entered the 9 Mountains world. Perhaps. Some things, I did wrong. Sigh. Li Yuan took a deep breath. His inner will suddenly radiated a dim lustrous light, much brighter than before, easily dispersing the invisible fluctuations enveloping his spiritual world. Like snow melting rapidly under the scorching sun. And on the panel of Li Yuan's divine palace, several notifications silently appeared. Your will level has increased from level 50 to 51. Your will level has increased from 51. Your will level has increased from 53 to 54. In just a few days, Li Yuan had gone through 2 seemingly endless journeys through illusionary realms, and his spiritual will truly transformed astonishingly from the inside out. His will also jumped from the previous level 49 to 54. Now, in terms of the strength of will, even among countless pseudo-gods, Li Yuan was already considered exceptional. This is the wonder of will growth. Unlike origin power, which must be accumulated slowly, and unlike law comprehension, which must be gradual, even so-called epiphanies require a long time of accumulation. The transformation of the spirit is often more unfathomable. Facing desires. Facing fear, and you won't be driven by desires, Li Yuan took a step forward, transformed into a stream of light, and flew out of the 9th level passage. Unlike Zhang Shan, who passed through the 9 sounds realm, Zhang Shan, in his madness, broke through the illusionary realms layer by layer, and if let him do it again, the infinite illusions of the 9th level would still cause him great trouble. Meanwhile, Li Yuan repeatedly experienced those illusions until he understood their essence. At this moment, the many illusions of the 9 sounds realm no longer had any effect on honing Li Yuan, nor could they confuse him. Under the gaze of countless spectators, whoosh! The 9 sound tower suddenly burst into dazzling light, causing the heaven and earth to tremble faintly, followed by a red light soaring into the sky. Li Yuan was already floating in the void. Not far away, Zhang Shan, Zhang Zan, Bai Li Teng, and others, all rushed over, their eyes filled with awe. Shu Yuan, you are too incredible, Zhang Zan said excitedly. Flying heaven level, having completely passed through the 9 sounds realm. My God. Shu Yuan, impressive, Zhang Shan also felt moved, although he had also passed the 9th level. But is passing at flying heaven level the same as passing at semi-divine level? Moreover, Zhang Shan also knew Li Yuan's age, being so young and yet possessing such terrifying spiritual will. It was simply unimaginable. If previously, Zhang Shan had some pride in his heart, now he was thoroughly convinced, understanding that his talent was far inferior to Li Yuan's. Brother Shu Yuan, from now on, you are the peer I admire the most, Yan Long continued. Even Prince Zhang Shan has to rank second now. I have no objections, Zhang Shan said with a smile. How can this Shu Yuan be so strong? Wu Beihong couldn't believe it. I can't even pass the 9 sounds realm, a flying heaven level, and his spiritual will is even stronger than mine. I dared to provoke such an exceptional monster before? Leng Yan was both fearful and relieved in his heart. Luckily I bowed my head early. If he rises in the future, he probably won't target me, Leng Yan muttered to himself in secret. At this moment, he felt the most correct decision he made was to decisively humble himself a few days ago. Being an enemy of such an extraordinary monster is simply seeking death. Meanwhile, high up in the void, a group of pseudo-gods who had been conversing earlier were also shocked when they saw Li Yuan rushing through the 9 sounds realm. Flying heaven level, breaking through the 9 sounds realm set by the master? And the information shows that he is only in his 30s, the owner of the 9 sound building was thoroughly shocked.
Others might not understand the difficulty of the 9 sounds realm, but she was very clear about it.
To break through the 6th realm, one must have spiritual will reaching the semi-divine peak standard. To break through the 9th realm, one must have spiritual will reaching the pseudo-god threshold. This youngster, his soul is strong, but it shouldn't reach the pseudo-god level, otherwise he couldn't have deceived me, the owner of the 9 sound building thought. It's the will. His will is terrifyingly strong. A flying heaven level, yet forged such an intimidating will? Immediately send a message to the master. The owner of the 9 sound building thought secretly. Wait. The master might already know, never mind. It was not only the owner of the 9 sound building. The other 30+ pseudo-gods, including the Dong Lin Divine, who knew a bit about Li Yuan's details, were all somewhat shocked. It's too monstrous. Flying heaven level, with such strong spiritual will? Dong Lin pseudo-god muttered to himself. No wonder Jing Kui respects him so much. Such an extraordinary monster. Even in Juxing ancient city, there are not many who can match him. While the other pseudo-gods, not being very familiar with Li Yuan or the 9 sounds realm, had a straightforward way of judging. Flying heaven level passing the sixth realm qualifies to be disciples under the nine sounds true God. Then passing the ninth level? Could it be that they qualify to be disciples under the heavenly divine? Must report to the king, the always low-key Sha-Shi pseudo-god muttered secretly. Shu Yuan. Flying heaven level, with such a strong spiritual will? That's so fierce. The countless flying heaven semi-divine spectators totally boiled over, all quite excited. The Ju Xing continent, which greatly venerates the strong. Li Yuan's performance, though not quite a strong one yet, was incredibly fearsome, at least in terms of spiritual will. Li Yuan proved that he was in no way inferior to any unparalleled talent among the semi-divine. Ha ha ha. Look, didn't I say it? The middle-aged man in black armor laughed. This Mr. Shu Yuan, indeed, is an extraordinary monster, and may truly be able to found a divine kingdom in the future. The 6 flying heaven levels from the county city were deeply shocked in their eyes. Now, they finally understood the saying, there is always someone better. Being the same flying heaven level, compared with this Mr. Shu Yuan. I feel like we are different species, said the purple garment young man muttering. As Li Yuan, Zhang Zan, and Zhang Shan were exchanging words. Suddenly, the atmosphere of heaven and earth shifted, and a woman in a fiery red robe exuding a strong aura glided across the night sky, slowly descending directly towards where Li Yuan and others were. An invisible aura, enveloping the heavens and earth. Pseudo-god. Both Zhang Shan and Li Yuan immediately sensed the horrifying aura emitted by the other party. Especially Zhang Shan, who stepped forward to block in front of everyone, his eyes filled with solemnity. Swoosh. Another purple-robed figure hurriedly flew forward, respectfully saying, Prince Zhang Shan, Mr. Shu Yuan, this is our 9 sound building owner, Qian Huan pseudo-god. 9 sound building owner. Li Yuan and Zhang Shan were both startled. Everyone knew there was a head owner of 9 sound building, but few had seen her. Because, atop the 9 division buildings, there was rumored to be a divine sound building, meant for hosting divine beings, supposedly managed by the 9 sound building owner herself. Non-divine beings do not qualify to enter the divine sound building. Thus, even Zhang Shan had not seen the 9 sound building owner before. He did not expect her to appear personally. Greetings, divine. Li Yuan respectfully saluted, and Zhang Shan merely bowed slightly. Zhang Shan himself possesses very high strength. Shu Yuan, Zhang Shan, congratulations on passing the 9 sounds realm. The fiery red-robed woman smiled and said, the true God has messaged me. In a couple of days after the 9 sounds realm closes, I will take you to meet the true God. Whether you wish to become disciples or not, the true God has prepared a gift for each of you. Yes, both Zhang Shan and Li Yuan responded. A gift from the true God? Qian Huan pseudo-god came quickly and left quickly. Li Yuan, Zhang Shan, Bai Li Teng, and others had completed the 9 sounds realm and waited in the hall a while longer, seeing no further excitement, and gradually left. Today was just the first day the 9 sounds realm opened, and there would be more than 2 more days. But with millions watching, Li Yuan's name had quickly spread throughout the royal capital at an astonishing speed. From one divine being to numerous flying heaven realm and even prime warriors, everyone knew that a prodigious talent had emerged in Yuan country, not only number 1 on the flying heaven list, but also a flying heaven who had passed through the 9 sounds realm. And as time passed, this news continued to spread throughout Yuan country. In the void above the Yuan country capital, within the endless cloud-covered imperial palace. Within the majestic and infinite temple. Passed through the 9 sounds realm, laid out by 9 sounds? A towering figure in black armor revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Unlikely, the 9 sounds realm has extremely high demands on spiritual will. If I remember correctly, when at the Abyss Demon Blood Den, I observed his spiritual will, the soul had not transformed, nor had the will given birth to the lucent glow of glass. According to reason, Shu Yuan shouldn't have been able to pass. Zhang Yuan, true God, mused thoughtfully. Could it be, he made a great breakthrough in these past few days? A breakthrough in will? Or a soul breakthrough? No matter what. This youngster truly has amazing talent, not only high in star vein talent and law comprehension, capable of possessing such strong spiritual will at the flying heaven level, simply flawless, truly deserving of being from the divine realm. Zhang Yuan, true God's eyes shimmered. Perhaps, he indeed could cultivate into a heavenly divine? Could it be, he made a great breakthrough in these past few days? A breakthrough in will? Or a soul breakthrough? No matter what. This youngster truly has amazing talent, not only high in star vein talent and law comprehension, capable of possessing such strong spiritual will at the flying heaven level, simply flawless, truly deserving of being from the divine realm. Zhang Yuan, true God's eyes shimmered. Perhaps, he indeed could cultivate into a heavenly divine? Although Zhang Yuan, true God, had previously established a law oath with Li Yuan, Zhang Yuan, true God, did so with the mindset of, give it a try, there is nothing to lose. He never truly believed Li Yuan would surely ascend to heavenly God. After all, becoming a heavenly God is incredibly difficult. What about awakening the 8-star veins? Most direct disciples of heavenly gods are of the 8-star veins too, but only a few eventually ascend to become heavenly gods. Therefore, after bringing Li Yuan back to Yuan country capital, Zhang Yuan, true God, gave Li Yuan opportunities, rather than directly bestowing treasures upon him. He was also observing Li Yuan. In Zhang Yuan, true God's view, if Li Yuan could really become a heavenly god, then with the opportunities he provided, Li Yuan should be able to rise quickly in both Yuan country capital and the starry sky ancient city. If he can't become the strongest genius of his generation in Juxing continent, what chance does he have to become a heavenly god? But Zhang Yuan, true God, hadn't expected that, in just a few days, Li Yuan had already caused such a huge stir. Also a flying heaven 8-star vein. It seems even more formidable than in my youth. Zhang Yuan, true God, revealed a slight smile. Before he had received the inheritance of Anqi heavenly god, he had awoken the 7-star veins as a prime warrior, and after receiving the heavenly inheritance, he broke through again and awoken the 8-star veins. He is about to get some real benefits. Perhaps, this Shu Yuan has a sliver of hope to awaken the 9-star pulse as a demigod. Zhang Yuan, true God, thought secretly. The difficulty of progressing from 8-star veins to 9-star pulse was terrifyingly high. In Juxing continent, demigods with 8-star veins are born in almost every generation, but in billions of years, those who have manifested the 9-star pulse are extremely few. At least, Zhang Yuan, true God himself, had not managed to do so. However, being too dazzling is not always a good thing. Zhang Yuan, true God's eyes turned cold. I'm afraid once the news spreads, many will start harboring ulterior motives. Having dominated Juxing continent for over 10,000 years, Zhang Yuan, true God, had many formidable enemies. With this thought, Zhang Yuan, true God's mind stirred, and soon after, a breeze passed by, followed by the wind coalescing to form a blurry figure. Your Majesty, the blurry figure said respectfully. Shadow Demon, I have a task for you, coming up. Zhang Yuan, true God, quickly laid out his request. Should we inform him? The blurry figure asked. No need, just act in secret. Zhang Yuan, true God, shook his head. If nothing happens, there's no need to alert him. Yes. The blurry figure turned back into a gust of wind and disappeared within the hall. In Yuan country capital, Juxing Divine Mountain, spanning hundreds of kilometers. Although there are many strong individuals stationed inside, the total number is not large, and it is not as densely populated as many divine families. Thus it's quite desolate, with continuous mountain ranges and many treasures and exotic beasts living in them. Among one of the inconspicuous mountain ranges, outside a simple wooden hut. Whoosh! A black-robed youth stood in the void tens of meters high, wielding a long sword. The sword suddenly trembled, and immediately his entire body erupted with countless snaking twists of lightning, exploding and covering the sky densely. In an instant, with him as the core, it was as if he was the source of the lightning, emanating an incredibly terrifying pressure. What's astonishing is that the numerous lightning snakes didn't harm the surrounding boulders or trees in the slightest. After wildly dancing around, they quickly converged back together. Countless tiny flashes of light met on the sword, intertwining and merging perfectly with the blade. Chaotic thousand lays. This move is becoming more and more refined. Jing Kui silently pondered. This was a powerful heavenly god art that he was cultivating. It's just a pity. Despite significant improvements in swordsmanship and integrating space law, its might is already close to that of many true god techniques. Jing Kui thoughtfully said. But to break through to the 8th stage high rank of Thunder Law, there's still a bit missing. He might be a demigod, but he possesses terrifying talent in Thunder Law, having already reached the intermediate rank of the 8th stage. Once he progresses further, sets the divine fire alight, and harnesses the strength from the evolved divine fire, he will most likely be able to condense the divine heart in a very short period. To condense the divine heart is to become a true god. But this step is as insurmountable as the firmament, blocking his path for many years. I hope to break through before the ancestral realm battle. Jing Kui mused. Then, beating those folks from Chongqing Ancient City and Heavenly Snake Ancient City should be easy. As one of the top talents of Juxing Ancient City's current generation, even heavenly gods take him very seriously, conversing with him personally. He naturally knows some information about his rivals, each one difficult to deal with. Suddenly. Huh? Jing Kui's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had just received intelligence from Dong Lin pseudo-god. Zhang Shan and Shu Yuan, both passed through the Nine Sounds realm? Jing Kui showed a hint of doubt. Is the difficulty of the Nine Sounds realm so low? Or did Shu Yuan's soul will break through? He had been in Yuan country capital for half a month, mainly for the well-known Nine Sounds realm. But he had already met both Zhang Shan and Shu Yuan. It doesn't matter. Even if the Nine Sounds realm is not as challenging as its reputation suggests. The progress in swordsmanship is nothing to scoff at. Jing Kui felt quite indifferent inside. Having cultivated for hundreds of years and traveled to many places across the vast lands, he had quite some experience. With that thought, Jing Kui turned into a streak of light, quickly soaring out of the range of Juxing Divine Mountain, passing through layers of clouds, and flying towards the direction of the Nine Sound Building. Nine Sound Building, the Nine Sounds realm was still in operation. However, as time passed, the number of challengers dwindled, especially as most prominent figures had already made their way through, so the hustle and bustle had diminished considerably. The millions of spectators, though, still talked mostly about Shu Yuan and Zhang Shan. After all, it is exceedingly rare for an era to have two peerless geniuses who have conquered the Nine Sounds realm. Of course, at this moment, many people are looking up at the 9th level of the Nine Sound Tower, where a purple light point is located within. Another person has reached the 9th level, it's Wu Beihong. Second on the semi-divine list. It is said that his strength is no less than Zhang Shan's. They're evenly matched, but since Zhang Shan is from the royal family, he is ranked first. Zhang Shan managed to get through the 9th level, but can Wu Beihong do it too? Hard to say. After all, the Nine Sounds realm tests one's soul will. Countless onlookers were discussing fervently. Especially some of the more powerful demigods, they were all aware of the fierce rivalry between Wu Beihong and Zhang Shan, neither willing to concede to the other. Suddenly. Boom! The purple light point on the 9th level dissipated, and immediately following, a figure in golden armor flew out from the entrance of the 8th level. It was Wu Beihong, unexpectedly defeated. Failed. What a pity. Indeed, it seems that getting through the Nine Sounds realm is difficult after all. Shu Yuan is just an exception. The onlookers communicated with each other via transmitted messages. Whoosh! Wu Beihong's face was sullen. Damn it! How could the 9th level be so difficult? Those endless layers of illusionary realm. How on earth did that bastard Zhang Shan get through? While he was grudgingly willing to accept Shu Yuan's success, as there was no enmity between them. But Zhang Shan's success? Worse than eating shit. Swoosh! A black streak of light suddenly flew past in front of Wu Beihong, heading toward the Nine Sound Tower, not only unabated in speed, but also with no intention of yielding. Already irate, Wu Beihong became even more annoyed upon this sight, shot a cold glance at the approaching figure in black robes, and coldly snorted, "Don't know to clear the way? Scram? You're telling me to scram?" The black-robed figure, who had paid no mind to Wu Beihong, was first stunned, then revealed a slight, inexplicable smile. It's been a long time since a demigod dared to tell me to scram. The next moment, a terrifying wave of soul energy suddenly burst forth, rolling towards Wu Beihong in wave after wave. Boom! It was like a heavy hammer. This dreadful soul shock almost turned Wu Beihong's mind to mush, as his soul consciousness was violently trembling. Not good, this demigod? Where did he come from? Wu Beihong barely managed to keep his consciousness clear, yet his heart was filled with alarm. He knew, although his soul will had not broken through to the pseudo-god level, it was the pinnacle among demigods. A typical pseudo-god's soul shock could at most exert a bit of pressure, but how could it be so terrifying? SSST, a horrific lightning serpent suddenly pierced the vast sky and lunged at Wu Beihong. Not good. Wu Beihong's face changed drastically, sensing a fatal threat, and without hesitation he unleashed the 9-layer body refining technique, his body rapidly expanding, followed by a fierce clapping motion with both hands. The attack of his opponent erupted too swiftly, a combination of soul attack and material attack, almost executed in one breath. Bang! The terrifying confrontation collided, the lightning serpent retracting upon contact, but Wu Beihong's palms were torn with countless tiny wounds, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Did not use the body refining star technique. With just one move, I'm blown away. This level of strength is definitely close to the pseudo-god middle rank. Wu Beihong was horrified. How strong would it be if he also used the body refining star technique? He didn't believe that the other party didn't have the body refining star technique. In an instant, Wu Beihong understood that he had hit a snag. This unassuming young man in black robes might well be a top genius wandering in the Yuan country capital from some major tribe. In view of our being under the same ancient city's command, I'll only give you a lesson. Next time, keep your mouth clean. A detached voice echoed in Wu Beihong's mind. And that black-robed figure had already leapt into the 9 sound tower. Also under ancient city's command? A top demigod from Juxing ancient city? Wu Beihong's eyes flickered. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen figures swept over. It was a group of Wu Beihong's demigod friends, their faces also filled with shock. Beihong! Who was that? So strong. This group of demigod friends had seen the whole thing clearly. Although the exchange between the two was fast, Wu Beihong was almost soundly defeated. Wu Beihong's face darkened to the extreme. Had it been anyone else, he would probably have immediately signaled his family's guard army to come and kill them. But after thinking about the other party's words, and considering how unscrupulously he had attacked, Wu Beihong still suppressed the impulse in his heart, almost squeezing 2 words out between his teeth. Let's go. What's that? Did they fight just now? Wu Beihong actually lost. Who is that demigod? I didn't even see him use the body refining star technique. The countless onlookers were uproarious, full of astonishment. Although Wu Beihong was not as famous as Zhang Shan, he still had a formidable reputation, known to possess the combat power of a pseudo-god. Look quick, that mysterious demigod has already passed the 4th level. The 5th level now, so fast. He's reached the 6th level already. This scene left the onlookers dumbstruck. In less than 10 seconds, from the 1st level directly through to the 6th? And that purple light, its speed almost unaffected, in just 1 minute had already shot up through the exit of the 9th level. The entire 9-sound building bloomed again with dazzling light. Cleared. My heavens! What am I seeing? How long has it been, and he's already gotten through the complete 9-sound tower? The previously somewhat subdued millions of spectators suddenly boiled over. The shock brought by this mysterious demigod was no less than Li Yuan passing the 9-sound tower. After all, although Li Yuan, at the flying heaven level, had passed through, it seemed from the outside that it took a very long time. In contrast, the speed at which this mysterious demigod passed the trial proved that the 9-sound tower was far from his limit. Whoosh! This 9-sound tower, indeed quite mysterious. Jing Kui's figure flashed, already crossing the vast sky, his eyes glancing at the void above. With his power, he could sense a large group of beings radiating powerful auras converging in that area. But he didn't care at all. I shall pay a visit to the 9 Sound's true god then, Jing Kui thought. In the high void, those dozens of pseudo-gods were shocked. Whether it was casually defeating Wu Beihong with a simple move, or crossing the 9 Sound Tower with astonishing speed, the strength Jing Kui displayed was beyond their imagination. Is this the young prodigy of the ancient city you mentioned, Dong Lin? Sha Shi pseudo-god curiously asked. Yes. Dong Lin pseudo-god smiled and nodded. The encounter between Jing Kui and Wu Beihong was technically a violation of the laws of the Abyss country, and it was only because he spoke up that the group of pseudo-gods allowed everything. Otherwise, even with Jing Kui's overwhelming strength, facing a group of pseudo-gods wouldn't end well, as among them were more than one at the peak of pseudo-god. Who is he? A pseudo-god couldn't help but ask. Cannot say. Dong Lin pseudo-god shook his head. I have already reported to the king and the Black Abyss true god. I can only tell you, he is the Saint Heir of the ancient city. Saint Heir? The group of pseudo-gods at the scene gasped. The Juxing ancient city recruited reserve members, and although the requirements are high, given the broad recruitment across the entire Juxing continent, there were still quite a number of them. However, those who qualified to be referred to as Saint Heirs were very few, and all represented the top geniuses of the younger generation from Juxing ancient city. It could be said, anyone with the title of Saint Heir, as long as they did not fall, were almost destined to become true gods. Unexpectedly, a Saint Heir traversed the continent, venturing into the royal capital of Yuan country. Sha Shi pseudo-god sighed inwardly. Wu Beihong is already one of the top geniuses of Yuan country. Compared to the Saint Heir of Juxing ancient city, indeed much weaker. In the Divine Fire Palace, within the quiet chamber, Li Yuan, whose will had transformed, resumed his cultivation after returning to the estate. Will is powerful. It can stabilize my cultivation path and keep my spirit unshakable, but to strengthen my power, and ultimately ascend to heavenly God, will alone is not enough, thought Li Yuan, his mind at peace. He was continuing to ponder the boundary cloud spear, with speckles of spear silhouettes changing around him. Li Yuan suddenly received a message from Sha Shi pseudo-god. The content was not complicated, he finished reading quickly. Wu Beihong failed the 9 Sound Tower. Normal. But, the mysterious demigod Saint Heir from Juxing ancient city, without using the body refining star technique, actually defeated Wu Beihong with one move? Li Yuan was internally shocked. And passed the 9 Sound Tower in under a minute? Was it that Jing Kui I met the first time at the 9 Sound building? Even with a will transformed to level 54, Li Yuan himself wondered if he could pass the 9 Sound building that swiftly. Which truly shows how terrifying the soul will of the opponent is. The key is still strength. Zhang Shan said. Both he and Wu Beihong, their law comprehension are at 7 stages of perfection, reaching the pseudo-god level, ready to advance at any moment. Li Yuan silently pondered, and relying on powerful star technique, brought their foundation to pseudo-god level, making their overall strength comparable to the initial rank of pseudo-god. In terms of strength, both Zhang Shan and Wu Beihong are surpassing Fang Hai from the combat during the Feixing period. But Zhang Shan himself feels uncertain about entering the top 1,000 before the battle in the ancestral realm. Li Yuan secretly thought. If this mysterious demigod is really Jing Kui, if he were to employ the body refining star technique, his strength among the pseudo-god middle-rank fighters might be considered quite strong. Is this the strength of a Saint Heir from Starry Sky ancient city? The level at pseudo-god middle rank varies tremendously with a large upper and lower bound. Even the Dongfang Alliance leader, who was so powerful and unmatched in the Feixing battle years ago, just barely reached the peak of pseudo-god. Li Yuan secretly sighed. Pseudo-god entirely surpasses the demigod. Thus, even an 8-star Veins demigod, employing the 9-layer body refining technique, would at most reach near the pseudo-god middle rank in terms of power basis, making it extremely difficult to fight across ranks. Thus, if I consider this mysterious demigod as a benchmark, wanting to obtain an ancestral realm order in the battle of the ancestral realm in 10+ years, Li Yuan thought, I would need at least to have near the peak of pseudo-god strength. To say there is no pressure in such a short time would naturally be false. But good, at least it let me completely understand the approximate strength of the top demigods on Juxing continent. Li Yuan calmed his heart, continuing to derive the profoundness of the spear technique. No matter how high the talent, it needs daily accumulation, through day after day of cultivation and comprehension, could one welcome the day of a qualitative breakout. Jing Kui's outbreak truly shocked many, and also because he didn't reveal his identity, it triggered guesses among many uninformed pseudo-gods of Yuan country. At the same time, due to Li Yuan, Jing Kui's consecutive actions, the news about this Nine Sounds realm was also spreading at an astonishing rate. However, this all had no significant impact on Li Yuan for the time being. 2 days passed in a flash. As the Nine Sounds realm closed again, Li Yuan also received another message from Sha Shi pseudo-god. It's time to meet the Nine Sounds true god. I'm stepping out. Li Yuan flew out of the quiet chamber, instructing Ren Qing. Yes, Master. Ren Qing was utterly respectful and then added, Master, in these past few days, there are many more divine families who came to visit. Just the many congratulatory gifts they brought have again exceeded 3,000 Fangshan crystals. She truly felt astonished. The days passed, and she and the other servants in the estate had also learned about Li Yuan's deeds in the Nine Sound building. From the even more visiting divine families, one could even glimpse some, and many are families of princes. It made Ren Qing increasingly feel that being able to come under Li Yuan's command was a great fortune. Li Yuan casually took the storage treasure, which also contained a list and a substantial amount of divine crystals. The visiting divine families are indeed numerous. The gifts are clearly much heavier than before. Li Yuan mused to himself, fully aware that these divine families did not expect to befriend him with these gifts alone. They were merely seeking to make their faces known. After all, if one were to predict the norm, Li Yuan was highly likely to become a true god in the future, perhaps even assume the position of king of Abyss country. Correct, the succession of royalty in a divine kingdom is not always through war. In many powerful divine kingdoms, as the current king approaches the end of his life, he often abdicates voluntarily, choosing an appropriate successor. And the successor need not necessarily be of his own bloodline. Like the Yuan country capital, it has historically been a divine country capital, but it was not always Abyss country. A divine kingdom can naturally last if a true god is born among its bloodline descendants. However, looking across the entire Juxing continent, aside from a very few powerful families, the vast majority of divine families would do well just to continuously produce pseudo-gods. To consecutively produce true gods, extremely difficult. And for Abyss country, as the core divine kingdom under the jurisdiction of Juxing ancient city, ordinary true gods are not qualified to be successors. Probably, there are many who guess that I will take over the divine kingdom in the future, Li Yuan thought to himself. After all, among the descendants of Zhang Yuan true god, not even one true god has been born, let alone a peak true god. Pity. I, a demigod, am about to leave. Thus, for these gifts, Li Yuan was mostly accepting whoever offered them. Now just the gathered gifts alone were nearing a total value of close to 5,000 Fangshan crystals. Swoosh. Li Yuan arrived in the midst of void clouds, where Sha Shi pseudo-god and Qian Huan true god were already waiting. Aside from the two pseudo-gods, Zhang Shan had also come. Greetings to the two pseudo-gods. Li Yuan respectfully saluted. Just wait a little longer, someone else is coming, Sha Shi pseudo-god said with a smile. Someone else? Li Yuan and Zhang Shan exchanged a glance, both already having their suspicions. As they anticipated, not long after, two figures descended through the clouds. One of them was Jing Kui, whom Li Yuan had met once before. Shu Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Dong Lin pseudo-god. From Juxing Divine Mountain, said Sha Shi pseudo-god. Dong Lin pseudo-god. Li Yuan bowed respectfully. To his knowledge, in terms of status, among the thousands of pseudo-gods of Yuan country capital, Dong Lin pseudo-god was likely the highest, representing Juxing ancient city after all. No need to be so courteous, in a few months, when we meet again, I might have to salute you, said Dong Lin pseudo-god with a smile, well aware of Li Yuan's terrifying talent. Let me introduce you, this person is. Dong Lin pseudo-god was about to speak. I'll introduce myself. The black-robed youth said with a smile. Brother Shu Yuan, we have met before. Last time, I didn't tell you my specific status. I am a reserve member of Ju Xing Ancient City. Indeed, Brother Jing Kui is formidable, said Li Yuan. The people around couldn't help but be surprised. Jing Kui and Shu Yuan had met before. This rekindled their speculation. Zhang Shan, I have met you before, though you may not remember. Jing Kui looked at Zhang Shan. Although you are not as outstanding as Li Yuan, once you join Ju Xing Ancient City and rank within the top 1,000 on the semi-divine list, it should be no problem. Zhang Shan smiled helplessly. He could tell that Jing Kui treated Li Yuan as someone who would be on the same level as himself in the future. As for himself, he was hardly taken seriously. All right, since the three of you are familiar with each other, please follow me, said Qian Huan pseudo-god with a smile. The true gods are already waiting for you. Swoosh. With a wave of Qian Huan pseudo-god's hand, an invisible force wrapped around Li Yuan, Zhang Shan, and Jing Kui, swiftly gliding through the clouds towards the higher layers of the void. The upper regions of the royal capital were heavily restricted, not even pseudo-gods could trespass without permission. But clearly, Qian Huan pseudo-god possessed certain privileges. Soon after, the four of them passed through layers of clouds, arriving in front of a rather expansive void mountain range. Looking into the distance, pavilions and terraces, various rare and exotic beasts, and the rich aura of origin power spread forward. Like a celestial realm. This is Nine Sounds Divine Mountain, also where my master, Nine Sounds True God, resides, Qian Huan pseudo-god said with a smile. As per my master's instructions, the three of you will enter separately. Shu Yuan, you go first. Understood. Shu Yuan nodded and directly flew towards the vast mountain peak suspended in the void, quickly approaching. Suddenly the surrounding space altered, many vague sights became clear, and a pavilion beside a waterfall came into view. In the pavilion, two figures stood. King? Li Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. One of the figures was Zhang Yuan True God. Don't just stand there, come over, Zhang Yuan True God said with a smile upon seeing Li Yuan. King, Li Yuan bowed respectfully. Even in the presence of his followers, the relationship as brother-disciple with Zhang Yuan True God must not be disclosed. This is the Nine Sounds True God, announced Zhang Yuan True God. The Nine Sounds True God was a woman dressed in a gently flowing purple gauze robe that resembled misty clouds, with two fluffy long ears, her most captivating feature being her pair of purple pupils which, combined with her breathtaking beauty, possessed a terrifying allure that could enthrall all. Greetings, True God. Li Yuan held his breath. Even with Li Yuan's formidable soul will, he dared not meet her gaze directly, as if he would fall into a boundless sea of desires. True gods proficient in the soul path, each one was terrifying. Before the era of the divine, cultivators didn't delve deep into soul research, thus soul attacks had weak might. But as cultivation progressed, due to different focuses in studying secret techniques and varied comprehensions of the law, each supreme powerhouse could become extremely fearsome in their areas of expertise. Shu Yuan, you have done quite well. A voice as gentle that it could make one's body tingle with numbness spoke. The Nine Sounds True God smiled and said, at the flying heaven level, you managed to break through the Nine Sounds realm I laid out. In the nearly 10,000 years of my cultivation, I have never encountered a little fellow with such a strong soul will. No wonder the king praises you highly, convinced that in the future you could stand shoulder to shoulder with us, and even have a certain chance of becoming a great heavenly divine being. True God flatters me. Li Yuan bowed. The king truly values you. It was I who summoned you, yet he made a point of coming here personally, probably because he fears I might mistreat you. The Nine Sounds True God's twin purple pupils seemed alive, her voice even more enchanting, swaying one's mind and spirit. Such a powerful soul will. I really wish to take you as a disciple. You would surely become my best successor, it's just a pity. The king does not allow it. The Nine Sounds True God laughed, and her laughter was filled with seduction and emotion. Her tone towards Li Yuan didn't sound like how an elder would treat a junior, but more like one would treat a lover. Which made Li Yuan even more puzzled about her attitude. On the side, Zhang Yuan True God remained silent, appearing to be in a trance. All right. I won't tease you any longer. The Nine Sounds True God's voice suddenly softened again. I once made an external promise that those at the flying heaven level who break through the 5th level of the Nine Sounds realm would be given a gift, yet you passed the 9th level, and the king spoke on your behalf. I will give you a truly generous gift. A gift that even the king would struggle to offer. Who? This is the strongest inheritance I have received, along with many insights into the cultivation of the soul, which I now bestow upon you, said the Nine Sounds True God with a wave of her hand, and immediately a purple crystal stone flew directly towards Li Yuan. Don't resist, just accept it quietly, the Nine Sounds True God added. Li Yuan naturally did not resist any longer, only to see that the purple crystal stone landed on Li Yuan's forehead. The moment it touched. Boom! A vast amount of information began to flood crazily into Li Yuan's mind, emerging one after another. Even with the strength of Li Yuan's soul, it took quite some time to remember it all. In a trance. Boom! The moment the method fully imprinted itself in Li Yuan's heart, Li Yuan's spiritual consciousness seemed to be pulled an infinite distance away, entering another mysterious world. At the end of the void, there was an ethereal figure. His figure was not tall, clothed in a white robe, and compared to the entire void he seemed just a small dot, but the invisible power set him off as immensely majestic, as if shrouding the whole world. He was everywhere. Li Yuan's consciousness, unknowingly, was completely focused on him, unable to attend to anything else. Luo Kun. The figure in white slowly spoke. The path of cultivation, the cultivation of origin power, the comprehension of laws, all these are the continuous understanding towards higher levels of power. All living beings are in pursuit of eternal life, in pursuit of power, but many have forgotten one thing. The stronger the power, the stronger the soul will needed to control it. If one possesses power, yet the spiritual heart does not grow, then even with eternal life, one will eventually get lost in the years, completely losing oneself, and in the end, the mental spirit will collapse and die. The growth of will. The metamorphosis of the soul. These are the fundamentals of life, whereas external power is merely an extension. The stronger the heart, the stronger the power one wields, said the figure in white. The foundation of the growth of the spiritual heart lies in the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are the innate abilities of life, as well as the source of life evolution. The 6 realms of illusion I created is divided into 6 realms. One realm is one world, and if one could fully cultivate all 6 realms, there is hope to completely control the 7 emotions and 6 desires, achieving perfection of the Tao heart, and eternal life is within sight. However, it's exceedingly difficult to fully cultivate successfully. Cultivate with your heart. Each progress will greatly enhance the growth of spiritual will, causing the soul to continually transform. To cultivate it, it's best to combine it with exotic treasures like the heart illusion flower, or dream realm stone. The first realm of the 6 realms of illusion is the illusion of joy and anger. Swoosh! Li Yuan's consciousness completely recovered, shock flashing in his eyes. This method. In his mind, there was now an additional method, the 6 realms of illusion, an incredible method with many of Nine Sounds True God's personal realizations intermixed. It's too strong. Li Yuan's eyes were full of awe. This is definitely an utmost supreme technique for tempering spiritual will, far surpassing the rudimentary will methods left to me by Chu Bingzhen. Methods of spiritual will are hard to come by. Spiritual will, elusive and subtle. Nine Sounds True God. Just an ordinary true God could gift me such an unimaginable method. With this method, my will transformation speed will probably become even faster. Thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Past. Although I possess the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, the visualization method and the cultivation of spiritual will are fundamentally different. Like before his will underwent transformation to reach the pseudo-god level, Li Yuan has always relied on pure endurance of pain for grinding himself. But the advancement of will doesn't just depend on enduring pain, it also requires one to understand what one seeks and wishes for. And the 6 realms of illusion is precisely a method that dissects the fundamentals of the soul. Sigh. Thank you. 9 Sounds True God. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart and respectfully bowed. I shall never forget the grace of being taught. Due to his strong spiritual will, Li Yuan understood the preciousness of this method, which certainly surpassed the common heavenly god skills. There is no need for excessive formalities. This method also came to me by a fortunate coincidence. It is incomplete, containing only the first 5 realms. The creator of this law, Luo Kun. I am unaware of his realm. Perhaps he transcends even the heavenly divine. Although the method is incomplete, even I have yet to break through the 5th realm, so you need not worry, said 9 Sounds True God. However, to accept the inheritance, your will must at least reach the level of a pseudo-god before lighting divine fire. Li Yuan listened. This method indeed was incomplete, having only the inheritance of the first 5 realms, but it was already sufficient. Even the 9 Sounds True God, renowned for her soul path, has not yet cultivated to the end. What more for him? Also, a glimpse can reveal the whole picture. Li Yuan roughly guessed that the 9 Sounds Tower built by the 9 Sounds True God, with its boundless and mysterious illusionary realms, must have evolved from the 6 realms of illusion. The difficulty of the 6th and 9th levels set up in the 9 Sounds realm likely originated from it as well. To find someone capable of cultivating the 6 realms of illusion on the soul path. In the method, the heart illusion flower, the dream realm stone. I've never gotten them either. Perhaps our world simply does not have such exotic treasures. 9 Sounds True God looked at Li Yuan. But you, at flying heaven level, have such a strong will. The future should enable you to exceed me. I hope that you do not let down this method. I will certainly work hard, said Li Yuan. Shu Yuan. This inheritance stone can only be passed down 5 times. For 9 Sounds True God to be willing to pass it to you once is a tremendous kindness. Finally spoke Zhang Yuan True God. The inheritance imprint is within your memory, and until you cultivate it to perfection, you cannot spread it. I hope you remember this favor. I understand, Li Yuan nodded. 9 Sounds, then I shall take my leave first. Zhang Yuan True God waved his hand and already swept Li Yuan up into the sky, flying out of this cloud-wreathed divine mountain. Soon, Zhang Yuan True God brought Li Yuan to a cloud-filled expanse and stopped. Here lies a boundless void, where except for the clouds, there is nothing else. Unexpected it is. 9 Sounds True God would actually bestow the 6 realms of illusion to you. If the news that she possesses such a method were to spread, even heavenly divines might be envious, lamented Zhang Yuan True God. Most of her direct disciples have not received this method. Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. Direct disciples haven't received it, but he has? Thank you, brother, said Li Yuan respectfully. Don't thank me. I did not insist. She willingly gave it to you. Perhaps it's because she took a liking to you, continued Zhang Yuan True God. After all, your natural talent in spiritual will is honestly quite extraordinary. Finding a seedling like you is indeed difficult. Natural talent? Li Yuan knew that his soul talent may not be exceptionally high. Perhaps it is just that he has been extremely diligent in practicing the visualization method. This time, you truly performed well in the 9 Sounds realm, said Zhang Yuan True God. In addition to 9 Sounds True God, I have also prepared some gifts for you. Sigh. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yuan True God sent a storage magical treasure flying directly towards Li Yuan. Take a look inside. Li Yuan reached out and received the storage magical treasure. This. Li Yuan was astounded as soon as he sensed what was inside the storage magical treasure. There were not many items, only 3 in total. The first item was no less than 1,000 Ju Xing divine pills. With so many Ju Xing divine pills, Li Yuan need not worry about scarcity for the time being. The second item was a black puppet emanating a powerful aura, resembling a spider. It appeared quite delicate, yet its limbs seemed exceedingly sharp. A pseudo-god level puppet. Li Yuan was shocked. In his sense, this puppet seemed even stronger than those of the 7-star civilization. The third item was a box made of special metal, holding within it a dark green fruit emitting an extremely appetizing fragrance, which tempted many people around to swallow it. The Awakening Divine Pill is not an extremely rare item. You may use as many as you need, said Zhang Yuan True God. The pseudo-god puppet can unleash the strength of a pseudo-god middle rank. It is the strongest puppet I own, hence I leave it to you for protection on your path. Thank you, true god, said Li Yuan. A pseudo-god middle rank puppet? Li Yuan was very aware of its value. Many ordinary true gods couldn't afford one even if they sold all they had. The third treasure is to assist your soul metamorphosis. Thank you, true god, said Li Yuan. A pseudo-god middle rank puppet? Li Yuan was very aware of its value. Many ordinary true gods couldn't afford one even if they sold all they had. The third treasure is to assist your soul metamorphosis. Assist in the metamorphosis of my soul? Li Yuan was shocked inwardly, and observed the dark green fruit once more. The more he examined it with his divine sense, the more extraordinary it seemed, as if it contained some sort of profound mystery of the great Tao laws, but it also resembled many of the soul treasures he had encountered before, only much more powerful. With a thought, Li Yuan's divine sense attempted to penetrate the fruit to inquire within. The moment of penetration. Boom! A surge of terrifying fluctuations, far beyond Li Yuan's imagination, instantly struck his divine sense, and the probing strand of divine sense was directly annihilated. Rumble! That overwhelming surge pierced through the storage treasure and directly impacted Li Yuan's spiritual world. Li Yuan's complexion changed slightly, and even with the strength of his soul will, he felt his spiritual world trembling. Several seconds later, Li Yuan finally recovered. Such a powerful aura, it's as if it's facing the very origin of heaven and earth. Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. He had seen many treasures, among them true god instruments and various 5th rank, even 6th rank treasures. But this dark green fruit surpassed the many treasures he had seen before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Yuan's mind, and he looked at Zhang Yuan, true god, and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, is this an origin treasure?" Indeed, your perception is quite discerning, to have recognized it. Most pseudo-gods probably could not. Zhang Yuan, true god, laughed. Yes, this is a water origin treasure, most conducive to nurturing the soul. An origin treasure? Li Yuan was shocked inside. He had obtained an origin treasure before, the spirit of the heavenly wind, given to him by Chu Bingzhen during his time in the Ming Shu star realm, which allowed Li Yuan's talent in the wind law to undergo a transformation, reaching a higher level. Chapter 322. Thus laying the foundation for Li Yuan's rapid progress in the wind law. But later, through exchanges with Liu Bing and Ji Yu, Li Yuan also learned that the spirit of the heavenly wind, despite being of lower value among origin treasures, was still considered a treasured relic to countless true gods. If a pseudo-god middle-rank puppet required many true gods to trade all their treasures for one, then origin treasures would be something many true gods would go crazy for. Senior brother, what is this treasure called? Li Yuan asked curiously. Spiritual Abyss Jade Fruit. Zhang Yuan, true god, replied with a smile. I acquired it yesterday from the current city lord of the Juxing ancient city, at some cost. Li Yuan held his breath. The current city lord of the Juxing ancient city. Without a doubt, it must be a heavenly divine being. Li Yuan. To think it's the spiritual abyss jade fruit, that's a treasured relic which many heavenly gods do not easily part with, even when nurturing their direct disciples. Ji Yu's voice resounded in Li Yuan's mind, filled with shock. Among origin treasures, it's definitely one of the higher values, more than 10 times that of the spirit of the heavenly wind you obtained before. Your senior brother is treating you too well. This is definitely treatment reserved for a dearly beloved disciple of a heavenly god. With the spiritual abyss jade fruit, your chances of awakening the 9-star pulse at the flying heaven level will greatly increase. Ji Yu's voice was quite excited. Li Yuan was even more astonished. Once, Ji Yu had mentioned that in the divine realm, many powerful forces would bestow origin treasures upon their genius martial artists starting from their prime warrior phase to attempt awakening the 8-star veins. Chapter 337. He didn't expect to have such a day for himself. To think about it, when Li Yuan was a prime warrior, he barely survived the struggle to achieve a semi-divine level soul. The most critical reason was lack of resources. Neither Ji Yu nor the 7-star civilization could produce top-tier treasures for cultivation. If he had possessed an origin treasure back then, there would have been no such crisis. Resources. They are of paramount importance on the path of cultivation. Senior brother, this spiritual abyss jade fruit, are you truly gifting it to me? It's far too precious, Li Yuan couldn't resist saying. Zhang Yuan, true god, was powerful, but in the end, he was still just a true god. It seems you understand its worth. Rest assured, in the divine realm, its value is extremely high, but inside Juxing Ancient City, there is a living, spiritual abyss jade god tree, which continuously produces the fruit. Zhang Yuan, true god, smiled. So, its value isn't as high as you think. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Even if there was production, the effectiveness was undeniable. Actually, with your talent, if you joined the Starry Sky Ancient City, willing to become a disciple under the Heavenly Divine Gate, you too could obtain this fruit. Zhang Yuan, true god, went on. However, I do not recommend you become a disciple under another heavenly god. Li Yuan was taken aback. There is no such thing as affection without reason in this world, Zhang Yuan, true god, said. The powerful pursue longevity, thirsting for eternal life. Unless nearing the end of their lifespan, they don't actually have that much desire to propagate successors or to pass on teachings. Even their own children can often face harsh expectations. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. Ordinary people desire offspring because their own lives are limited, wishing to pass on their genes and lineage. But the super strong already have longevity, their desire in that regard will sharply decrease. To take a master, the so-called direct disciple, in a certain sense, is not much different from one's own children. There is causality. The mentor will have demands as well, Zhang Yuan, true god, said. You don't understand now, but once you light divine fire, you'll comprehend. Causality is too heavy, entangling oneself is not necessarily a good thing. Just like my teacher, Anshi, heavenly god, is dead, gone with the Tao, so it doesn't matter. If you were to take a living heavenly god as a master in this domain, it would be very troublesome, Zhang Yuan, true god, said. Li Yuan thought deeply. Reflecting on his journey, the mentors he had taken, the many opportunities he had received, aside from teacher Lai Feng, all had expectations. All were to be repaid by him in the future. With cause, there must be effect. Like your acquisition of the 6 realms of illusion. The majority of the causality between you and Nine Sounds, true god, lies with me, and I will help you carry it. Zhang Yuan, true god, explained. Similarly, by you joining Juxing Ancient City, just display your natural talents. I will communicate with the heavenly gods, explain that you are my disciple, and will bear the majority of the causality myself. In this way, the impact on you will be minimized. Zhang Yuan, true god, laughed. And as for the cause and effect between us, you just need to fulfill the promise you made that day. Li Yuan felt a surge of inexplicable emotion in his heart. Zhang Yuan, true god, was helping him, though with a motive, but he had indeed considered all aspects for him. Senior brother, thank you, Li Yuan said sincerely. Haha. Zhang Yuan, true god, couldn't help but laugh, openly saying, the reason I help you is firstly because of your identity. You can help me in the future, this is fundamental. Secondly, it's because you have extremely high talent, almost no weaknesses, this is very important. Star vein talent and law talent may let you progress quickly, but a strong soul will allows you to go far. Zhang Yuan, true god, solemnly stated. Li Yuan listened intently. Spiritual will, indeed, is very important on the path of cultivation. Another thing Zhang Yuan, true god, didn't mention openly was that initially, in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, Li Yuan had asked him to rescue Zhang Zan, making a good impression on him. Merely from the matter of Zhang Zan, Zhang Yuan, true god, preliminarily judged that Li Yuan would likely not betray him as long as he was treated sincerely. After all, although both parties have the constraints of a law oath is not omnipotent. Li Yuan's own character is also very important. Entering Juxing Ancient City, without paying homage to the Heavenly Divine Gate, although you won't receive additional gifts, many treasures and methods of cultivation are still available. Zhang Yuan, true god, said, these, you have to fight for on your own. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. Zhang Yuan, true god, had prepared well enough for him, he couldn't ask for more. Furthermore, even though you have awakened the 8 star veins, don't be in a rush to ascend to semi-divine. Zhang Yuan, true God, said, "The efficacy of the Lingyuan Bu fruit is fixed. The weaker you are, the better it absorbs perfectly. If you ascend to semi-divine, the effect on nurturing the soul will be significantly lessened." Li Yuan nodded slightly. It was like remodeling a small house and a palace. Naturally, the former is easier. Furthermore, Li Yuan also realized Zhang Yuan, true God, seems to think that he had awakened the 8-star veins after reaching flying heaven level. Li Yuan did not explain further. Second rank 8-star veins, saying it out would be too astonishing, and would make many things unclear. For example, if he was a second rank 8-star veins member from the Chaos Divine Court, logically, he should be highly valued, and treasures like Lingyuan Bu fruit should be available. Strive to transform into a pseudo-god level soul while at flying heaven level. Zhang Yuan, true God, continued, by doing so, you can awaken more life stars at the flying heaven level, and increase the chances of awakening the 9-star pulse when ascending to semi-divine. Li Yuan nodded. This Lingyuan Bu fruit is extremely difficult to refine because Zhu Xing Ancient City has discovered a specialized method of absorption. With your strength, it would take 3 to 5 or 6 years to perfectly absorb it. Zhang Yuan, true God, said, you are still young, no need to rush too much. Carrying the many treasures given by Zhang Yuan, true God, Li Yuan returned to the Divine Fire Palace. He immediately entered the quiet chamber, activated the origin power array, making it impossible for the outside world to spy even slightly. Didn't expect this. Thought it was just a meeting with the 9 Sounds, true God, and getting a treasure worth several thousand divine crystals would be good, but the gain turned out to be so great. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Whether it's the 6 realms of illusion, the pseudo-god middle-ranked puppet, or the Lingyuan Bu fruit, each was priceless. This cheap senior brother of yours is indeed good to you. A white-clad phantom appeared beside Li Yuan. Even many heavenly divine treating their disciples might not compare to this. This also shows his strength. No wonder he previously said he was confident in ascending to heavenly divine in the future. Jiyu said, I suspect he is one of those extremely powerful beings, almost a terrifying existence like heavenly divine. Almost like heavenly divine? Li Yuan was startled. This exceeding ranks in battle, the further it goes, the more challenging it becomes. True gods whose power could match heavenly divine are much rarer than heavenly divine in the divine realm. For heavenly divine, one must thoroughly understand a great Tao, and with a complete great Tao, consolidate a divine rank. Jiyu explained, but some powerhouses attempt to understand multiple great Taos, or have profound understanding of space law, making their moves as mysterious as those of heavenly divine, even stronger than many heavenly divine. Thus, even if their foundation is slightly weaker, these exceptional true gods can still match heavenly divine. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Just like himself, spear technique reached the pseudo-god level, but even if he ascended to semi-divine, could not reach pseudo-god. Because, lighting divine fire prerequisites one of the Taos reaching 7 stages of perfection. Hope, with the help of Lingyuan Bu fruit, complete the soul metamorphosis, Li Yuan said. This is mainly because your body is too weak. There's no way. The body is the foundation of the soul. Jiyu shook her head. Look at Zhang Shan. He's not much worse than Fang Hai. They are both semi-divine. Their bodies much stronger than yours. Yet their souls still struggle to reach pseudo-god level. You are merely at flying heaven level. But your will is strong, and you have origin treasure. Jiyu's eyes held expectation. Flying heaven 9-star pulse. There's always a glimmer of hope. Li Yuan nodded again. If it weren't so difficult, why would the flying heaven 9-star pulse become a legend in the divine realm? Sister. Li Yuan curiously asked, the final treasure left by Master. Could its value surpass Lingyuan Bu fruit? You kid. Jiyu shook her head. Don't worry, the treasure father left was beyond your imagination. Even the Lingyuan Bu fruit cannot compare. Once you ascend to divine, and obtain all of father's inheritance, you will understand. Chapter 253. Li Yuan was slightly amazed. He had only asked casually. After all, the strength of ancient torch divine seemed not to match Zhang Yuan, true god, Chu Bingzhen.